Rule 1. The daylight in the world of darkness lasts only 6 hours, while the night stretches for 18 hours. Rule 2. Monsters shall only manifest under the cover of night. Rule 3. Novices are granted a 3-day protection period, during which remaining within the wooden cabin ensures absolute safety. Rule 4. After 3 days, should one fail to upgrade the wooden cabin, they will face the relentless pursuit of monsters. Rule 5. The forest harbors several treasure chests. Opening these chests may yield unexpected rewards. Gazing upon the survival rules before him, Liuyun came to the profound realization that he had indeed traversed into another realm. Not merely himself, but everyone had been transported across dimensions. Unknown dangers loomed ahead. It is perilous, yet it also presents opportunities. Chapter 1. A different world? No, it is a realm of survival. Azure skies, fluffy clouds, dense forests, and the humble wooden cabin behind him. All of this converged upon Liuyun, elucidating a singular question. Have I crossed over? In the previous moment, he was en route to work, and in the next, he found himself in this unfamiliar existence. As a 20-something worker burdened by the 996 grind, he had experienced bouts of youthful idealism, yet he never envisioned that such a fantastical occurrence would transpire in his own life. Where am I? The lush forest transformed the air around him into a refreshing embrace, a sight seldom encountered in modern urban landscapes. Pausing momentarily in contemplation, Liuyun resolved to return to the modest wooden cabin behind him. Creak. The cabin appeared somewhat rudimentary, yet the interior held promise. A bed, a wooden table, and beside it, a chest. Fortunately, atop the table lay a notebook, likely containing valuable records. I wonder if I can comprehend the script of this world. Thus far, Liuyun remained oblivious to the nature of the world into which he had traversed. However, as he approached, survival guidelines. The 4 characters emblazoned on the cover made Liuyun acutely aware that this was no mere tale of crossing into another world. He proceeded to open the first page. Welcome to the dark world. The opening line boldly declared. This is a game in which all will partake. In other words, I'm not the only one who has crossed over. Liuyun patiently continued to read. To survive in the dark world, one must adhere to the established rules. First, the daylight in the dark world lasts only 6 hours, while the night extends for 18 hours. Second, monsters shall only emerge during the night. Third, novices enjoy a 3-day protection period, during which absolute safety is guaranteed within the cabin. Fourth, after 3 days, failure to upgrade the cabin will result in the relentless pursuit by monsters. Fifth, the forest conceals various treasure chests. Opening them may yield unforeseen treasures. These succinct statements illuminated numerous queries. Monsters. This world harbors creatures, and they only appear during the night? Initially, he had anticipated a whimsical tale of otherworldly travel. Yet, it now appeared to be far more serious. Stay calm. I must remain composed. At his age, Liuyun understood the importance of maintaining serenity in the face of such circumstances. Encountering such events necessitates a steady demeanor, for panic only accelerates one's descent into peril. Huff. After regaining his breath, Liuyun turned to the second page. The second page of the survival guidelines resembled a data panel from an online game. Character, Liuyun. Race, human. ID, 0071. Skills, appraisal. Decomposition. Inventory, none. Skills? Liuyun discerned that this must be a skill obtained as a beginner's reward, akin to a novice gift package. Identification. Liuyun attempted to employ the identification technique on the survival manual before him. Item. Survival manual. Effect. Unable to identify. Indeed, Liuyun realized he had been somewhat foolish. Since it was a skill granted to beginners, it could not possibly be omnipotent. This survival manual was evidently no ordinary item. Subsequently, he turned his gaze toward the wooden cabin. Identification. Item. Level 1 wooden cabin. Effect. Indestructible by monsters during the novice period. The cabin's level is 1, indicating that within the 3-day novice protection period, he must elevate the cabin's level by 2. At that moment, Liuyun noticed a chest beside him. Identification. Item. Wooden chest. Effect. Upon opening, it will yield unexpected items. That's right. Liuyun recalled that the survival manual had mentioned this at the outset. There exist treasure chests within the forest that, when opened, provide unforeseen rewards. This chest, appearing inside the wooden cabin, must be a boon bestowed upon beginners. At least there is a novice reward. During his school days, Liuyun had played numerous subpar online games, and not only were there no novice rewards, but even beginner guides were absent. He immediately approached and opened the wooden chest. Acquired, water 2, bread 1, stone axe 1, crafting blueprint 1. Quite a bounty indeed. The water is in bottles of 500 milliliters, totaling 2 bottles. The bread is of the coarse variety, known for its sustenance. Fortunately, Liuyun had eaten breakfast before his transmigration and was not overly famished. He examined the stone axe. Item, stone axe. Durability, 10-10. Effect, can be wielded for chopping. Compared to the previous items, the stone axe possessed an additional durability attribute. Beyond that, there was a crafting blueprint. Item, wooden cabin upgrade blueprint. Effect, can upgrade a level 1 wooden cabin to a level 2 wooden cabin. Require materials, wood 100. The wooden cabin upgrade blueprint? This was evidently more significant than the others, prompting Liuyun to swiftly pick it up and scrutinize it. 100 units of wood? Liuyun glanced at the stone axe in his hand, noting the abundance of trees outside. This meant he would need to chop down trees. Only by gathering 100 units of wood could he upgrade the cabin. Let's give it a try. He grasped the stone axe, weighing in his hand. Though Liuyun's physique was not entirely frail, years of overtime had left his physical condition somewhat lacking. Chopping down trees was an endeavor Liuyun had never attempted before. He closed the survival manual, aware that there were additional contents yet to be explored. With only 6 hours of daylight in this world, he needed to act swiftly. The 3-day novice protection period would soon elapse. Stepping outside the wooden cabin, Liuyun surveyed the tranquil forest, clutching the stone axe in his hand. Although it had not been stated, the ominous atmosphere suggested that monsters might appear during the day, creating a palpable sense of unease. Liuyun did not venture far from the cabin, finding a reasonably sized tree nearby, ready to swing his axe. If only I could exchange this for an iron axe. The stone axe appeared rather flimsy. Nonetheless, it was better to have something than nothing at all. Item, large tree. Effect, after felling, it can be decomposed using the decomposition technique. This indicated that successful decomposition was only possible post-felling. He flexed his wrist and, with determination, brought the axe down upon the trunk. Bang! The impact was considerable, causing his wrist to tingle. Yet, Proficiency 1. The voice echoing in his mind momentarily stunned Liuyun. What was this? Had he misheard? Ignoring the discomfort in his wrist, he continued to chop with fervor. Proficiency 1. Proficiency 1. He had not misheard. With each swing, Liuyun could distinctly hear that sound. Chapter 2. The Proficiency System. After delivering approximately 10 consecutive strikes, the sound transformed. Level up. Chop, LV. 1. Chop, LV. 2. Strength 1, Constitution 1. Have I leveled up? Liuyun could distinctly sense an increase in his strength. His previously numb and sore arms had considerably regained their vitality. Is this the system? Liuyun realized that he might have awakened a system, akin to those exclusive to protagonists in novels. System? Is it you? Speak to me. He attempted to initiate communication, yet received no response. Nevertheless, the enhancement in his strength made Liuyun comprehend that this was no mere illusion. It appeared that his system lacked intelligence. It was incapable of speech. So, do you possess an attribute panel? Fortunately, the system did not remain silent for long. In the next moment, a virtual panel, visible only to Liuyun, materialized before him. Proficiency system. Host, Liuyun. Strength, 11. Average for a regular person is 10. Speed, 9. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 10. Skill, Chop, LV2. It was a rather rudimentary panel. However, despite the system's lack of intelligence and inability to converse, the information was directly transmitted into Liuyun's mind. This revelation enlightened him about the utilization of his system. In essence, accumulating experience would enable skill upgrades, correct? Liuyun tapped the only skill displayed on the panel. Chop, 050. 50 experience points were required for an upgrade. Transitioning from level 1 to level 2 required merely 10 experience points. By heavens, I possess a cheat. The existence of this system alleviated the anxiety and uncertainty that had plagued Liuyun since his arrival in this perilous, unknown world. At this moment, he felt a sense of reassurance. Although his system may not render him invincible instantaneously, it still instilled within Liuyun a profound sense of security. Let us continue. The previous 10 strikes had left numerous marks on the tree trunk. As Liuyun had never chopped wood before, he could not guarantee that each of his strikes landed precisely in the same spot, resulting in an uneven appearance. Bang, bang. Fortunately, with the elevation of his chopping level, Liuyun's efficiency in striking also improved. Experience 1. Experience 1. Experience 1. Despite the numbness in his arms, the system's notification resonated within Liuyun, igniting a flicker of hope for the future. Thud. The tree was not particularly robust, and after delivering over 20 strikes, the point of impact began to splinter. Realizing this, Liuyun swiftly stepped back. The entire tree crashed heavily to the ground. Decompose. This marked his first felled tree, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. He promptly selected the decompose option. Decomposition successful. Acquired, for wood. As the trunk was not overly large, he obtained merely 4 units of wood upon decomposition. Liuyun discovered that these woods could be stored in the survival rules repository, sparing him the trouble of transporting them one by one. Damn, my hands feel as if they are about to give out. Having never chopped wood before, he truly had no idea how exhausting it could be. After only one tree, Liuyun felt as though his arms were on the verge of collapse. Even the slightest movement caused pain. After resting for over 10 minutes, he finally managed to move again. No, now is not the time to stop. He had merely 3 days. Moreover, with only 6 hours of daylight each day, he had a total of only 18 hours over the 3 days. Even though he was unaware of the creatures that might emerge at night. As stated in the survival rules, Liuyun had no desire to take any unnecessary risks. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, Liuyun encountered another tree and resumed chopping. His arms ached even more. Fortunately, after a while, the sound of skill leveling up echoed once more. Level up. Chop, LV. 2. Chop, LV. 3. Strength 1, Constitution 1. The chopping skill had ascended directly to level 3. Strength and Constitution had also been enhanced slightly. This alleviated some of the pain in Liuyun's sore wrists. The experience required for level 3 was 100. This meant Liuyun needed to deliver 100 strikes to elevate his chopping level to 4. Let us press on. Thankfully, the attribute enhancements during level ups helped to ease some of Liuyun's discomfort. Otherwise, after felling the first tree, his hands would likely have been rendered useless. Decomposition successful. Acquired 5 wood. It appeared that the quantity of materials obtained from decomposition varied with the size of the trees. After chopping for a while, Liuyun returned to the small cabin to grab a bottle of water, replenishing his hydration. With only 2 bottles of water, he was careful to ration his intake. After a brief rest, Liuyun ventured out to chop once more. The 6 hours of daylight swiftly passed. Gradually, the light began to fade, prompting Liuyun to cease his activities. Decomposition successful. Acquired 5 wood. Thus far, Liuyun had amassed over 20 units of wood. However, this pace felt somewhat slow. With only 3 days remaining, it seemed imperative to accelerate his efforts in the coming days. Proficiency system. Host, Liuyun. Strength, 13. Average for a regular person is 10. Speed, 9. Constitution, 12. Spirit, 10. Skill, chop, LV 4. In a single day, Liuyun had successfully elevated his chopping skill to level 4. However, level 5 would require 500 experience points, an unattainable feat in the short term. Roar. At that moment, Liuyun noticed the increasingly dim forest, where the low growls of beasts began to resonate. He could see pairs of crimson eyes peering from the shadows of the underbrush, coldly observing him. Damn, there are truly monsters. With little time to ponder, Liuyun hastily returned to his cabin. He carelessly discarded the stone axe, which had already lost 2 durability points. Without concern for cleanliness, he closed the door and collapsed onto the floor. Had he known, he would have exercised more rigorously in the past. His arms felt as though they had lost all sensation, trembling even without exertion. A pervasive soreness coursed through his entire body. What a predicament! After a brief respite, Liuyun rose and finished the remaining water in the bottle, accompanied by a couple of bites of bread. Chapter 3, World Chat. There was still 1 bottle of water and a bit of bread left. Once he gathered 100 units of wood, he planned to take a stroll in the forest. The treasure chests within the woods should contain food. However, for the moment, ensuring his own safety was paramount. He must first upgrade the wooden cabin. In this regard, Liuyun was quite aware of the priorities. Before long, night had completely descended. Howl! Howl! The sounds of beasts grew increasingly pronounced. Suddenly, the door of the wooden cabin was violently struck. Ignoring the pain, Liuyun sprang up, bracing himself against the wooden door. Bang! Bang! The noise was not just from the door. Sounds echoed from other parts of the cabin as well. Clearly, the creatures of the night were attempting to breach the wooden door. Initially, there was some concern. The small cabin, though appearing fragile and seemingly on the verge of collapse with just a few knocks, somehow withstood the beast's onslaught. Phew! He realized he had been overly anxious. Indeed, the survival manual stated that during the 3-day novice protection period, the cabin was absolutely safe. As long as he remained inside, he would be fine. Taking advantage of this moment, Liuyun stood up and peered through the crack of the door. Howl! Bang! It was too dark to discern the nature of the creature outside. However, it bore a resemblance to a wolf, its beastly eyes glowing a crimson hue. It growled softly as it slammed against the cabin. Perhaps sensing that the cabin was indestructible, the creatures lingered around, as if waiting for something. Liuyun suddenly recalled that he possessed an identification skill. Perhaps he could utilize it. Target, Night Wolf. Effect, a type of monster that thrives in darkness. Often acting in packs, the information gleaned was scant, yet sufficient. Even knowing that the cabin was safe, it was improbable that he could truly relax and sleep under such circumstances. Seizing the opportunity, Liuyun retrieved the survival manual. He had only perused the first 2 pages previously, so now was a good time to explore the latter sections. World Chat. Each individual is permitted to speak 3 times a day. Behind the attributes panel appeared a section for World Chat, noting that each person has only 3 opportunities to voice their thoughts each day. During the day, while Liuyun was chopping wood, many had already voiced their concerns. User 1089, what on earth is happening? User 7193, is this a kidnapping? I have money. I am very wealthy. Just let me go? User 9961, do you even know who I am? How dare you play such a trick on me? User 3443, What should I do? I'm so hungry. Can someone spare me some food? These were the initial conversations. Liuyun merely glanced at them. He then turned to the latest chat entries, which were filled with comments from those still in confusion. The only detail that caught Liyun's attention was that the usernames in this world chat consisted solely of their respective identification numbers. He glanced at his own number, 0071. What significance did this number hold? User 0677. Did you hear the sounds outside? User 9968. Damn. It's actually real. Some individuals had already begun to panic. In an unknown world filled with mysterious creatures, it would be odd not to feel alarmed. Of course, there were also those who fancied themselves quite grand. User 0012. I've crossed over. I am indeed the chosen one. User 0012. Just wait. I am the chosen one. User 0012. All the beauties of this world are mine. Having exhausted his 3 daily comments, Liuyun merely cast a brief glance at such self-indulgent nonsense before moving on. User 2273. Does anyone have food? I only have 2 bottles of water and a piece of bread. It's simply insufficient. User 2273. I'm still a virgin. If you give me food, I'll do anything for you. User 3911. I have food. Just come to me, and I promise to fill you up. How about it? User 0917. Don't listen to them. Come to me, and I guarantee you'll have food every day. In modern society, even if people harbor small thoughts and desires, they must abide by the law. However, the situation is different now. Without constraints, the darker sides of human nature will swiftly emerge. This is just the first day. Liuyun could foresee that as time passed, such occurrences would proliferate and become increasingly rampant. The strong possess everything, while the weak merely strive to survive. This is the true law of existence. However, regrettably, Liuyun closed the survival manual and shook his head. Speaking of which, he hadn't sought a girlfriend since graduating from university. The romantic encounters of college faded into the harsh realities of society. Liuyun yearned for indulgence. Yet the opportunity was currently elusive. Taking a deep breath, he reopened the survival manual and flipped to the next page. World Trade. In simple terms, anyone can upload items they wish to trade on the World Trade platform and set a price for sale. However, at present, the World Trade section was still barren. It was only the first day, and no one possessed surplus items to sell. Taking advantage of this time, Liuyun resumed perusing the world chat, finding some conversations rather amusing. For instance, user 7699, can someone lend me a stone axe? I accidentally dismantled mine. User 9888, you're a true genius. User 7655, incredible. Liuyun nearly burst into laughter. Goodness, you dismantled a stone axe? In that case, you might as well think about uprooting trees directly. After a while, Liuyun suddenly realized something. The identification numbers appearing in the world chat maxed out at 9999, and he himself was merely 0071. This meant there could be at most 10,000 individuals here, likely divided by regions. In his university days, out of boredom, Liuyun had played numerous browser games and could analyze a few things. It seemed that every 9,999 individuals were grouped in a single region, while others resided in different regions, unable to communicate with one another. He wondered what environments other regions possessed and whether they were similar. Liuyun didn't dwell on it too much. The world chat was filled with trivial chatter. It was merely a source of entertainment. Bang, bang, bang. The monstrous entities outside have yet to cease their relentless movements. Chapter 4. Unlocking New Skills. It appears that I am not limited to merely leveling a single skill. Seizing the moment, Liuyun commenced an exploration of his external enhancements, which constitute the very foundation of his survival in this realm. At present, the skills section of his character panel displayed a solitary skill, /. Let's give it a try. After all, I am not weary just yet. The night will linger for 16 hours, and idleness would be a squander of precious time. Stretching his somewhat fatigued arms, he rose from the ground. He began with high knees, jogging in place, followed by attempting jumping jacks. Initially, he contemplated trying push-ups, but the pain in his arms was too intense. So he resolved to postpone that endeavor. Experience points. 1. At last, perseverance was rewarded, after a duration of 3 to 4 minutes. The familiar sound of the system notification resonated once more. Proficiency system. Host, Liuyun. Strength, 13. The average for an ordinary person is 10. Speed, 9. Constitution, 12. Spirit, 10. Skills, /LV 4. Exercise, LV, 1. Upon examining the character template, Liuyun noticed that a new skill had emerged alongside the existing / Indeed, it was possible. This revelation invigorated Liuyun's resolve to continue his training. Experience points, 1. Experience points, 1. Liuyun calculated that, under consistent training, he would likely gain experience approximately every 3 to 4 minutes. Prior to his transmigration, he had watched numerous fitness short videos, although he had never practiced alongside them. He retained some knowledge of the exercises. Skill upgrade. Exercise, LV. 1. Exercise, LV. 2. Strength 1, Speed 1, Constitution 1. Aside from his spirit, his other attributes, strength, speed, and constitution, had all seen an enhancement. The fatigue that had previously enveloped him dissipated significantly. Most importantly, Liuyun was now brimming with fighting spirit. As time progressed, the rate of experience gain would inevitably slow. Exhaling, Liuyun realized he had no means of tracking time without a watch. He estimated that over an hour had elapsed. The exercise skill had successfully been upgraded to level 3. Exhausted, Liuyun collapsed onto the ground. He would wait until tomorrow. Engaging in too much physical activity in a short span was taking its toll on his body. Most crucially, he was ravenously hungry, patting his empty stomach. He recalled that since he had begun chopping wood in the morning, he had consumed only a bottle of water and a few bites of bread. Aside from that, there was nothing more. Alas, only a small portion of bread remained on the table. If he ate it, he would likely go hungry the following day. Should he eat? Liuyun was not one to indulge in momentary pleasures. However, the agony of hunger was a torment only those who have endured it can truly comprehend. How often is it said that a person only contemplates trivial matters when their stomach is full? Once hunger sets in, all thoughts revolve solely around the quest for sustenance. In a state of inner conflict, just as Liuyun was about to retrieve the remaining bread, experience points. Another one? What on earth is this? I haven't done anything to warrant gaining experience. However, when Liuyun opened his character panel once more, he discovered that the skills section had expanded with the addition of a new skill. Hunger, LV 1. Goodness gracious. This can also be classified as a skill? I shall not eat. Resolutely, he placed his hands down. He remained uncertain of what utility the hunger skill might possess. Skill upgrade. Hunger, LV 1. Hunger, LV 2. Spirit 1. Remarkably, upgrading this skill enhanced his spirit. It was noteworthy that the prior two skills had augmented other attributes. Liuyun had previously pondered what type of skill could bolster his spirit attribute, as he aspired to become a versatile warrior, unwilling to leave himself vulnerable. Experience points. 1. Time trickled by. Liuyun lay on the ground, eyes closed. Outside, the beasts continued to batter against the wooden cabin, though seemingly frail. This structure was capable of withstanding their assaults. Gradually, Liuyun drifted into slumber. When he awoke once more, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. After all, the night would persist for 16 hours. It was not as if he could sleep for such an extended period in one go. Feeling revitalized, Liuyun noticed a marked improvement in his mental state upon waking. Proficiency system. Host, Liuyun. Strength, 15. The average for an ordinary person is 10. Speed, 11. Constitution, 14. Spirit, 12. Skills, /LV 4. Exercise, LV 3. Hunger, LV 3. Remarkably, during a mere nap, the hunger skill had escalated to level 3. This was indeed a considerable achievement. If this gradual progression could continue, he would inevitably transform into a superhuman. Fortunately, a 3-day grace period had been granted. Ample time for his growth. Seizing the opportunity, Liuyun perused the world chat. It continued to be filled with trivial discussions. User 7783, what are those things outside? So terrifying. User 9882, please, someone come to rescue me. I have money, I have plenty of money. User 0377, who can save me alive? Once I leave this place, I'll give them 10 million. It was evident that the majority of individuals had experienced a rather tumultuous first night. Liuyun even surmised that some may have already perished during this inaugural night, though he remained unaware of their identities. Occasionally, foreign languages would emerge within the world chat. It seemed individuals from different countries had been amalgamated here. Despite his limited proficiency in foreign tongues, Liuyun could comprehend the essence of those statements. Perhaps this was a manifestation of some power within this world, enabling seamless communication? Liuyun was uncertain of the specifics. However, such matters were hardly worth dwelling upon. Even if he unraveled the mystery, it would not assist him in enhancing his survival. With this time, he would prefer to contemplate how to trigger more skills and elevate his levels. The protracted night would ultimately give way to dawn. As the sky began to brighten, the first light of day emerged. At long last, the dawn was approaching. Closing the survival manual, Liuyun tucked it away. Through the window, he gazed outside, watching as the creatures of darkness retreated upon sensing the arrival of sunlight. The second day has dawned, with the novice protection period limited to just 3 days. This marks the second day. Liuyun has set a personal objective to upgrade the wooden cabin within today. The sooner, the better. Chapter 5. The first upgrader of the wooden cabin emerges. I wonder if there will be any rewards for the first to upgrade the cabin. Perhaps there will be, but one must try to find out. As the day truly brightened, Liuyun picked up his stone axe and stepped out of the wooden cabin. Item, stone axe. Durability, 810. Effect, can be wielded for chopping. The previous day's logging had cost the axe 2 points of durability. I hope it can last until the cabin upgrade is complete. It would be disastrous if the axe's durability expired before I gathered 100 units of wood. He quickly located a moderately sized tree and began to chop. Bang. Experience points 1. Compared to yesterday, Liuyun's speed, strength, and angle while chopping have become remarkably proficient. akin to a seasoned lumberjack. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. The enhancement of his attributes allowed Liuyun to chop continuously without experiencing discomfort. Decompose. 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 After each tree felled, Liuyun would immediately seek out the next one, ensuring no time was wasted. However, skill upgrade. The experience points were sufficient. Initially expecting just a routine upgrade, he was taken aback. Chopping LV 4, chopping LV max. Strength 1, Constitution 1. Maxed out. This implies that once a skill reaches level 5, it is considered fully upgraded. Just then, a new notification chimed in. Gained ability, critical hit. Ability? What might that entail? Proficiency system. Host, Liuyun. Strength, 16, average for a person is 10. Speed, 11. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 12. Skills, chopping, LV max. Training, LV, 3. Hunger, LV 3. Ability, critical hit. Opening the character panel revealed a new section. This indicates that upon maxing out a skill, one can gain an ability. Upon closer inspection, Liuyun realized that his proficiency system was indeed quite functional. He clicked on the new skill to examine its effects. Critical hit allows chopping to unleash double the power. Double damage, indeed. Let us test the actual effect. Liuyun approached a new tree and activated the critical hit ability. With a heavy swing, the axe plunged swiftly into the trunk. Bang! The sound of this chop was crisper and heavier than before. Previously, it took several strikes, yet this time, one swing cleaved it in half. Wow! The actual effect of this double damage critical hit is astonishing. The power consumed is nearly double as well, but that is manageable. The critical hit ability does have a downside. While it delivers double damage, it also consumes double the strength. Nevertheless, this expenditure is still within the bounds of what Liuyun can endure, having already enhanced his attributes. Bang, 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 swing after swing. He was drawing ever closer to amassing 100 units of wood. After felling this tree, he should have enough. Hours of relentless chopping, all while utilizing the critical hit, had begun to take a toll on Liuyun's wrist. Thankfully, his wood supply was nearly sufficient. Spinning a couple of times, he grasped the stone axe once more. Bang! Just as the large tree fell, the stone axe in Liuyun's hand shattered due to depleted durability. Perfect timing. Gazing at the small wooden stick in his hand, Liuyun shook his head. No wonder the novice package included a stone axe. It was precisely calibrated to fell 100 units of wood. Never mind. There's no need to dwell on it. He tucked the stick behind him, just in case it might prove useful later. Decompose. He selected to decompose the recently felled tree. Decomposition successful. Gained 4 wood. Presently, Liuyun's inventory boasted a total of 102 wood. The amount of wood required for the cabin upgrade was now adequate. He retrieved the wooden cabin upgrade blueprint and aimed it at the cabin. Speaking of which, what will happen after the wooden cabin is decomposed? Staring at the modest structure before him, Liuyun was struck by an inexplicable thought. Never mind. It's best not to experiment recklessly. Let us wait and see if any clever soul tries it out in the world chat. Upgrade. As the 100 units of wood were consumed, the wooden cabin upgrade blueprint transformed into a flurry of small light particles that drifted towards the cabin. Subsequently, under the influence of a mysterious force, the appearance of the cabin began to change. From its initial rudimentary form, it expanded and appeared sturdier and more durable. Simultaneously, the world chat panel buzzed to life. Congratulations to player number 0071 for completing the upgrade of their wooden cabin. At that moment, Liuyun felt the survival rules he carried vibrate twice. Upon inspection, he discovered this additional announcement. Player number 0088. Wow, who is this big shot? Player no. 9869. I haven't even gathered 10 wood yet, and a big shot has completed the upgrade. Player number 7776. Is the big shot a guy? I'm 36D. Please take me along. The previously tranquil world chat instantly erupted with activity. However, Liuyun's focus did not dwell on this commotion. As the first individual to upgrade a wooden cabin, you have received a gift package. Would you like to claim it? Observing the words that appeared on the first page, Liuyun was somewhat taken aback. He had been pondering whether the first to upgrade the cabin would receive a reward, and to his surprise, there truly was. Claim. Let us see what I can obtain. The package opened. Gained. Stone cabin upgrade blueprint. Iron axe. Fire crystal. 3 rewards landed in Liuyun's hands. Item. Stone cabin upgrade blueprint. Effect. Can upgrade a level 2 wooden cabin to a level 3 stone cabin. Required materials. 100 stone. 10 iron blocks. 2 new materials. Item. Iron axe. Durability. 50-50. Effect. Can be wielded for chopping. Just as luck would have it, my stone axe shattered due to its durability reaching 0. A couple of casual swings later, I could distinctly feel the formidable power of the iron axe in my hands. It was undoubtedly more potent and intimidating. Moreover, the durability of the iron axe far surpassed that of the stone variant. Without a doubt, Liuyun was quite pleased with these 2 rewards. However, what was this? The final reward was a holy crimson stone. Identification. Item. Fire crystal. Effect. A stone imbued with the power of flame. Chapter 6. Opening the treasure chest, a bow. A stone imbued with the power of flame? It was evidently a product of this world. Yet, what on earth could it be used for? Weighing it in my hand. It felt no different from an ordinary stone. Oh well, perhaps it was a material for some item. Liuyun placed it into the inventory of the survival manual. While it may hold no immediate use, its value in the future was uncertain. At that moment, the survival manual vibrated once more. Congratulations, number 0006. You have successfully upgraded the wooden house. Someone else had upgraded the wooden house. Even Liuyun was taken aback. Indeed, this world was filled with remarkable individuals. Liuyun was not an arrogant person. He understood that only by recognizing his own strength could he venture further. Having read a plethora of web novels before his transmigration, Liuyun was acutely aware that the more ostentatious one was, the easier it was to meet an untimely demise. In stark contrast to Liuyun's silence, the person who had just upgraded the wooden house did not remain quiet for long. Number 0084, another one? How are the big shots managing this? Number 0006, haha, actually. Before I transmigrated, I was a fitness blogger, so my strength is quite decent. Upon seeing the individual who upgraded the wooden house speak, a flurry of responses erupted below. Most were eager to seek his assistance. This person, however, showed no inclination to refuse. Instead, he appeared quite enthusiastic. No. 0006. I believe that since we've all transmigrated into such a world, it would be best to help one another. Number 0006. If anyone is interested in collaborating, feel free to message me privately. With only 3 messages allowed per day and a character limit for each, it was impossible to say much more. No. 9989. Collaboration sounds great. I'm contacting you right now. Number 2287. Can we collaborate? I can be your subordinate. Number 0988. Is it really possible? It was evident that many were intrigued. After all, humans are inherently social creatures, and especially in such a strange and perilous world. Banding together is certainly more advantageous than going solo. A fitness blogger, you say? Liuyun pondered as he read through the chat logs. If a suitable partner for collaboration were to present itself, he would not mind teaming up. Yet, the human heart is a mystery. It was not that Liuyun harbored darkness within. Rather, in this unknown world, one must learn to tread carefully. Perhaps it was best to wait and see. So far, Liuyun had not contemplated seeking anyone for collaboration. He was particularly attentive to the individual with the ID number 0006, curious to see what else he might say. Damn it, I can't believe I'm not the first. In another part of the forest, outside a newly upgraded wooden house, a robust and muscular man with a fierce expression bore an air of resentment. Zhao Hu, before his transmigration to this world, was a rather well-known fitness blogger. His large physique had garnered significant online traction. Even after crossing over, utilizing his exceptional strength, he had gathered 100 units of wood by the second day. Initially, he had hoped to be the first to upgrade the wooden house, potentially enhancing his reputation. However, he was outpaced. Nevertheless, it was not all bad. Observing the private messages flooding in, Zhao Hu's demeanor softened considerably, especially in light of some individuals' pleas for protection, which only bolstered his confidence. Surely, they do not expect me to protect them without any cost. Before his transmigration, Zhao Hu was not one to play by the rules. He had bullied others and flirted with female fitness trainees, and now, in this unknown world, such a person would only become bolder. Meanwhile, Liuyun was admiring his new abode. The upgraded wooden house was significantly larger, with an array of furnishings. It even boasted a toilet, albeit a primitive one. However, once the door was shut, no unpleasant odors could be detected. Absolutely perfect. With roughly an hour until nightfall, Liuyun decided not to squander this hour. He ventured out to explore, seeking the hidden treasure chests rumored to be concealed within the forest. Skill upgrade. Starvation LV 3. Starvation LV 4. Mentality 1. Patting his empty stomach, Liuyun noted that his starvation skill had indeed reached level 4. He was curious about what abilities would be bestowed upon reaching the maximum level. Anticipation filled him. Although he intended to explore the forest, Liuyun did not stray far, but instead wandered around the vicinity of the wooden house. Whenever he ventured slightly further, he would mark trees with his iron axe to avoid losing his way. It was essential to recognize that getting lost in the forest could be a truly terrifying ordeal, as everything appeared remarkably similar, making it nearly impossible to find one's way back. At last, after walking a short distance, Liuyun spotted a wooden chest nestled within some nearby bushes. He hurried over and opened it. Treasure chest unlocked. Acquired, water X2, down jacket X1. The water was in 500 milliliter bottles. Liuyun quickly opened one and began to drink. Food could wait, but one could not endure without water. After all, water is the source of life. Fortunately, drinking water did not impede the experience points for his starvation skill, which was certainly a relief. After downing a bottle, Liuyun felt revitalized. As for the other reward, a down jacket, given the current temperature, which felt akin to spring or summer, not too hot, yet not overly cold, such an item seemed rather unnecessary. Nevertheless, One should not refuse a free gift. After all, it was a windfall. And Liuyun stored it in his inventory. Once the items were taken, the treasure chest vanished automatically. With ample time remaining, Liuyun continued his search, soon discovering another chest. Among the contents were 2 bottles of water and a piece of bread, released by Liuyun. As for the other one, the treasure chest opened. Acquired, longbow x1, arrows x10, 10 arrows, and yet another bow? Liuyun's eyes instantly sparkled. Grasping the longbow in his hands, he drew it back. It was not overly heavy, yet quite commendable. He took out the 10 arrows as well. This could certainly be classified as a ranged weapon. Before the advent of firearms, bows and arrows were regarded as the mainstream long-range weaponry. Chapter 7, Beast Perception. Photosynthesis. Attempting to knock an arrow, he aimed at a nearby tree trunk. Whoosh. The arrow shot forth with remarkable speed. As anticipated, it missed and veered off course. Liuyun was not surprised. After all, he had never learned archery before. It would have been odd if he had hit the target immediately. The most crucial aspect was experience points 1. The skills section of the character panel now prominently displayed a new skill named archery. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He unleashed all 10 arrows in rapid succession, precisely upgrading the skill. Skill upgrade. Archery, LV, 1. Archery, LV, 2. Speed 1. While the sun had yet to set, Liuyun retrieved the arrows he had shot and continued his practice. Compared to his initial complete misses, Liuyun had now managed to strike the tree trunk with his arrows. However, his aim still required refinement. Phew. The 10 arrows were continually reused by Liuyun. He only ceased once he had leveled his archery skill to level 3. Proficiency system. Host, Liuyun. Strength, 16. The average for a regular person is 10. Speed, 13. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 13. Skills, /LV max. Exercise, LV 3. Hunger, LV 4. Archery, LV 3. Abilities, critical hit. As he flexed his wrists and gazed at his latest character panel, Liuyun nodded in satisfaction. Tonight, he could endeavor to max out his exercise skill. The hunger skill should also reach its pinnacle today. He wondered, however, what capabilities these skills would bestow upon him once maxed out. Time was of the essence. The sky was gradually darkening. Remaining in the forest was no longer an option. Slinging the bow and arrows over his shoulder, Liuyun began his journey back. Guided by the markers he had previously set, archery proved to be far more laborious than he had anticipated. It felt even more exhausting than chopping wood. Before his traverse, Liuyun had overheard others claim that archers were not adept in close combat. What utter nonsense. The strength of an archer lies in how much draw weight they can manage and how far they can shoot an arrow, entirely dependent on their arm strength. Not proficient in close combat. That merely indicated they had never encountered an archer wielding a heavy bow. Otherwise, they would have been silenced in an instant. Before nightfall, Liuyun successfully returned to his dwelling, placing the bow and resources such as water upon the table. In the world chat, the cries for assistance had diminished. Clearly, everyone was not foolish. They had realized that without taking action, they were truly at risk of perishing. One by one, they began to busy themselves. 1, 2, 3. Back at the wooden cabin, Liuyun first quenched his thirst with a bottle of water, then resumed his training. He began with push-ups, followed by sit-ups, jumping jacks, squats, and the like. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. The steadily rising experience points helped Liuyun dispel some of the dread he felt in this unknown world. Indeed, personal strength was of utmost importance. As long as he was sufficiently powerful, no terrifying monster posed any threat. Roar, 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 bang. Outside the cabin, the familiar low growls of night wolves echoed once more, occasionally accompanied by the sound of impacts against the wooden structure. However, the novice wooden cabin proved impervious to such assaults, let alone Liuyun's upgraded version. Thus, there was nothing to worry about. At present, Liuyun was wholly absorbed in his training, undistracted. Skill upgrade. Exercise, LV, 3. Exercise, LV, 4. Strength 1, Speed 1, Constitution 1. The enhancement of his 4 primary attributes instilled Liuyun with a profound sense of strength. This was already the second day. Only one day remained of the 3-day novice protection period. He suspected that some individuals must be starting to panic. Without needing to glance, Liuyun knew that tonight, many would likely be pleading for help in the world chat. Furthermore, while practicing archery, the survival rules he bore vibrated several times. A few more individuals had successfully upgraded their cabins. Clearly, aside from himself with his extraordinary advantages, there were indeed others with considerable capabilities in the world chat. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. Even though he was drenched in sweat and his entire body ached, Liuyun showed no signs of stopping. Just a little more. Just a little more. He could not afford to waste even a moment now. Finally, after several hours of relentless training, his exercise skill reached its maximum level. As he was doing push-ups, upon hearing that his exercise skill had maxed out, Liuyun let go with both hands and collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. The floor was soaked with his perspiration. Skill triggered, Beast Perception. Indeed, upon reaching maximum level in his exercise skill, a new skill was triggered once more. Haha. The system's notification caused Liuyun to involuntarily laugh out loud. Roar, roar. It seemed the night wolves outside the cabin interpreted Liuyun's laughter as mockery of their impotence. After the initial collisions, they began to gnaw at the wooden boards. However, Liuyun had no time to attend to the night wolves' predicament. Beast perception, possessing a heightened ability to sense danger akin to that of a wild beast. This ability's effect brightened Liuyun's eyes. In such a perilous and unknown world, possessing a skill that allowed for the early detection of danger was exceedingly advantageous. Initially, Liuyun contemplated opening his character template to examine it. But at that moment, skill upgrade. Another system notification sounded. Hunger, LV, 4, Hunger, LV, max. Spirit 1. Exercising consumes the most energy from the body. It could be said that after 2 days without food, Liuyun was already desperately hungry. It was only due to having some water to sustain him that he had managed to endure. Otherwise, he would have long since succumbed. The skill of enduring hunger has leveled up. A double blessing indeed. In the next moment, Liuyun felt that, despite having consumed nothing, the original sensation of hunger was gradually dissipating. Clearly, this must be the effect of some extraordinary ability. Ability activated, photosynthesis. This is a special ability triggered after the hunger skill reaches its maximum level. Liuyun glanced briefly at it. Photosynthesis allows the absorption of nutrients from the air, preventing the onset of hunger. In other words, Liuyun could now truly thrive on nothing but the wind. Remarkable. This is precisely the kind of advantage one would expect from a cheat. Chapter 8. Successful Hunt. Proficiency System. Host, Liuyun. Strength, 18. The average for a human is 10. Speed, 15. Constitution, 17. Spirit, 14. Skills, /LV max. Exercise, LV max. Endure hunger, LV max. Archery, LV, 3. Abilities, critical hit. Beast sensing. Photosynthesis. So far, Liuyun has achieved maximum level in 3 skills. There is no rush with the archery skill. It can be honed gradually. Meanwhile, Liuyun pondered how to trigger new skills next. Seizing the moment, he casually glanced at the world chat. User 5523. I'm begging you. Does anyone have any food? I'm absolutely starving. User 0098. What do we do? There's only 1 day left of the newbie protection period. We can't really be facing death, can we? It seems nobody could have anticipated that one day, death would loom so close. User 0755. Can anyone spare me a bit of wood? I'll trade it for water. User 8552. Could someone give me a little water? I'm parched. User 9917. Who has meat? I haven't eaten anything substantial in ages. As Liuyun expected, the atmosphere in the world chat was thick with despair, especially with the last day of the newbie protection period approaching. He merely skimmed through the messages. After all, he could hardly ensure his own survival, let alone concern himself with others. Liuyun never considered himself a selfless benefactor. It is best to take care of oneself first. Speaking of which, it has been quite some time since he last had meat. He patted his belly, while he no longer felt hunger. Craving and hunger are entirely different matters. Moreover, since his hunger skill had reached its maximum level, there was no need for him to refrain from eating merely to gain experience. As for meat, Liuyun mused. In this world, acquiring meat would either require a stroke of luck in finding it in a treasure chest, or he gradually turned his gaze towards the window. In the darkness, pairs of crimson eyes were fixated on him, as if they yearned to burst in and devour him whole. Clenching his fists, he grasped the iron axe firmly in his hand. Liuyun stealthily approached the window's edge. Initially, he would never have dared to attempt this. Yet, the surge of newfound strength had instilled him with a measure of confidence. Perhaps it was worth a try? It wasn't solely about the desire for meat. On another level, it was also an opportunity to test whether the creatures of this world possessed any extraordinary powers. After all, he was still under the protection of the newbie phase. As long as he prevented the monsters from entering the wooden cabin, he would certainly be safe. Standing by the window for a moment, Liuyun set down the iron axe and picked up his bow and arrows. At this distance, archery would undoubtedly be more suitable. With a level 3 archery skill, while he might not achieve a perfect shot every time, he had a 70 to 80% chance of hitting his target. Just as Liuyun was searching for a target, a night wolf noticed the slight opening of the window. Like a predator eyeing its prey, it cautiously crept closer. In the next instant, howl, whoosh. As the night wolf lunged, Liuyun swiftly loosed an arrow directly at its eyes. At such close range, it was impossible to miss. Did you think my beast sensing ability was for naught? The moment the night wolf began its advance, Liuyun's danger sense had already alerted him. The reason he dared to hunt monsters was not merely due to confidence in his attributes, but also because of these special abilities, which served as the foundation of his self-assurance. Howl. The arrow embedded itself halfway into the creature, but the night wolf did not succumb to death. Instead, it seemed enraged, howling furiously outside the window. Such resilience? Truly a monster, still alive after that. Positioned inside the cabin, Liuyun swiftly shot another arrow through the gap. Whoosh. In the next moment, he flung open the window and dragged the night wolf, pierced by 2 arrows, inside. He promptly shut the window. Howl! 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 The commotion attracted the attention of other night wolves, who began to gather around the window. However, Liuyun, having securely closed the window, felt no trepidation. Instead, he turned his gaze to the night wolf he had pulled in. Still alive? Even with 2 arrows lodged in its body, it was still able to rise. Meet your end. Critical hit. With immense force, Liuyun swung the iron axe down upon the night wolf's head. Crack! With the double damage from the critical hit, Liuyun felt as though he had shattered the creature's skull. Phew! This was his first hunt. Although he sustained no injuries, it filled him with a rush of exhilaration. Success! It also signified that humanity need not merely become fodder for monsters. There exists the potential for retaliation. The night wolf bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary wolf, distinguished only by its entirely black coat and a more robust build. Disassemble. With the disassembly skill at his disposal, it made the task of processing the creature much easier. Disassembly successful. Obtained 10 night wolf meat. 10 pieces of night wolf meat, quite a decent haul. Tomorrow, he could attempt to kindle a fire. There was no rush as of now. Liuyun recalled the survival manual mentioned a world trading function. However, most individuals at present lacked surplus resources for trade. Perhaps it was worth a shot. After all, he had 10 pieces of meat, and this was merely his first hunt. User 0071. I have meat. If anyone wants it, I'll trade for resources. Speaking of which, Liuyun rarely spoke in the world chat. The moment he sent that message, he was met with a flurry of responses. User 0851. Holy smokes. ISNT that the first person to upgrade the wooden cabin? As the first to achieve such a feat. Some astute individuals had taken note of Liuyun's user ID. User 7001. Does this imply that the esteemed one has begun hunting monsters? Number 7133. Goodness. While we are still pondering how to evade the monsters, the big shot has already commenced the hunt. Number 0094. I want it. I want it. It has been ages since I last savored meat. Number 2779. Esteemed one. Could you spare me a piece of meat? I am utterly famished. Number 0054. Brother. I am a 3060. Just a morsel of food, and I would be amenable to anything. Liuyun's remark certainly stirred quite a few individuals. In response to these utterances, Liuyun merely cast a glance, not giving them a second thought. Number 0071. For those wishing to trade, feel free to message me privately. With that final statement, Liuyun ceased to follow the world chat any longer. Chapter 9. World Trade. Private chat interface. Numerous individuals sought his attention. Aside from some nonsensical and worthless materials, there were others who blatantly revealed their intentions to exploit, even resorting to moral coercion. Foolish. Liuyun had no inclination to heed the words of such individuals. A gaggle of oblivious souls, destined to starve. Number 0006. Brother, let us collaborate. Grant me a piece of meat, and I shall surely keep you in mind for future benefits. What is this, an empty promise? However, this number? Liuyun recalled. This was the very individual who had upgraded the wooden cabin right after him. Such an ability to paint grandiose visions is indeed impressive. Before his transmigration, Liuyun had often been duped by his boss's lofty promises. Ignoring him, he shifted his gaze to other private messages. At last, among a plethora of unnutritious conversations, Liuyun stumbled upon one that seemed rather beneficial. Iron ore? How could he possibly have ignored me? Meanwhile, Zhao Hu, glancing at the private chat interface, realized that Liuyun had undoubtedly disregarded his words. Damn, Zhao Hu's physique, built purely from consuming meat, craved sustenance after several days of deprivation. Initially brimming with confidence to solicit, he was now met with indifference. This fellow could even hunt monsters. Zhao Hu was no fool, despite never having seen Liuyun. The latter's ability to hunt monsters indicated he was no ordinary character. Outside Zhao Hu's wooden cabin lurked a horde of menacing creatures. They appeared so terrifying that he lacked the courage to hunt. Regardless, he thought to himself that surely a couple of individuals would come by tomorrow. He couldn't believe one person could tackle several. During the day, through private messages, Zhao Hu had managed to entice several people to come to his location. His intention was to subdue them, turning them into his underlings. Meanwhile, Liuyun remained oblivious to the fact that others were eyeing him. Instead, he was engaged in a private chat with someone numbered 0766. Number 0766. Big brother, I am Wu Feng. Do you have any meat? I wish to trade it for iron, or what do you think? Number 0071. Where did you acquire iron ore? After all, such materials sound exceedingly rare. Number 0766. I was fortunate. There is a vein right beside my wooden cabin. Goodness, that is what you call fortune? What abominable luck. Unlike my own situation, which is devoid of anything but trees, not even a river in sight. Number 0766. Big brother, are you still interested in trading? Number 0766. I genuinely possess iron ore. I would not deceive you. Wu Feng, having received no reply from Liuyun, appeared somewhat anxious. Number 0071. I am open to trading. How much iron ore do you have? Number 0766. I have about 10. Number 0071. Give it all to me, and I shall offer you a piece of meat. 1 piece of meat for 10 units of iron ore? Number 0766. No, big brother, your bargaining is rather ruthless. Wu Feng was no fool. While meat was indeed desirable, iron ore was the more scarce and crucial resource. 10 pieces of meat for a single unit of iron ore would be more equitable. Liuyun was well aware of the significance of iron ore. Once the material trade stabilized, the prices would become far more equitable. However, at this juncture, survival was paramount, leaving little concern for anything else. Number 0071. Will you trade or not? He presented an air of indifference, as if prepared to walk away. Number 0766. Yes, yes. But 1 piece is too little. How about 3? Number 0071. 2 pieces. Number 0766. Deal. Every bit counts. The ensuing transactions were straightforward. They directly accessed the World Trade Interface, set the price, and proceeded with the exchange. Number 0766. By the way, big brother, what is your name? I would like to save a note for you. You can set a note? Liuyun attempted it, and discovered it was indeed possible. He subsequently shared his name with Wu Feng. Wu Feng, all set. Esteemed one, let us keep in touch. Wu Feng was no fool. A big shot capable of hunting monsters was certainly worthy of maintaining contact. At last, he had secured some meat. In a wooden cabin adjacent to the iron ore vein, Wu Feng, standing at 1.7 meters tall and weighing over 200 pounds, beamed with joy as he gazed at the 2 pieces of meat before him. At long last, he had meat to eat. Given Wu Feng's portly figure, it was evident that he was a person who never strayed from meat in his meals. Having gone so long without meat, he was utterly ravenous. Is this iron ore? 10 pieces of iron ore lay neatly before Liuyun, resembling solid iron blocks. He promptly stored them in the warehouse of the survival guide. Although currently unnecessary, they would surely prove useful in the future. Among the materials for upgrading the stone cabin, there were 10 units of iron blocks. He still had 8 pieces of night wolf meat remaining. Liuyun perused other private chats, hoping to continue his trading endeavors. Finally, amidst a barrage of unnutritious messages, Liuyun discovered another promising one. Number 9890. I possess a crafting blueprint. Would you like to exchange? A crafting blueprint? Number 0071. What kind of crafting blueprint is it? Within an upgraded wooden cabin, Yu Shulan, who had initially been meditating, sprang to attention upon hearing the vibration of the survival guide. Though a woman, her movements were swift and decisive. This is promising. Observing Liuyun's inquiry, Yu Shulan realized that this trade held potential. Number 9890. It is a blueprint for crafting arrows, which I found in a treasure chest. Are you interested? Arrows. It seems fortune has smiled upon me, just as I was seeking something. Liuyun had only 10 arrows obtained from treasure chests. While reusable, each use would wear them down, and they would inevitably meet their end. He had been contemplating what to substitute them with, and now this crafting blueprint had presented itself. Of course, though necessity loomed, Liuyun refrained from overtly exhibiting a strong desire, instead articulating directly, Identifier 0071. Are you out of your mind? Without a bow, what purpose do arrows serve? The other party remained oblivious to whether they possessed a bow. During transactions, one must never display their sense of urgency, otherwise, one risks being subjected to inflated prices. Yu Shulan, on the other hand, fell into a contemplative silence, harboring no suspicions. After all, if she had a bow, she would hardly part with the arrow-making blueprint. It would be absurd to create arrows merely for display. In a real confrontation, wielding a stone would be preferable to brandishing an arrow without a bow. Chapter 10. Blueprint for Arrow Production. Blueprint for Dagger Creation. Her finely arched brows knitted in thought for a considerable time. Yet, Yu Shulan was reluctant to relinquish the opportunity to acquire meat. If her body continued to lack sufficient nourishment, it would inevitably reach a breaking point. Identifier 9890. I also possess a blueprint for a fine dagger. Identifier 9890. 2 blueprints. 2 pieces of meat. How does that sound? Yu Shulan believed her offer to be quite reasonable. A dagger, indeed, had the potential to yield something worthwhile. 2 pieces of meat for this price was hardly exorbitant. However, Identifier 0071. No way. For 2 blueprints, I can only offer you 1 piece of meat. Identifier 0071. This is merely a blueprint, not an actual dagger. Identifier 0071. To forge a dagger, one must require iron ore, which I currently lack. Although she had recently acquired an iron block, Yu Shulan was unaware of this. Liuyun certainly would not brazenly disclose his possessions. Identifier 9890. What do you desire? Yu Shulan began to perceive that this Identifier 0071 was likely a capitalist from before the crossing, intent on skinning her for profit. Identifier 0071. 2 blueprints. 1 piece of meat. Identifier 9890. Very well. The initiative lay firmly in the hands of the other party. With no alternative, Yu Shulan acquiesced. Having gained experience from a prior transaction, she now navigated the process with greater ease. Soon, the 2 blueprints appeared in Liuyun's possession. Had that fellow truly slain a monster? Yushulan gazed at the fresh night wolf meat before her, her disbelief palpable. She too had contemplated hunting those creatures lurking in the shadows. Alas, not only did she fail, but had it not been for her cunning, she might have been dragged out of the wooden cabin by those very monsters. Perhaps there would be opportunities for collaboration in the future. After all, in such a perilous world, having a formidable ally would undoubtedly prove advantageous. As for Liuyun, he remained oblivious to Yushulan's thoughts, instead examining the two newly acquired blueprints. Item, Arrow Production Blueprint. Effect, can produce 100 arrows. Required materials, 1 iron block, 2 wood. Producing 100 arrows in a single endeavor. Item, Fine Dagger Blueprint. Effect, Quality Fine Dagger. Required materials, 1 iron block. Yet, one could only wonder how exquisite this so-called quality truly was. Nevertheless, it was evident that iron ore was a vital resource. Both blueprints necessitated iron ore. It stood to reason, the lethality of metal items would surely surpass that of their wooden counterparts. Let us forge both. Whether dagger or arrows, both were necessities. Having previously upgraded the wooden cabin, there was sufficient wood remaining. As the materials were consumed, in the next moment, 100 arrows and a gleaming fine dagger appeared before Liuyun. The blueprints had not vanished. Liuyun noted that upon completion, the two blueprints did not disappear as the wooden cabin upgrade blueprint had done after use. This indicated that upgrade blueprints were one-time use only, whereas manufacturing blueprints could be utilized repeatedly. With this realization, Liuyun promptly stored the blueprints away. As long as materials were available, he could produce them indefinitely. The quality of the arrows was comparable to those Liuyun had previously obtained from treasure chests, rather unremarkable. However, the dagger, as Liuyun tossed it in his hand, felt remarkably sharp. Truly, it was a fine-quality dagger, far superior to ordinary ones. Item, Fine Dagger. Durability, 100-100. Effect, Quality Fine Dagger. Even its durability surpassed that of the iron axe significantly. Excellent. Liuyun was evidently pleased with this transaction. Continuing to peruse the private chat interface, he found little of value. After a cursory glance, he chose to disregard it. As for the pleadings of those seeking to attach themselves to him, Liuyun had no inclination to engage. Outside, the night wolves continued to linger around the window. Liuyun had lost interest in further hunting. Sleep eluded him. He felt a bit fatigued. Yet, slumber remained elusive. Unlike the exhaustion of the previous day, Liuyun's energy expenditure today was not nearly as extreme. Moreover, with his enhanced attributes, his awareness of the surroundings had significantly heightened. Roar, roar, roar. The low growls of beasts outside the wooden cabin were starkly pronounced. Were there sounds of impact against the cabin, or perhaps the gnawing at the door? Under such circumstances, sleep became even more elusive. Yawning, Liuyun could only close his eyes, striving to rest. At that moment, experience points 1. Instantly, he felt invigorated. What was this experience point? He seemed to have done nothing to warrant it. Quickly, he opened his character panel. Indeed, under the skills section, a new skill had emerged. Insomnia, LV, 1. Goodness. This too could trigger a skill. Initially disturbed by the noise, now the activation of such a skill made sleep seem even more unattainable. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. Essentially, every few minutes, a notification chimed. As time progressed, the intervals lengthened. Level up. Insomnia, LV, 1. Insomnia, LV, 2. Spirit 1. The skill advanced swiftly from level 1 to level 2. Yet another skill enhancing his spirit attribute. Just when he seemed to lack something, it appeared. Gaining experience was one matter, but dealing with fatigue was an entirely different issue. A yawn escaped his lips. Sitting for an extended period had grown exceedingly tedious. Lost in thought, Liuyun procured a wooden plank, and with a dagger, inscribed a circle at its center. He placed the plank at one side of the room, while he himself took his bow and arrow to the opposite end. With nothing else to occupy his time, he might as well elevate his skill levels. Whoosh! The arrow flew not far, striking the bullseye perfectly. The light surged through him as he noted, experience points, 1. How valuable. Liyun's countenance brightened as he retrieved a new arrow, having just acquired 100 of them. No longer would he need to repetitively reuse 10 arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He maintained a steady rhythm, releasing arrow after arrow. Fortunately, the expanded space of the upgraded wooden cabin allowed for such practice. Unlike before when it was impossible to gain experience in this manner. Chapter 11. Seeking Rivers, Swimming Skills. Skill Upgrade. Archery, LV. 3. Archery, LV. 4. Speed, 1. On one hand, he diligently accumulated experience for his nocturnal skill, while on the other, he honed his archery prowess. A perfect harmony. The roars of beasts nearby had diminished significantly. The once somber sky began to brighten ever so slightly. The nocturnal creatures gradually retreated into the shadows. Almost there, Liyun's gaze remained steadfast, undistracted as he continued to refine his skill experience, observing the target that was nearing destruction. He persisted in drawing his bow and knocking arrows. Whoosh! In the next moment, The notification of a skill upgrade chimed in his ears. Skill upgrade. Archery, LV, 4. Archery, LV, max. Speed, 1. At last, it was sufficient. Phew. After a night of relentless archery, Liuyun felt as though his arms and wrists were on the verge of collapse. Most critically, he realized, fatigue truly weighed upon him. Fortunately, his heightened mental attributes enabled his mind to remain relatively clear. Triggered skill, Eagle Eye. It has arrived. The ability triggered upon reaching maximum archery skill was now at his disposal. Eagle Eye, a powerful dynamic vision that can perceive swiftly moving targets. Overall, the dynamic vision of an eagle is quite remarkable. Even a rapidly fleeing rabbit can be detected at the first instant by an eagle's keen sight, allowing for precise hunting. In the next second, Liuyun felt a sudden slight soreness in his eyes. As it gradually subsided, he could distinctly notice an improvement in his vision. Previously, due to long hours of overwork, Liuyun had developed a degree of nearsightedness. However, that blurriness had entirely vanished, and he could now see distant objects without issue. Thankfully, he did not share the eagle's weaknesses. While an eagle's dynamic vision is extraordinary, it seems to struggle with detecting slower-moving targets, akin to presbyopia. It can be said that all things find balance. Where there are strengths, there must also exist weaknesses. Yet, Liuyun's eagle eye proved to be flawless, devoid of any shortcomings. Proficiency system. Host, Liuyun. Strength, 18. The average for a human is 10. Speed, 17. Constitution, 17. Mentality, 17. Skills, /LV max. Exercise, LV max. Endure hunger, LV max. Archery, LV max. Night vigil, LV, 4. Abilities, critical hit. Beast perception. Photosynthesis. Eagle eye. Throughout the night, not only had he maximized his archery skill, but his nocturnal skill had also reached level 4, awaiting the sun to fully illuminate the outside world. Liuyun poured some water from the table into his palm, quickly washing his face to invigorate himself. He then equipped his bow, dagger, and iron axe before stepping out of the wooden cabin. Today, he would search for treasure chests. Additionally, he hoped to trigger some new skills. Within the forest, as Liuyun searched, he occasionally marked the nearby tree trunks with his dagger to avoid losing his way. It seemed today's luck was rather mediocre. From morning until now, he had only discovered 2 treasure chests. However, upon opening them, he found merely a few bottles of water and some bread, no crafting blueprints whatsoever. After walking a bit further, Liuyun spotted a wooden box not far away. Although uncertain of its contents, he hastened toward it. Upon opening the chest, he discovered crafting blueprint for a fireplace. Finally, a worthwhile find. He had feared today would be fruitless. Yet a fireplace? Item, crafting blueprint for a fireplace. Effect, a burning fireplace can be used for warmth and to cook food. Required materials, 5 stones, 2 iron blocks. While warmth was unnecessary at this temperature, the ability to grill food was quite splendid. He happened to have a few pieces of night wolf meat on hand, perfect for roasting. Stones. That was indeed required for the fireplace, and he still had iron blocks. However, he was lacking in stones. He decided to continue searching. After stowing the fireplace blueprint away, Liuyun resumed his exploration of the forest. The sound of flowing water? In no time, Liuyun suddenly discerned a faint sound of water flowing. His enhanced attributes had significantly sharpened his senses, confirming that it was indeed the sound of water. The presence of flowing water indicated a river, and a river meant a continuous water source. With this thought, Liuyun quickened his pace. Finally, after traversing a stretch of forest, he beheld a river spanning over 10 meters in width. Beside the river lay several stones. Oh, how delightful! Overcome with joy, Liuyun sprinted faster. After scanning his surroundings to ensure no dangers lurked, he set his coat aside by the riverbank and leaped into the water. How refreshing! After days without a bath and drenched in sweat, Liuyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. The sensation of being fully immersed in water was truly delightful. Most importantly, after a few leisurely strokes, experience points. 1. A new skill had been triggered. As expected, the skill section now included the newly acquired swimming skill. Swimming, LV1, haha. Today was indeed a fortuitous day. He continued to swim in the river, as the current was gentle and posed no threat of sweeping him away. Moreover, Liuyun remained cautious. He would not swim too far, essentially moving back and forth along the banks of the river. Skill upgrade. Swimming, LV1. Swimming, LV2. Strength 1. Speed 1. Constitution 1. Once again, he had a skill that enhanced 3 attributes. In a moment, he swam with even greater fervor. It was only after elevating his swimming skill to level 3 that Liuyun emerged from the water. He couldn't linger indefinitely. He aimed to max out his swimming skill by tomorrow. Upon reaching the shore, he gazed at the rocks by the riverbank. Liuyun pondered whether he could extract stones from them. However, he needed to mine them first to confirm. With that thought, Liuyun picked up the iron axe nearby. Lacking any suitable tools, he had no choice but to use the iron axe. After all, it was unreasonable to use a dagger. Critical hit. Bang. With double the strength. A single blow struck the seemingly sturdy rock, leaving several cracks. Yet, the impact numbed his hands. Liuyun merely flexed his wrist before continuing his strikes. Bang, bang, bang. Each swing was heavy. Chapter 12, A Sense of Crisis. Rapidly grinding experience. Boom. At last, through Liuyun's efforts, a large chunk of rock crashed to the ground. Decompose. He immediately employed the decomposition technique, hoping for a successful outcome. Decomposition successful. Obtained. 3 stones. Having successfully decomposed the stone, Liuyun felt a surge of satisfaction. With this in mind, he first collected the stones before turning his gaze to another set of rocks. He resumed his hacking. Bang, bang, bang. The quantity of rocks here was sparse. Liuyun amassed over 20 units of stones. Chopping the rocks caused the durability of the iron axe to diminish rapidly. In a short span, its durability plummeted from 50 to the 30s. Following the riverbank, he should be able to find other rocks to mine. As it appeared, stones could only be harvested from the riverbanks. However, today would have to suffice. Lacking a watch was quite troublesome. He looked up at the sky, unable to discern much. In this world, the sun hung perpetually in the center during the day, and the moon mirrored this at night. Relying on the rising and setting of the sun to gauge time was utterly impossible. Liuyun now had no certainty of how much time remained until sunset. Never mind. Better to be cautious. Over 20 units of stones were sufficient. The rest could wait until next time. Liuyun promptly gathered his belongings and prepared to return to the wooden house. Upon returning to the wooden house, Liuyun first retrieved the crafting blueprint for the fireplace. Finding a corner in the room, he consumed materials to construct the fireplace. Accompanied by a special white glow, a brand new fireplace materialized before Liuyun's eyes. It looked quite decent. Appraisal. Item. Fireplace. Effect. Can be used for heating and also for roasting food. Usage. Adding 1 unit of wood allows for 12 hours of continuous burn. This fireplace even had an operational method. 1 unit of wood indeed lasted for 12 hours. It was truly an item from another world. In the real world, a piece of wood could not burn for 12 hours. Liuyun paid little mind to this peculiarity. Given the occurrence of phenomena like time travel, the presence of outrageous items was hardly surprising. While the sky remained bright, Liuyun stepped outside the wooden house, ready to continue chopping trees. Most of the previous wood had been utilized for upgrading the house, and the remaining amount was insufficient for upcoming demands. It was prudent to gather a bit more. Critical hit. With the double strength from the critical hit, coupled with Liuyun's current attributes, bang. A single axe stroke felled a tree that was not particularly robust. Decompose. Following the same method, he collected 30 to 40 units of wood before finally halting his actions. It truly had become easier. After chopping so many trees, he felt no fatigue at all, not even a hint of soreness in his wrists. He felt he would soon transform into a little Superman. After gathering the wood, he glanced at the sky. It should still be a while before nightfall. Liuyun was not in a hurry to return to the wooden house. What other skills could he trigger? Today marked the last day of the beginner protection period. Although he had successfully upgraded the wooden house, Liuyun still felt a sense of crisis. At the very least, he wanted to acquire as many skills as possible before the protection period ended. However, he had already learned archery, resumed training, endured sleepless nights, and experienced hunger. What else remained? Clenching the iron axe in his hand, Liuyun suddenly raised an eyebrow, evidently struck by a thought. Swish. In the next moment, he hurled the iron axe, which landed squarely on a nearby tree. Experience 1. In the skills section, a new skill named Throwing appeared. Throwing, LV1, damn it. I truly am a genius. Having thought of this, what was there to wait for? Aside from the iron axe, Liuyun also threw the dagger, which hit the tree perfectly. Experience 1. Indeed, whether throwing the axe or the dagger, experience was gained. Just like when practicing archery. He retrieved the iron axe and dagger and repeated the process. Experience 1. Experience 1. After just a few repetitions, the skill successfully leveled up. Skill upgrade. Throwing, LV1. Throwing, LV2. Strength 1. Only strength increased? Well, it makes sense, as throwing primarily consumed strength. Liuyun did not mind. A little increase was better than none. Initially, Liuyun had hoped to elevate the throwing skill to its maximum level directly. However, regrettably, just as he reached level 3, the sky outside the wooden house gradually darkened. Indeed, it darkened without warning. Unable to do anything, Liuyun could only retrieve the iron axe and dagger before quickly returning to the wooden house. After ensuring that the doors and windows were secured, Liuyun began to roast meat using the fireplace. Sizzle. As he approached the fireplace, the wolf meat began to sizzle and ooze oil. It looked incredibly appetizing. He still had to wait a while. Liuyun was in no rush. Just then, skill upgrade. Staying up late, LV4. Staying up late, LV max. Mentality 1. The staying up late skill had reached its maximum level. In the next moment, Liuyun felt his previously drowsy state vanish instantaneously. Clearly, this was the manifestation of a newly triggered ability, Sleepless. The effect of this ability was remarkably straightforward. Sleepless requires no sleep, yet maintains ample mental vigor. Goodness. With this, the sleepless version of myself can relish in more time than others, which can be devoted to self-improvement. Life is increasingly promising. Proficiency system. Host, Liuyun. Strength, 22. The average for ordinary individuals is 10. Speed, 19. Constitution, 19. Mind, 18. Skills, /LV max. Exercise, LV max. Endure hunger, LV max. Archery, LV max. Stay up late, LV max. Swimming, LV 3. Throwing, LV 3. Abilities, critical hit. Beast perception. Photosynthesis. Eagle eye. Sleepless. Aside from the newly refreshed swimming and throwing skills, all other abilities had already reached their maximum level. The strength attribute had even surpassed double the average of ordinary humans. By heavens, I feel as though I could fell a bull with a single punch. Clenching his fists, Liuyun felt an exhilarating surge of power within him. I am on the verge of becoming a little superhero. If this isn't a sense of empowerment, then what is? Chapter 13. The terrifying monster of the night. The rock boar. The immense enhancement in strength instilled a sense of invincibility. Fortunately, Liuyun felt that his mindset remained stable, allowing him to adapt swiftly. The sleepless ability eradicated his weariness entirely. Sizzle. Sizzle. At that moment, the meat placed by the fireplace continued to roast, emitting tantalizing drippings. It was nearly ready. He retrieved it and simply sliced it with a dagger. Quite satisfactory. He was pleasantly surprised. After all, he had no seasonings on hand and initially believed the meat would be tasteless and lacking in texture. However, the reality was that the flavor of the roasted meat was not only decent but rather delightful. This must be due to the unique nature of the creatures in this world. Thus, even without seasonings, the barbecued flavor was commendable. Devouring a piece of meat, Liuyun immediately commenced roasting a second slice. Even with the photosynthesis ability preventing hunger, the ancient adage rings true: food should never be neglected. Not feeling hungry is one thing. Yearning for food is an entirely different matter. It is getting quite warm. The temperature from the fireplace began to rise. Given that the ambient temperature was already mild, the warmth from the fireplace made the cabin feel akin to a small furnace. Before long, Liuyun was already sweating. Perhaps it would be best to extinguish the fireplace. When one gets too warm, restlessness often ensues. Liuyun prepared to put out the fire. But at that moment, experience points. 1. Another notification. Heat resistance, LV, 1. Goodness. The emergence of a new skill in the skills section made Liuyun realize that his understanding of this extraordinary ability was still woefully inadequate. This could actually trigger new skills. The higher the temperature within the cabin, the faster the experience points accumulated. Skill upgrade. Heat resistance, LV, 1. Heat resistance, LV, 2. Mental 1. Another ability that could enhance his mental attribute. Liuyun abandoned the idea of extinguishing the fireplace and instead set his coat aside, preparing to cultivate the experience for the heat resistance skill. Roar, roar, roar. Outside, the feral howls of beasts continued to echo. The elevated temperature within the cabin, even with mental preparation, still induced a tinge of restlessness. I should find something to occupy my time. I need not sleep, and sitting idle is far too monotonous. Liuyun picked up the survival manual. As expected, the world chat was in utter disarray at that moment. User 9994, what do I do? The beginner protection period ends tomorrow, and my cabin has yet to be upgraded. User 7003, is there anyone who can rescue me? User 0006, I believe it would be better if we unite. Those nearby, I can share my location with you. It was none other than Zhao who suggested sharing locations. However, all this would do is provide a brief overview of the surrounding environment. Whether or not one could locate the individual was another matter entirely. Is this person truly so benevolent? Narrowing his gaze, Liuyun recalled that this individual had consistently advocated for unity and cooperation. He felt this was not merely a suspicion but a warranted precaution. He did not believe that genuine altruism existed in this world. Never mind. It's best to dismiss these thoughts. There's no need to dwell on them. Regardless of whether this person is sincerely kind-hearted or has ulterior motives, the truth will eventually reveal itself. In the world chat, many sought help, and Liuyun estimated that less than half had successfully upgraded their cabins. Many would likely perish by nightfall. The thought made him lower his gaze slightly. The death of the rabbit brings sorrow to the fox. Now is not the time for such reflections. If he did not grow stronger swiftly, he might very well find himself among those pleading for assistance. It is precisely this fear of death that drives the desire to become stronger. Boom. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed. The tremendous noise startled even Liuyun. How could this be possible? His eyes narrowed. If it were the night wolves crashing into the cabin, the sound would not be so deafening. It resembled the tremors of an earthquake. Stowing away the survival manual, Liuyun hurried to the window. What was that? Gazing into the darkness, he beheld a figure resembling a small mountain, his eyes widening in astonishment. The creature stood about 3 to 4 meters tall, nearly matching the height of his cabin. What in the world is that? Identification. Target, rock boar. Effect, a formidable creature of the night with skin akin to rock-like defense. Rock boar. Is it a type of porcupine? but its size is extraordinary. Roar. The rock boar's crimson eyes fixated intently on the cabin before him. The surrounding night wolves, evidently sensing the rock boar's terrifying power, retreated in fear, daring not to approach. It's coming. Noticing the rock boar's hind legs beginning to stamp the ground, Liuyun braced himself for another impending crash. And indeed, boom, in the next moment, the sound erupted like thunder, resonating in a thunderous cacophony. Would the cabin withstand this onslaught? The mighty rock boar retreated several steps, its fury intensifying, while Liuyun's wooden cabin remained unscathed. No, that is not correct. Liuyun quickly realized that it was not the cabin that provided protection, but rather the power of the novice protection period. The upgraded wooden cabin could withstand the assaults of ordinary beasts, but it was utterly incapable of fending off such a terrifying creature. When the rock boar charged, it was not the cabin that repelled it, but a peculiar force that sent the beast reeling back. This was the rule of the novice protection period. During this time, the cabin could not be damaged, regardless of the monstrous entity attempting to destroy it. This creature must not be allowed to remain. Liuyun understood the urgency. Tonight marked the final night of the novice protection period. If this rock boar survived and returned tomorrow night, his cabin would certainly be unable to withstand its onslaught. Roaring with rage, the rock boar, shaken back, appeared to have entered a frenzy, relentlessly attempting to batter the cabin. The sounds of its assaults grew louder and louder. This creature had locked onto him completely. Liuyun swiftly retrieved his bow and arrows. Engaging such a beast in close combat was out of the question. He could only attempt to strike from a distance. Quietly, he cracked open a small gap in the window. Drawing the bow, he focused. Eagle eye. Release. With a keen gaze, Liuyun could precisely track the movements of the rock boar, even under the cloak of night. His extraordinary dynamic vision rendered the creature's movements painfully slow in his sight. Chapter 14. A New Crisis, the Polar Night. Whoosh. The arrow shot forth with astonishing speed, aimed directly at the boar's eye. Every living being possesses vulnerabilities, and particularly sensitive areas like the eyes are incredibly fragile. Thud. The arrow struck true. However, was the defense around its eyes also this formidable? It had penetrated, but merely the arrowhead was embedded, leaving the long shaft protruding. The appraisal spell indicated that the rock boar's skin bore a defense akin to that of stone, yet it failed to specify that its eyes would possess such high resilience. Not good. The beast's instincts were alerting Liuyun to imminent danger. Without a moment to spare, he secured the window and rapidly retreated. In the next instant, boom, the enraged form of the rock boar slammed against the window. It was evident that the window should have shattered, yet under the influence of that peculiar power, it remained intact, successfully warding off the beast's force. This was the extraordinary defensive capability of the novice protection period. No, the more this unfolded, the more resolute Liuyun became in his determination to eliminate this monster. As the silent rock boar was sent flying, Liuyun rushed forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He nimbly drew and released arrows in rapid succession, seemingly without even aiming. Thud, thud, thud. Every arrow found its mark upon the rock boar. Yet, with each dull impact, the arrows fell to the ground. No wonder they spoke of skin bearing the defense of stone. While an arrowhead could penetrate its eyes, this skin was utterly impervious. Damn it, how could such a creature exist? Liuyun refrained from wasting more arrows, fully aware that it would be a futile endeavor. The defense of the level 2 wooden cabin was insufficient. He must upgrade it to a level 3 stone cabin by the end of the day. Since he could not neutralize the beast in the short term, his only recourse was to enhance his own defenses. Furthermore, he would set traps around the cabin. Regardless, he was determined to slay this rock boar. If it sought his demise, then it would meet its end instead. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous impacts continued. The injury to its eyes had incited the rock boar's fury to a boiling point. Yet, within the wooden cabin, Liuyun seemed oblivious, picking up a new wooden plank to practice his throwing skills. After all, he did not require sleep. The previous plank had deteriorated during his archery practice and needed replacement. He retrieved a dagger and an iron axe. These were the most suitable tools for throwing at the moment. Experience points, 1. Experience points, 1. Perhaps it was the proximity, but the rate of experience gain felt rather sluggish. Occasionally, he heard the sound of his heat-resistant skill gaining experience as well. Perhaps the presence of the rock boar had instilled a strong sense of urgency in Liuyun. This practice continued throughout the night. Proficiency system. Host, Liuyun. Strength, 23. Average for ordinary people is 10. Speed, 19. Constitution, 19. Spirit, 21. Skills, /LV max. Training, LV max. Starvation, LV max. Archery, LV max. Insomnia, LV max. Swimming, LV 3. Throwing, LV 4. Heat resistance, LV 4. Abilities, critical strike. Beast sense. Photosynthesis. Eagle eye. Sleeplessness. Throwing had reached level 4. Mere experience points away from maxing out. As for heat resistance, after more than 10 hours of the night, it had also reached level 4. Phew. He stretched his slightly sore arms and gazed out the window at the sky, which was beginning to lighten. With dawn, the rock boar retreated. However, whether it would return during the night remained uncertain. Liuyun halted his throwing practice. The novice protection period had concluded. He set himself a goal. By today, he must gather the materials to upgrade the cabin to stone. Just as Liuyun readied to pick up his stone axe and venture to the riverbank in search of materials, the survival guide on his person suddenly vibrated. Puzzled. He took it out. To his astonishment, the text on the first page had changed. Congratulations. You have successfully survived the novice protection period. The opening line read thus. However, it was rather foolish to believe that one could die during the novice protection period. The true crisis was only just beginning. Did he think that upgrading the cabin would guarantee his safety? Against formidable monsters, even a level 2 wooden cabin could not escape the fate of destruction. In response, Liuyun remained steadfast. He had already witnessed the power of such formidable monsters the previous night. There was nothing particularly surprising about it. It was the beginning of a new month, and in this world, at the end of each month, there would come a day of polar night. Polar night. What was that? An ominous premonition washed over him, and Liuyun immediately adopted a serious demeanor. In the state of polar night, darkness envelopes the land for a full 24 hours, and the creatures that dwell within this obscurity grow increasingly frenzied and aggressive. In other words, during the polar night, the monsters lurking in the shadows become even more unhinged. This madness will persist relentlessly for an entire day, presenting quite a formidable challenge. The newly emerged content on the first page concludes here. The primary points are twofold. First, to remind everyone that the novice protection period has elapsed. Second, that the polar night is approaching. Fortunately, as it is the beginning of the month and the polar night occurs at the end, there remains ample time to prepare strategies for coping with this impending darkness. With this thought, Liuyun felt considerably more at ease. For now, his immediate concern remains the formidable rock boar. After all, if he cannot contend with the rock boar, he may not survive until the polar night. ID 7009, what is going on? What is this polar night? ID 0113. To be honest, the upgraded wooden cabin is utterly useless. ID 5808, what on earth is happening in this world? I want to go home. ID 7442, there's no hope. We're all doomed. We're all going to die? As expected, the world chat erupted with chaos as the new content update revealed the state of the polar night. It was predictable that everyone, who had believed themselves safe, would now realize that the true danger was only just beginning. It is only natural to feel a sense of madness in such circumstances. Chapter 15. This wave belongs to the awakening of bloodlines. Taking a deep breath, Liuyun closed his survival manual and placed it beside him. This was not the time for contemplation. He must maintain his composure, for once one's mindset crumbles, death becomes an imminent reality. After organizing his belongings, Liuyun stepped out of the wooden cabin, leaving behind his bow and arrows. Armed only with an iron axe and a dagger, with these two tools in hand, he felt a sense of security. Following the markers left behind, Liuyun soon located the river from the previous day. With a splash, he plunged into the water. The stones only respawned along the riverbank, so searching within the river, albeit slower, allowed him to simultaneously gain swimming skill experience, a rather fortuitous situation. Experience gained, 1. Experience gained, 1. His swimming speed significantly increased. Before long, although he had yet to find any stones, he received a notification. Skill upgrade. Swimming, LV, 3. Swimming, LV, 4. Strength 1, Speed 1, Constitution 1. His dedication to swimming had paid off, and Liuyun wasted no time in continuing to navigate through the river. Without fear of losing his way, he soon spotted several stones along the bank. Though their number was scant, he was determined to collect them piece by piece. Eventually, he would amass enough. After gathering what he could, Liuyun dove back into the water, resuming his search along the river. This pace was rather sluggish. At this rate, it would be challenging to collect 100 units of stone before nightfall. Sighing in resignation, he pressed on. However, skill upgrade. Swimming, LV, 4. Swimming, LV, max. Strength, 1. Speed 1. Constitution 1. Spending so much time in the water had maxed out his swimming ability and triggered a new skill. Acquired ability, underwater breathing. Even without the system's explanation, Liuyun understood the implication. He could now breathe normally underwater. Underwater breathing. Maintain normal breathing while submerged. In the next moment, Liuyun submerged himself. Indeed, he felt no sensation of suffocation. The ability to breathe freely underwater felt remarkably enchanting. Remaining in the water, his speed increased further. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, a peculiar sound caught Liuyun's attention. Someone. He quickly realized he might be on the brink of encountering the first human since arriving in this unknown world, a thought that filled him with intrigue. However, understanding the unpredictability of human nature, he refrained from approaching hastily, instead opting to move slowly underwater to assess the situation. Sure enough, after navigating through a patch of reeds, Liuyun beheld a substantial pile of rocks. A figure was diligently mining the stones. Unlike Liuyun, This person wielded a pickaxe, appearing far more professional. So many? As he swam, Liuyun observed that not far off, a significant number of stones had been collected, perhaps 70 or 80, along with a few iron pieces scattered about. While not in abundance, it seemed sufficient for upgrading his stone cabin. Yet, how careless. Why were these materials left so unguarded instead of stored safely in the survival manual's repository? Did this individual assume that the absence of others meant they could afford such recklessness? This was quite the test of character. As Liuyun had to admit, he was tempted. Just then, an unexpected voice interrupted his thoughts. Yoshi. At the sound of those words, Liuyun's expression shifted instantly. A Sakura? A small baka? The individual, perhaps fatigued, paused their work to take a brief rest, gazing contentedly at the materials behind them. Indeed, even Amaterasu has blessed me. The third generation of Chuan Zhengren. Not only did I discover an upgrade blueprint for the stone cabin in a treasure chest, but I've also stumbled upon such an abundance of rocks. The self-proclaimed third generation of Chuan Zhengren chuckled with great satisfaction. A treasure chest? Still submerged. Liyun's eyes widened in understanding. Unlike himself, who had been the first to upgrade a wooden cabin and thus receive the stone cabin upgrade blueprint as a reward, others must rely on luck to find such treasures. One could only say that this third generation of Chuan Zhengren was indeed fortunate. Goodness, what a small baka. Initially concerned about possibly misjudging the situation, Liyun now felt confident. This was undoubtedly a Sakura small baka. It made sense, given that this journey spanned the globe. Various individuals would emerge. Encountering people from other nations was entirely plausible. Once I upgrade my dwelling to a stone cabin, all the beautiful maidens will be mine. The third generation of Chuan Zhengren shall become the true deity of this world. The Sakuras are quite delusional, and this third generation of Chuan Zhengren is no exception. However, their ambitions are certainly grand. In the water, Liyun suddenly broke into a smile. If that's the case, I shall not hold back. This moment was a manifestation of bloodline awakening. He retrieved a small stone from the riverbed. With a 4th level throwing skill, combined with strength surpassing that of an ordinary person by twofold, the stone was hurled swiftly, striking a nearby tree. The sound was not loud. Yet amidst the tranquility of the forest, it resonated sharply. Who goes there? Exclaimed the vigilant Sandai Chuan Zhengren, who had just settled down to resume his tasks. Quickly grasping his iron pickaxe in defense, he gazed into the quiet woods. Could it be that those monsters appear even during the day? The mere thought of those creatures invoked a palpable fear in his eyes. Clenching his pickaxe tightly, he cautiously stepped deeper into the forest. Once the coast was clear, Liyun nimbly emerged from the water. What a lack of vigilance. He chuckled, observing the distant figure. Let me impart a lesson. He produced the survival rules from his person. The materials he had previously mined were swiftly stored in his repository. In no time, the surroundings were left impeccably clean. That iron pickaxe seems rather appealing. TSK. Alas, he thought, after all, they are humans. Liyun would not hesitate to act against monsters. But striking against humans elicited a peculiar sense of hesitation. Speaking of which, does that little rascal count as a human? Probably not. This time, he decided to let it slide, unwilling to waste time. Next opportunity, he would simply extinguish the nuisance. In the next moment, Liyun dove back into the water. Now, it was time to upgrade the stone house. Chapter 16. Upgrading the stone house. Can 2 fists compete with 4 hands? Damn that wind. How dare it frighten me. Much later, Sandai Chuan Zhengren returned, cursing under his breath, exhibiting his frustration. After searching for quite some time, he had found nothing. To him, it was certainly just the wind rustling through the trees, misleading him. The embarrassment of being startled by such a trivial matter left him fuming. Forget it. After a brief tirade, he resolved to continue gathering materials, aiming to be the first to upgrade the stone house. However, upon returning to the barren riverbank, he paused in bewilderment. Had he taken a wrong turn? In the next instant, damn it. Sandai Chuan Zhengren was no fool. It was evident to him that he had been robbed. Undoubtedly, another human was lurking nearby. That person had stolen all the materials he had painstakingly gathered. Who are you? Show yourself, and I shall make you pay. He bellowed, swinging his iron pickaxe in anger. Alas, no matter how loud he shouted, it would not reach Liyun. Achoo! At that moment, Liyun had already emerged from the river. After sneezing, he felt puzzled. Could someone be mentioning me? Who could it be? He shrugged off the thought and swiftly returned to his wooden cabin, guided by his markers. He retrieved the blueprint for upgrading his stone house, initially anticipating a lengthy endeavor to gather the necessary materials. To his surprise, he had managed to compile them in such an unconventional manner. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Commencing the upgrade, as the materials were consumed, the stone house upgrade blueprint in Liyun's hands transformed into shimmering specks of light, drifting toward the wooden cabin. Following a surge of peculiar energy, the structure underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. First, its area began to expand, increasing approximately 3 to 4 times its original size. Once the radiance faded, a robust stone house stood before Liyun's eyes. Finally, it was a success. With this stone house, he felt assured it could withstand an attack from that formidable rock boar, even beyond the novice protection period. At that moment, his survival rules vibrated once more. Upon inspection, he saw, "Congratulations to number 0071, the first to upgrade to a level 3 stone house." Just as he had anticipated, the first individual to upgrade their house received certain rewards. Before long, another notification chimed. "Congratulations to number 0006 for upgrading to a level 3 stone house." Is it this fellow? The alert caught Liuyun by surprise. It was the same number that had upgraded their wooden house right after him. Now, they had followed suit with the stone house. The timing was impeccable. Number 0099. Holy crap. I just upgraded my wooden house. And this big shot has already upgraded to a stone house. Number 0977. Is this the gap between us and the big shot? Number 2334. Oh, great one. Please share your location. I wish to be your subordinate. Number 8999. I beg you, great one, take me along. I truly wish to survive. As expected, with such notifications, the world chat erupted into a frenzy. Liuyun noted that many were reaching out to him in private messages. Of course, he paid no mind to those seeking assistance or attempting to manipulate him morally. Fools. Do they genuinely believe that moral appeals hold any weight in this new world? I have no morals. Wu Feng. Is that you, great one? The first to upgrade the stone house. Impressive. Wu Feng, the one who had previously traded iron ore with him, also chimed in on the private chat. Meanwhile, number 9890. So impressive. This person truly is formidable. On the other side, Yushulan, upon seeing the notification on the survival rules, couldn't help but express her admiration. No wonder he is capable of hunting monsters. While she was impressed, she merely wished to maintain a certain level of connection, for who knows when she might need to seek help down the line. At that moment, Liuyun had no time to dwell on such matters. Instead, he focused on the rewards granted by the system for being the first to upgrade the stone house. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the forest, outside another stone house, Xiaohu furrowed his brow as he read the contents of his survival rules. He had expected to be the first to upgrade the stone house, only to be outpaced by that individual. He pondered the nature of that person. Xiaohu understood that his ability to upgrade the stone house was solely due to having recruited several individuals through the world chat to assist him. The other must be a lone wolf, someone who rarely spoke in the world chat, perhaps a solitary adventurer. With these reflections, he continued to contemplate. Xiaohu's actions were somewhat steady. After all, it is said that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. With so many people on his side, he found it hard to believe they could not deal with a single individual. Brother Zhao, don't lose heart. With so many of us together, we will surely surpass that guy next time. At Xiaohu's side, there were 3 or 4 men, all of whom he had recruited through global chat. Seeing Xiaohu lost in thought, they assumed it was because he was not the first to upgrade the stone house, and they hurried to comfort him. Indeed, Brother Hu, you must not be disheartened. We are counting on you to lead us to survival. Clearly, Xiaohu had become the backbone of this small group. Haha. Of course I trust my brothers. Once Xiaohu regained his composure, he did not elaborate further, but continued along the lines of their conversation. Just then, a commotion erupted within the stone house. How can you be like this? You're a grown man. Why are you arguing with a woman? What's wrong with doing a bit more work? Aren't you a man? Upon hearing this voice, Xiaohu frowned slightly, clearly recalling something. He led the few men beside him back into the stone house. Inside the stone house, a woman with a physique exceeding 200, standing at less than 5 feet tall, was pointing an accusatory finger at a man before her. Am I not a woman? What's wrong with doing less? You're not doing anything at all. The man, being chastised, was clearly furious. Everyone else is working, and you're the only one not contributing, yet you bring up gender issues. Do you really think we can't see that you're trying to slack off? The woman's name was Qian Pan, and like the others, she had come to Xiaohu in search of survival. Besides Qian Pan, there were indeed a few other women. However, unlike the lazy Qian Pan, the other women, though somewhat frail, still contributed by doing small tasks, ensuring they weren't entirely idle. Arguing with a woman like me, are you even a man? It was evident that Qian Pan had been somewhat of an online fairy before her travels. She was unwilling to do any work, but relished the idea of reaping the rewards. Seeing Qian Pan's behavior, others began to express their displeasure. Who do you think you are? We're all working to survive, and you want to lounge around here without lifting a finger. If you think you can just stay safe, then you should get out. Why should I leave? Qian Pan retorted, angered. It's not like I'm going to let go of this opportunity to be in a safe place. Who do you think you are to make the rules here? Such bickering brought a darker shadow to Xiaohu's expression as he entered. Though he believed in the strength of numbers, he understood that allowing such discord to fester would only lead to trouble. Xiaohu was a wise man. Acting out directly would only lead others to perceive him as a tyrant. Even if he could intimidate them, issues would inevitably arise in the future. All right. Xiaohu approached with a smile. We are all gathered here for survival, and now that the protection period for newcomers has just passed, we should be uniting. Please give me some face and let us cease this quarrel. Upon hearing this, the group found it difficult to argue further. Qian Pan, however, let out a disdainful huff. casting a triumphant glance at the men she had been quarreling with, as if to say they had just won a battle. Zhao Hu remained silent, smiling as he beckoned one of the more trustworthy individuals to step aside with him, away from the stone house. Once he was certain they were alone, he spoke softly, "Find a time to take Qian Pan somewhere far away." Then, making a gesture across his throat, he added, "Eliminate her." He would not be naive enough to believe this was still a modern city. The mentality of an online fairy had no place in such a perilous world. For those who could not grasp the reality of their situation, an early demise was a merciful release. Understood, the other person nodded earnestly, without further ado. Zhao Hu was pleased with this individual's decisive nature. Acquired, level 4 building upgrade blueprint. Wind crystal. Acquired skill, fusion technique. On the other side, Liuyun had already opened his gift package. The first item was the blueprint for upgrading to a level 4 building. Item, level 4 building design blueprint. Materials required, 50 iron blocks, 200 stone blocks, 200 wood. Goodness, that is a considerable amount of materials required. It was evident that upgrading would not be feasible in the short term. As for the other item, wind crystal. Effect, a stone imbued with the power of wind. What purpose does it serve? At first glance, it appeared similar to an ordinary stone, merely in a green hue. Tossing it in his hand, he felt no discernible difference. Speaking of which, didn't he receive something similar during the last upgrade of the wooden house? Liuyun recalled that he had indeed obtained such a stone, but it had proven useless and was subsequently stored away in the survival codes repository. He retrieved it, revealing a blazing red stone, fire crystal. Aside from the name and color, there seemed to be no other differences. Never mind. If he couldn't figure it out for now, he would set it aside. Shaking his head, Liuyun chose not to dwell on it. As for the final reward, fusion technique? A skill? Liuyun glanced at his system template, but found nothing. Oh, this was not a skill triggered by proficiency, but rather a skill inherent to this world. He opened the second page of the character template in the survival code. Indeed, in the skills section, alongside identification and decomposition, there was now an additional entry for fusion technique. Fusion technique allows the merging of special materials to create wondrous transformations. Material fusion, huh? But what exactly constitutes special materials? Liuyun returned to the wooden house and retrieved his longbow, along with a piece of iron. If fusion is possible, could he enhance the power of his longbow by merging it with the iron? He felt confident that his line of thought was sound. However, fusion failed. After several attempts, all ended in failure. Liuyun even contemplated whether he could merge two arrows into one to enhance its sharpness. Alas, that too was in vain. What qualifies as special materials? It was frustrating to acquire a new skill, yet be unable to utilize it. Never mind. Regardless, he still had the proficiency system. Even without relying on the tools of this world, Liuyun felt assured in his ability to survive. With his mind made up, he picked up the wind crystal, preparing to store it in the survival codes repository. But, should he attempt fusion? Suddenly, the phrase appeared in Liuyun's mind. He glanced at the wind crystal in one hand, and the longbow he had yet to relinquish in the other. Liuyun was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this seemingly useless stone is actually a material, isn't it? Should I give it a try? Although it appeared rare, after some contemplation, Liuyun resolved to experiment. Fusion. He placed the longbow and the wind crystal together. With the application of the fusion technique, the next moment, he beheld the two objects slowly merging, gradually transforming into a brand new longbow. Item, bow of the wind. Durability, 1000. Effect, the arrow shot can carry a certain amount of wind attribute power. The name, durability, and effects had all changed. Holding the longbow once more, it should now be referred to as the bow of the wind. In terms of appearance, it bore little difference from the previous longbow, still resembling its former self. However, the bow now displayed several emerald green patterns, symbolizing the power of the wind. It looked significantly more ornate. What about its effects? Liuyun attempted to draw the bow. It felt more powerful than before. However, to truly gauge its capabilities, further testing would be necessary. With this thought in mind, Liuyun did not hesitate. He grabbed a few arrows and swiftly dashed out of the house. It was time to properly draw the bow and knock an arrow. As the bowstring was pulled back, the emerald green patterns upon the bow began to swirl. The arrows were imbued with a special force akin to a whirlwind. Whoosh. Chapter 18. The possibility of supernatural power. Fire immunity. Swish. Like a fleeting flash of light, the arrow shot forth with astonishing speed. Even with Liuyun activating his eagle eye, possessing formidable dynamic vision, he barely managed to catch a glimpse of the arrow's shadow. This was sufficient evidence of the arrow's incredible velocity. Not only speed. Bang, bang, bang. The arrows pierced through several tree trunks with ease. The infusion of wind attribute power rendered the arrows sharper and their penetrating ability even more formidable. Ha! Unable to contain his excitement, Liuyun burst into laughter. Let us continue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He released all the arrows he had drawn. The results were evident. The surrounding trees were all pierced through. Ha ha ha. For Liuyun at present, this longbow could be considered a divine artifact. With the bow of the wind, Even without the third-tier stone house, he had nothing to fear from the mighty rock boar. The rock boar's skin boasts formidable defensive power, does it? Well, that depends on what it is being compared to. With such sharpness, Liuyun doubted it could withstand his onslaught. After laughing for a while, Liuyun paused, feeling significantly more relaxed. He believed that with this divine artifact, he could now contend with most monsters. Oh, suddenly recalling something, Liuyun dashed back into the house with the bow of the wind in hand. He remembered that he had another stone of this kind, the fire crystal. The fiery red stone was held in his palm. What should it be fused with? An iron axe? A dagger? Both seemed plausible. However, what if I attempted to fuse it with myself? A sudden spark of inspiration struck Liuyun as he pondered a crucial question. Could this special material be fused with a human? If so, would that mean he could harness the power of the elements? Without further ado, he grasped the fire crystal in his hand and attempted the fusion. Alas, the material level was too low. Failure. No, this should not be deemed a failure. The level was insufficient. It was not that fusion was impossible, but rather that the fire crystal's level was too low. To fuse with a human, a higher grade fire crystal would be required. With this realization, Liuyun felt invigorated rather than disheartened. This merely meant that he had the opportunity to seek out more advanced materials, perhaps even to wield such extraordinary power. Humanity has always harbored a deep yearning for the supernatural. Even though Liuyun possessed the proficiency system as an advantage, he too longed for supernatural powers. Taking a moment to adjust his breathing, he calmed his mind. I shall set this aside for now. Liuyun chose not to utilize the fire crystal, instead stowing it away. For now, the bow of the wind sufficed as a divine artifact. When the moment arose that demanded its use, he could always retrieve it. The fireplace ignited, and the temperature in the room began to rise. Experience points 1. While he was leveling up the heat-resistant skill, Liuyun placed a piece of night wolf meat by the fireplace to roast. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The meat crackled as it roasted, releasing oil. With his mind now at ease, Liuyun no longer rushed to grind his throwing skill. He could always do that tomorrow. At this moment, he simply awaited the return of the rock boar that night. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. The searing heat compelled Liuyun to shed his outer garment. Beads of perspiration dotting his body. That should be sufficient. After calculating his experience, he felt he was nearly ready. Indeed. Skill upgrade. Heat resistance, LV, 4. Heat resistance, LV, max. Spirit 1. Before confronting the rock boar at night, he could still max out one more skill. This was quite satisfactory. Triggered skill, fire immunity. Just like before. After elevating the heat resistance skill to its maximum level, he triggered a special ability once more. Fire immunity. Significantly immune to the effects of flames. Immune to the effects of flames? Indeed, the very next moment, the oppressive heat within the house, which had begun to unsettle Liuyun, seemed to dissipate. He felt as though he had adapted to the temperature, and that anxious sensation was swiftly evaporating. Is this the effect of fire immunity? Immunity to the effects of flames undoubtedly included the heat of fire. However, the power of flames encompasses more than just high temperatures. It also involves burning effects. With this thought, Liuyun cautiously moved his hand closer to the fireplace. Indeed, even as he approached, he felt no sensation of being scorched. Finally, when he placed his hand directly in the flames, he experienced no unusual sensations. Of course, given enough time, he would still feel some discomfort. After all, the fire immunity merely offers substantial protection, but it does not equate to absolute invulnerability. When the strain became too much to bear, Liuyun finally withdrew his hand. Glancing at his unharmed palm, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Impressive. It is indeed his own system that has facilitated this. At this rate, it won't be long before he transforms into a versatile little superhero, devoid of any weaknesses. Proficiency system. Host, Liuyun. Strength, 25. The average for ordinary individuals is 10. Speed, 21. Constitution, 21. Spirit, 22. Skills, /LV max. Exercise, LV max. Endure hunger, LV max. Archery, LV max. Stay awake, LV max. Swimming, LV max. Throwing, LV, 4. Heat resistance, LV, max. All four-dimensional attributes have surpassed 20, reaching double the growth value of an ordinary person. Yet, there remains the throwing skill. Aside from throwing, all other skills have reached their maximum level. Moreover, throwing has already attained level 4. Given this trajectory, a casual experience grind tomorrow could easily elevate him to full capacity. What other skills might he trigger? Naturally, Liuyun pondered the potential for discovering new abilities. Surely, one cannot merely rely on these existing skills. As he contemplated, the sky outside grew increasingly dim. The world chat had descended into utter chaos. After all, aside from a select few, the majority had failed to upgrade their wooden cabins. These individuals were likely facing a challenging night ahead. Chapter 19. If you won't let me live, then I shall bring death upon you. Roar, roar, roar. As night descended, the sounds of night wolves began to echo outside the stone house. Liuyun maintained a calm demeanor, continuing to peruse the survival manual. Number 9662. What should I do? My wooden cabin is shattered. Can anyone save me? Number 0467. I used to be a celebrity, quite renowned. As long as you save me, I will do anything. Number 8881. I have wealth. I possess a great deal of money. Number 7789. I do not wish to perish. Even those who had successfully upgraded their cabins were filled with trepidation within their walls. The situation was even more dire for those who had failed to upgrade. However, amidst these messages, Liuyun spotted something particularly intriguing. Number 0096. Damn it. Who stole my materials? Number 0096. If I find you, I swear I shall not let you go, even in death. Number 0096. Who could it be? The content of such messages caused Liuyun to raise an eyebrow. It appeared to be that little brat from earlier in the day. TSK. Liuyun held no objection to being found by that individual. After all, encountering bloodshed was an inevitability. It was merely a matter of sooner or later. Having already prepared himself mentally after witnessing the monsters lurking in the dark, he was not unready. Roar. Just then, a low growl from outside the stone house captured Liuyun's attention. They have arrived. Fixing his gaze, he decisively closed the survival manual and picked up the wind bow. Approaching the window, he could indeed see a hulking rock boar, its eye pierced by an arrow, emerging slowly from the shadows. Its remaining eye glared furiously at the structure before it, as if to declare, "Human, I have come for you." The formidable presence of the rock boar compelled the surrounding night wolves to retreat in fear. Each wolf, visibly intimidated, skulked away from the brute. Roar. The low growl of the rock boar resonated as its hind legs began to stomp the ground, preparing for a charge. Crack. Liuyun did not cower inside the stone house to launch sneak attacks. Instead, he boldly stepped outside. After all, without the protective power of the beginner's shield, even the higher defenses of the stone house would suffer considerable damage from such a creature's assault. Roar. Liuyun's emergence evidently stirred excitement among the night wolves. Yet they dared not move, cowed by the rock boar's might. Roar. The appearance of Liuyun startled the rock boar momentarily. But in the next instant, bang, bang, bang. The enraged rock boar surged forward. Its massive form, even when merely treading on the ground, created a cacophony of sound. Truly a monstrous being. Most ordinary individuals would likely find themselves paralyzed with fear at the sight of such a behemoth. Taking a moment to adjust his breathing, Liuyun's expression grew serious. This was merely the first day beyond the protective period for beginners. He could not afford to perish here. Drawing back the bowstring. Whoosh. An arrow imbued with the power of the wind shot forth like a silver streak in the night. In an instant, it pierced through the rock boar's boulder-like body. It truly worked. The power of the arrows wielded by this bow was sufficient to breach the rock boar's defenses. Observing the efficacy of his assault, Liuyun did not let up and drew back the bowstring once more. Whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew like meteors towards the rock boar. Roar. The wounded rock boar let out a cry, likely astonished that such a diminutive human could possess such formidable strength. After several arrows struck, the rock boar did not falter. Instead, its monstrous form appeared even more enraged and frenzied. Indeed, its vitality was remarkably resilient. Surviving so many arrows was no small feat. One could only recall the previous night wolves, known for their tenacity. Thus, it was only natural that this creature would be equally difficult to dispatch. Die. After all, Liuyun had an abundance of arrows at his disposal. As he retreated while drawing back the bowstring, the furious rock boar seemed to disregard its pain entirely, fixating solely on the human before it. Damn. Despite its massive size, its speed was unexpectedly swift. There was no time to lose. Liuyun raised his arms in defense. Bang. His figure was sent hurtling backward. Fortunately, Liuyun's attributes surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Even after taking the hit, he was not mortally wounded. Indeed, he had underestimated the monsters of this world, perhaps due to the rapid growth of his power, leading to a sense of overconfidence. You bastard. Rising once more, Liuyun's expression hardened. If you seek to take my life, then prepare to meet your demise. Previously unused fire crystal was taken out by Liuyun. Fusion. Fusion technique. The fire crystal seamlessly merged with the arrow in Liuyun's hand. Die. Drawing the bow. The arrow not only swirled with the power of the wind, but also bore the scorching force of flames. Whoosh. The blazing arrow shot forth with a thunderous roar, striking true at the hulking rock boar before him. This time, it was not merely a penetration. Boom. In the instant of piercing, the power of the flames erupted violently. Boom. 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 The sound of explosions reverberated continuously. The soaring flames illuminated the once black night in a brilliant red. Hulking rock boar. Perish. Although a fire crystal was squandered, the outcome was undeniably evident. Liuyun, having regained some strength, approached the lifeless body of the rock boar. Roar. 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 In the darkness, the night wolves, which had previously retreated, began to stir once more. Perhaps sensing the demise of the rock boar, they felt a chance had arisen. Who seeks death? Let them come and try. Facing the encircling wolves, Liuyun halted, surveying the surroundings before calling out loudly. Bathed in firelight, Yi Liuyun's figure resembled that of an ancient war god, gazing down upon the world with disdain. In response to Yi Liuyun, there was a profound silence. The low growls of the night wolves had significantly diminished. Clearly, they were wise enough to recognize that the one who had slain the rock boar, Yi Liuyun, possessed the capability to eliminate them as well. Decompose. Yi Liuyun disregarded the wolves, focusing on the rock boar still enveloped in flames. With it burning so intensely, could anything still be decomposed? Yi Liuyun was uncertain, yet felt compelled to try. Decomposition successful. Obtained 20 rock boar meat, 2 rock boar pelts. Quite satisfactory. In addition to the meat, there were even pelts from the rock boar. Chapter 20. Good gracious, evolving in secret without us, are we? The area of destruction must be quite extensive. Otherwise, such a hulking rock boar should not yield merely these items. The flames gradually dimmed. Yi Liuyun did not linger, returning directly to his stone dwelling. After all, those night wolves, though momentarily intimidated, would eventually seek opportunities to confront him. Phew. After securing the doors and windows, Yi Liuyun set aside the wind bow and sat down on the ground. Damn, that hurts. The jolt he received felt as if his very organs had been displaced. His arm bore significant abrasions. In the absence of medicinal supplies, untreated injuries could easily lead to infection. Damn it. Fortunately, the enhancement of his physical attributes would also bolster Yi Liuyun's recovery capabilities. A quick wash with water would suffice, alleviating concerns regarding infection. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. Just then, the sudden sounds indicating an increase in experience caught Yi Liuyun off guard momentarily. He quickly realized that he had likely awakened new skills. Indeed, upon opening his character template, he discovered that the skill section now featured 2 additional skills. Hit, LV, 1. Recovery, LV, 1. The hit skill was probably triggered when he was struck by the rock boar. As for recovery, Yi Liuyun glanced at the abrasions on his arm. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. As expected, sustaining injuries while recovering would trigger experience for the recovery skill. The experience for the hit skill had ceased, as he was no longer in a state of being hit, which was only natural. Tomorrow, he would find a way to grind for experience. Tonight would suffice. Yi Liuyun contemplated methods to max out the hit skill. With these 2 skills, confronting the rock boar would be significantly easier, even without using the fire crystal fused arrows. Skill upgrade. Recovery, LV, 1. Recovery, LV, 2. Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Can one enhance both Constitution and Spirit simultaneously? Quite satisfactory. Yi Liuyun nodded in approval. After regaining a bit of strength, he rose, fetched a bottle of water, and simply washed the wounds on his arm. It stung somewhat, but remained bearable. Phew. It was time to utilize the rock boar's meat for trading. Holding on to 20 pieces of meat was not feasible. ID 0071. I have rock boar meat for trade. Who needs it can exchange for supplies. Among those still surviving, aside from a few fortunate souls, the remaining individuals had successfully upgraded their wooden shelters. Comparatively, these individuals were more astute and rational, resembling the law of survival of the fittest in nature. The worthy survived, while the inferior were left behind. Yi Liuyun's announcement quickly garnered responses. ID 0902, rock boar? What is that? For those unfamiliar with the rock boar, it was a mystery. However, others had indeed witnessed it. ID 7009, holy moly. The rock boar the big shot refers to, is it the one as large as a small mountain, bigger than my wooden house? ID 9114, damn. What if it can also be hunted? ID 0939, is this really the big shot? This is outrageous. Those aware of the rock boar's terror were thoroughly astonished. Such a creature. No, it was not merely a creature, it was a monster. Encountering such a being, one would naturally choose to lie low. And now, you tell me you hunted such a beast? It makes one wonder if humanity evolved solely for you. Many who were unaware of the rock boar's nature could still sense its formidable power from the descriptions. Of course, some expressed skepticism. ID 7111, this must be a hoax. Perhaps it was just a lucky strike. ID 1990, exactly, maybe it was just a weakling. ID 7099, idiot. If you're so capable, why not go confront one yourself? ID 0977, seriously, is it that hard to acknowledge someone else's excellence? ID 0133, is it the Big Brother? I was a minor celebrity before I crossed over, Big Brother. Take me along, I'll do anything. Compared to others, Xiaohu was considerably more rational. He did not believe that Yi Liuyun had merely been fortunate. Xiaohu had taken note of Yi Liuyun's prior monster hunts. It was evident now that there was genuine skill involved. Xiaohu now harbored doubts, wondering if this fellow might be the favored child of fate itself. How dare you evolve in secret without including us? Nevertheless, pondering such chaotic thoughts proved futile. Xiaohu set aside the survival manual in his hands. The foremost priority was to expand his team. If they were truly in the same vicinity, they would inevitably cross paths one day. What would transpire then would be revealed in due course. On Yi Liuyun's side, he regarded the comments on the world chat with neither astonishment nor praise, nor did he entertain skepticism or disdain. There were even remarks seeking companionship, but Yi Liuyun paid them little mind. Instead of engaging in such fruitless debates, He pondered what actions to take next. Unsurprisingly, the private chat tab was inundated with requests for support and alliances, particularly from a number of women. The nature of their words left Liuyun feeling somewhat bashful. It was fortunate that images and videos could not be shared. Otherwise, the vibrancy of their expressions would have been overwhelming. Truth be told, some of their words stirred a flicker of desire within him. After all, a little relaxation would not be amiss. Yet, dwelling on such thoughts was unproductive. Liuyun had no intention of seeking out these individuals nor revealing his location. One must always be cautious. Who could tell what kind of creature one might encounter? Fortunately, amidst the cacophony of chatter, a few valuable insights emerged. For instance, there was a familiar name. Wu Feng. Damn, brother, did you really hunt such a beast? Clearly, Wu Feng was fortunate enough to have encountered the formidable Haiyan pig. Purely a stroke of luck, as he had not been targeted. Otherwise, he would have met an untimely end. Liuyun recognized him as the individual who had previously traded iron ore for night wolf meat. Without further ado, he sent a straightforward message. 10 iron blocks for 1 piece of Haiyan pig meat. Deal? Upon receiving Liuyun's response, Wu Feng's spirits soared. Wu Feng, let's trade. I would even exchange 20 blocks of iron. Liuyun. Alright, then it's 20 blocks. Wu Feng, huh? Chapter 21. The trade. One step ahead, every step ahead. Wu Feng felt a bit overwhelmed. I was merely jesting. How did this become serious? Liuyun. Just kidding. Let us head to the world trade. It seemed as though Liuyun noticed Wu Feng's embarrassment and laughed it off casually. It was a sign of his good spirits that he would make such a jest. Wu Feng, alright. Hearing Liuyun's words, Wu Feng's expression brightened. He hurriedly set the price on the world trade and completed the transaction with Liuyun. Ultimately, Wu Feng exchanged 20 units of iron ore for 2 pieces of meat. Simultaneously, the previous trader, Yu Shulan, sought out Liuyun. User 9890. I have a crafting blueprint for a stone wall. Would you like to trade? Another crafting blueprint? How fortunate can this person be? Nonetheless, Liuyun inquired further. User 0071. What type of stone wall? User 9890. It consumes stone blocks and can create a stone wall with decent defensive capabilities. Would you like to exchange? If he could surround his stone house with such walls, it would greatly enhance his defense. User 0071. Deal. User 9890. How about 3 pieces of meat? User 0071. 2 pieces. It was apparent that bargaining with this individual would be quite challenging. He must have been a capitalist in his past life. User 9890. Agreed. Ultimately, Yu Shulan consented to the trade and successfully acquired 2 pieces of meat. Item, blueprint for stone wall construction. Effect, can create a stone wall with commendable defensive capabilities. Required materials, 10 stone blocks. Gazing at the acquired blueprint, Liuyun was prepared to venture out the following day to test the defensive strength of the constructed stone wall. Meanwhile, Yu Shulan, eyeing the meat, hesitated momentarily before continuing the private chat with Liuyun. User 9890. After hunting that Haiyan pig, there must have been more than just meat from the disassembly, right? Liuyun, upon reading Yu Shulan's message, couldn't help but feel a bit surprised, letting out a slight chuckle. Indeed, those who managed to survive in this world were far from ordinary. User 0071. There are also 2 pieces of Haiyan pig hide. Liuyun did not conceal this fact. Indeed, there are. Originally just a conjecture, upon receiving Liuyun's accurate reply, Yu Shulan's face lit up with delight as he hurriedly responded. User 9890. I would like to trade for 1. How about it? User 0071. The Haiyan pig hide boasts excellent defensive properties. What are you offering in exchange? It was not that Liuyun looked down on this individual. He had already tested the hide's resilience without using the wind bow. The outer skin of the Haiyan pig was nearly indestructible. Such defensive capabilities, if fashioned into clothing, would serve as a life-saving artifact. It was not something that could be exchanged for mere crafting blueprints. Seeing Liuyun's reply, Yu Shulan, rather than feeling disheartened, became even more eager. User 9890. I have a blueprint for a forging furnace. You must desire it. Desire it? User 0071. Are you out of your mind? I don't know how to forge. What use would I have for such a furnace? A forging furnace? It sounded promising. Unfortunately, he had never learned anything related to blacksmithing. At most, he had watched a few short videos. What good would that do? Liuyun was not naive enough to believe that watching a few brief clips would suddenly grant him the ability to forge. User 9890. This is no ordinary forging furnace. Liuyun's skepticism was anticipated by Yu Shulan, who immediately responded. User 9890. This forging furnace, as long as you add iron blocks, can automatically forge the iron tools you desire. User 9890. Moreover, the forging furnace can also restore the durability of equipment. User 0071. Is that true? Automatic forging? Restoring durability? Especially the latter function. It should be noted that while Liuyun's wind bow boasted a durability of 1000, it would still wear down with use. Up until now, he had no means of restoring durability. To his surprise, this forging furnace offered by Yu Shulan had such capabilities. User 9890. Of course it's true. Yu Shulan was not foolish. Even if he temporarily deceived Liuyun for a piece of hide, what would happen afterward? There was a stark difference between momentary satisfaction and lasting sustenance. Yu Shulan understood this well. User 0071. Alright, I will trade with you. Yi Liuyun agreed to exchange one piece of Haoyan pig hide for the blueprint of the forging furnace. After all, he had 2 pieces of hide. Trading one would still leave him with one. User 9890. Great. Upon hearing Yi Liuyun's agreement, Yu Shulan was elated and immediately set the trade on the world market. It was indeed quite sturdy. Observing the hide in his possession, Yu Shulan picked up a dagger to test it. It is utterly impenetrable. This piece of beast hide is quite substantial. Even when fashioned into a garment, there will be ample surplus. While filled with delight, Yu Shulan couldn't help but feel astonished. How on earth did this individual manage to hunt it? If it were left to her, the grass on her grave would have surely thrived by now. She was truly curious to see what kind of person this was. Number 9890. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? I am Yu Shulan. Yu Shulan? Is that a female name? Liuyun, upon receiving the message, was somewhat taken aback. Until now, he had no idea whether the person he was trading with was male or female. Indeed, it becomes evident that exceptional individuals, regardless of gender, can thrive in any environment. Number 0071. I am Liuyun. Having exchanged names, he also took the opportunity to modify his nickname for future reference. He scrutinized the blueprints for the forge for quite some time. He planned to create it alongside the stone wall tomorrow, thus revealing its precise effects. After completing 2 transactions, Liuyun did not relent. Instead, he commenced a vigorous acquisition of stone and iron or using the meat he had. After all, with such an abundance of meat, it was impractical for him to consume it all. Those who had survived to this point typically possessed some surplus materials, making this an opportune moment for trade. At the same time, Liuyun also posted in the world chat. Number 0071. Does anyone possess any special crystal materials? I can exchange. What he referred to were unique materials akin to fire crystals and wind crystals. Seizing this moment, when everyone was uncertain about how to utilize such materials, collecting them would undoubtedly be more manageable. Indeed, a step ahead means being ahead in every aspect. For if one lags behind even slightly, they will invariably fall behind in all respects. It was for this reason that Liuyun was resolute in his determination not to slow down. He would never allow himself to be surpassed. Chapter 22. 100% hit? The causal skill. Number 0113. Capture the big shot. Number 1799. Crystal? What is that? Number 7663. I haven't heard of it. It must be a special material. Number 0922. If I had such material, I could trade meat with the big shot. Liuyun's number had become quite renowned in the world chat. After all, he was the first to upgrade from a wooden hut to a stone house. Many were curious about what these crystals were. While pondering how to transform the luxurious boar hide into clothing, Yu Shulan found herself perplexed upon seeing Liuyun's message. She privately inquired, Yu Shulan, what material is the crystal? Liuyun, I am uncertain. It just feels special, so I wish to collect it. At this moment, Liuyun would not foolishly divulge the unique properties of the crystals. This individual, Yu Shulan, upon reading Liuyun's message, couldn't help but shake her head. Although lacking evidence, she was convinced that Liuyun must know the function of those crystals. He simply chose not to share that information with her. Such a guarded disposition. Yu Shulan felt no offense. Had she been in his position, she likely would have kept it to herself as well. Yu Shulan, I see. I will keep an eye out for you. Without revealing her suspicions, she decided to foster a good rapport. Liuyun, thank you. Seeing Liuyun's reply, Yu Shulan couldn't help but smile. It truly isn't easy to receive such gratitude. Liuyun, however, was indifferent to this. Searching alone would undoubtedly be slower than collaborating with a group. Alas, special materials cannot be reused. Grasping the wind bow beside him, Liuyun felt a pang of regret. The wind bow, already infused with wind crystals, could not incorporate fire crystals. Otherwise, wouldn't it have been possible to fuse fire crystals into the wind bow for repeated use? Under those circumstances, he had no choice but to infuse the fire crystal into the arrows, treating it as a one-time item. Oh well, there's no need to dwell on it. What's done is done. He would simply seek more. Experience points, 1. Experience points, 1. Taking advantage of the pre-dawn hours, Liuyun, endowed with the ability of the sleepless, required no sleep. This afforded him ample time to grind for skill experience. He decided to utilize this time to fully maximize his throwing skill. Skill upgrade. Throwing, LV, 4. Throwing, LV, max. Strength, 1. At last, it was sufficient. Triggered ability, mark. Similarly, upon reaching the maximum level, the throwing skill triggered a new ability. However, the name of this new ability left Liuyun somewhat puzzled. Mark? It offered no clear indication of its effect. Fortunately, the system provided an introduction. Mark allows you to place a mark on any target within your line of sight. The next thrown object will assuredly strike the marked location. What does this imply? A causal skill? After marking, one can guarantee a hit? Intrigued, he decided to test it out. He retrieved the dagger he had previously thrown and focused on the target board that was nearly obliterated. Mark. A red dot, visible only to Liuyun, appeared on the wooden board. In the next moment, he hurled the dagger sideways. Whoosh. The dagger, which should have flown straight, traced a semicircle in midair before striking the red dot on the board. Wow, this skill is remarkable. 100% hit rate, indeed. He promptly retrieved the dagger and continued to experiment several more times. Liuyun concluded that the force with which the dagger struck the target was related to the power exerted when throwing it. The weaker the throw, the less impact it would have upon hitting the target, and vice versa. Moreover, this mark was not limitless. It seemed to relate to his mental attributes. The more marks he placed, the more he felt his mind becoming somewhat foggy. Nevertheless, as the skills triggered more frequently, his mental attributes would also increase. This skill would certainly hold significant utility even in later stages. Excellent. He picked up the dagger and tossed it in his hand, thoroughly satisfied with the effect of this skill. Thus, dealing with fast-moving creatures would become considerably easier. However, the mark's location depended on his line of sight. If the opponent moved too swiftly, Liuyun would be unable to discern their position and thus could not mark them. Yet, let us not forget that Liuyun possessed the eagle eye skill, granting him exceptional dynamic vision. He could effortlessly track high-speed targets, coupled with the marking ability. It was simply perfect. Proficiency system. Host, Liuyun. Strength, 26. The average value for an ordinary person is 10. Speed, 21. Constitution, 23. Mental, 24. Skills, /level, max. Training, level, max. Hunger, level, max. Archery, level, max. Staying up late, level, max. Swimming, level, max. Throwing, level, max. Heat resistance, level, max. Taking hits, level, 1. Recovery, level, 3. Abilities, critical hit, beast perception, photosynthesis, eagle eye, sleepless, fire immunity. Mark. A night has passed. Besides reaching the maximum level in throwing, the recovery skill has also ascended to level 3. Furthermore, as long as Liuyun bears any wounds, the experience points for this skill will continually rise. As for the taking hit skill, Liuyun plans to modify the area around the stone house, which will allow for the accumulation of experience points for this skill. Regarding how to accumulate experience points for taking hits, Liuyun already has a certain concept in mind, but the exact execution will have to wait. Once the daylight outside is completely brightened, Liuyun steps out from the stone house. First, he retrieves the architectural blueprints for the stone walls, with the remnants from before. Combined with the trades made last night, Liuyun finds himself well equipped with materials. Thus, he moves to the back of the stone house and selects a suitable spot. Construction. With the consumption of 10 units of stone, a stone wall standing 3 meters high and approximately 10 meters long materializes before Liuyun. Quite impressive. It exceeds his expectations. After a moment of surprise, he circles around to inspect it. The wall's width is about 1 meter, a thickness sufficient to withstand the disturbances from ordinary beasts, though not from temperature. However, for safety's sake, Liuyun decides to construct 2 more. The combined defensive strength of 3 stacked stone walls will surely suffice. Chapter 23, Comprehensive Renovation of the Shelter, Commencing Experience Accumulation. Next, it is time for some construction. First, he circles an area around the stone house. All the trees within this range are chopped down by Liuyun's axe. Critical hit, critical hit, critical hit. Essentially, it takes only 1 chop per tree. Once cleared, the next step is to erect the stone walls. Liuyun may not be adept at moving bricks, but assembling blocks should be within his capability, right? He conjures the stone walls, encircling the stone house, while leaving a sole entrance. It feels akin to farming. Observing the completed structure brings a profound sense of security. Now, even if beasts appear, they will be kept at bay by the 3-layered stone walls, unable to approach the stone house at all. In front of the expansive courtyard, Liuyun contemplates whether to plant vegetables and obtain fruits. It would be a shame not to. Unfortunately, he lacks seeds. With a shrug, Liuyun heads to the back of the stone house and pulls out the crafting blueprint for the forge. Required materials, 10 iron blocks, 5 stone blocks. The materials are acceptable and well within Liuyun's grasp. Besides the forge blueprint, he also retrieves another crafting blueprint, the small cabin blueprint. This will allow for the construction of a simple, low-level wooden cabin. Liuyun had previously discovered this in a treasure chest, but had yet to utilize it. It's better to place the forge outside. Even though it operates automatically, such a furnace would create a smoky mess if situated indoors. Although Liuyun possesses fire immunity and is untroubled by heat, he wouldn't wish for his living environment to become overly harsh. Let us begin. First, a small cabin is constructed. Subsequently, within the small cabin, a forge is created. As materials are consumed, a forge taller than Liuyun himself emerges within the wooden structure. Item forge. Effect, forge iron goods, repair equipment. Indeed, there are 2 effects. First, let us try forging iron goods. Liuyun takes an iron block and places it into the forge. Boom. With the addition of the iron block, the forge roars to life. Billowing black smoke erupts, and the surrounding temperature begins to rise. In the next moment, a myriad of options appears before Liuyun, all representing items he wishes to forge. Truly automated. A glance around, and Liuyun selects an iron sword. Boom, boom. Once Liuyun makes his selection, the forge continues its operation. Soon, a brand new iron sword is produced. The forge does not halt, as there are still iron blocks remaining. Liuyun can choose to continue crafting or create something else. Item, iron sword. Durability, 15/15. Effect, a brand new iron sword. With a durability of only 15, it appears that the weapons produced by the forge lack high quality. Such equipment, when used against monsters, might not endure long enough for the monsters to perish. However, while the weapon may fall short, it can certainly be used to create some living essentials. As Liuyun makes his selections, items such as iron bowls, iron plates, and iron chopsticks are crafted one after another. Finally, no more need to use his hands. It feels as though he has stepped into a new era. Quite splendid. If this is the case, Liuyun is rather satisfied with the forging results of the forge. Next, he focuses on another skill, restoring the durability of equipment. Liuyun retrieves his wind bow. The previous extensive use has diminished its durability, leaving it at 999. It seems ample. However, Liuyun merely wishes to test whether the forge can indeed restore durability. Indeed, upon retrieving the wind bow, the forge presents an option. Do you wish to consume 1 unit of iron block to restore durability? 1 unit of iron block can only restore 1 point of durability? That seems a bit excessive. Nevertheless, Liuyun opts to proceed with the consumption. As the forge operates, the previously diminished durability is now restored. Thus, I need no longer worry about my equipment breaking due to depleted durability. Although the consumption is somewhat steep, it pales in comparison to the value of the cherished equipment. Satisfaction. Liuyun is undoubtedly pleased with the functionality of the forge at this moment. Subsequently, he crafts an iron door to serve as the entrance to the stone wall. All that needed testing has been conducted. Now, it is time to accumulate skill proficiency. Liuyun steps out through the iron door and begins his search. Finally, not far off, he spots some vines on a tree. Found it. His expression brightens, and he immediately chooses to climb the tree. Just then, experience points, 1. Has a new skill been triggered? Indeed, when Liuyun opened the character panel, he discovered an addition. Climbing, LV, 1. A new skill had emerged in the skills section. Remarkably, this could indeed be considered a new skill. Liuyun had already devised a plan. Over the next few days, he would focus on maximizing the experience for the skills of climbing, healing, and taking hits. He ascended the tree repeatedly. His extraordinary attributes, twice that of an average person, rendering the process effortless and casual. In no time, he received a notification. Skill upgrade. Climbing, LV, 1. Climbing, LV, 2. Both acceleration and strength increased. Liuyun felt quite pleased. At that moment, he had also acquired some vines from the tree, carefully selecting an appropriate length to cut with his dagger. Subsequently, he leaped down from the trunk. Next, he retrieved a stone, bound it with a rope, and suspended it from the tree, resembling a sandbag dangling in midair. Liuyun's intention was not born out of boredom. As he gazed at the suspended stone, he gently nudged it, and then stood still, awaiting its return swing. Bang! Had it not been for Liuyun's impressive attributes, a mere mortal would likely have collapsed from such a blow. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. The experience points for the taking hits skill began to rise steadily. Indeed, it worked. Liuyun's face brightened at the sight. It was truly effective. Moreover, the experience points for the healing skill were also increasing at a faster rate. After all, while grinding for the taking hits skill, he often inflicted injuries upon himself. As long as he bore wounds, the experience points for the healing skill would naturally ascend. Chapter 24. Strength is the foundation of everything. Skill upgrade. Taking hits, LV, 1. Taking hits, LV, 2. Constitution 1. Can it only enhance Constitution? That's still commendable. One can only hope that upon reaching the maximum level, it grants me a recovery skill. Alas, without any recovery skills, grinding in this manner would inevitably lead to internal injuries sooner or later. For 2 continuous days, Liuyun devoted himself to leveling up these 3 skills. Even at night, when outside was unfeasible, he brought a tree within the stone wall's confines. Grinding for the taking hits skill meant enduring the impacts, and when he could no longer withstand it, Liuyun would repeat the climbing motion to recuperate. Unsurprisingly, the first skill to reach its maximum level was the healing skill. Skill upgrade. Healing, LV, 4. Healing, LV max. Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Due to the persistent injuries on his body, even when healed, new wounds would emerge, all of which contributed to the enhancement of the healing skill. Triggered ability, Hyper Healing. Indeed, upon reaching the maximum level in healing, he acquired an ability associated with restoration. Hyper Healing possesses an extraordinary capacity for recovery. In the next moment, the wounds on Liuyun's body, remnants from grinding the taking hits skill, began to visibly heal at an astonishing pace. This skill is remarkable. Witnessing its effect, Yi Liuyun's expression turned jubilant. Though uncertain if it could regenerate severed limbs, such remarkable recovery would render him nearly immortal, provided he exercised caution. No longer would he need to worry about overexerting himself while grinding the taking hit skill. Calculating swiftly, it seemed that by the end of today, the remaining 2 skills could also reach their maximum levels. Skill upgrade. Taking hits, LV, 4. Taking hits, LV, max. Constitution 1. Skill upgrade. Climbing, LV, 4. Climbing, LV max. Strength 1, Speed 1. As expected, before dawn, Yi Liuyun successfully elevated both the taking hits and climbing skills to their maximum levels. Simultaneously, he triggered 2 new abilities. Triggered ability, Block. Triggered ability, Muscle Control. The ability triggered by the taking hit skill was known as Block. In essence, while in a blocking state, Yi Liuyun would significantly reduce the effects of physical attacks. Time to test it. The specifics could only be discerned through experience. With this understanding, Yi Liuyun decisively pushed the suspended stone away. When it swung back, he crossed his arms, maintaining a defensive posture. Block. Bang. The stone crashed heavily against Yi Liuyun, producing a dull thud. In the past, such force would have sent him flying or at least caused him to stagger backward. Yet now, he remained firmly in place, holding his defensive stance. Quite impressive. After flexing his wrists, he felt no pain in his arms. Even minor injuries would rapidly heal with the hyper-healing ability. Next, he turned his attention to the ability triggered by reaching the maximum level in climbing. Muscle Control enables better regulation of one's muscular strength. It is widely acknowledged that humans possess limited control over their own muscles, even with equal force exerted in a punch. The difference in muscle control can result in vastly disparate impacts. This muscle control ability would allow Yi Liuyun to fine-tune his strength, ensuring that every punch delivered would not lose any excess power. Quite advantageous. Clenching his fists, Yi Liuyun performed a small jump, feeling lighter and more agile compared to before. With the same attributes, the addition of muscle control made his movements feel even more graceful. Proficiency system. Host, Yi Liuyun. Strength, 30. The average for an ordinary person is 10. Speed, 25. Constitution, 29. Spirit, 26. Skills, /LV max. Training, LV max. Endure hunger, LV max. Archery, LV max. Stay awake, LV max. Swimming, LV max. Throwing, LV max. Heat resistance, LV max. Taking hits, LV max. Healing, LV max. Climbing, LV max. Abilities, critical hit. Beast senses. Photosynthesis. Eagle eye. Sleepless. Fire immunity. Marking. Hyper healing. Block. Muscle control. The character panel was becoming increasingly comprehensive. Has strength indeed surpassed 30? In a daze, Yi Liuyun barely registered that his strength had awakened, surpassing 30, reaching 3 times that of an average adult man. Clenching his fists, the enhancement of his abilities has bestowed upon Yi Liuyun an unwavering confidence. Roar, roar, roar. In the darkness, outside the stone walls, the sounds of numerous night wolves can be heard. Beyond the iron gate, he can also see those ravenous creatures, their eyes fixated upon him. Yi Liuyun refrains from uttering unnecessary words and instead makes an internationally recognized gesture. If you possess the capability, attempt to enter. Humph. What audacity to act tough when you cannot even breach the gate. Roar. As if sensing Yi Liuyun's provocation, the night wolves grow even more furious. Some of them ram against the iron gate, while others collide with the stone wall. A 3-layer thick stone wall shows no signs of yielding to their assaults. However, one agile night wolf manages to leap over the iron gate and into the courtyard. Roar. Upon entry, the night wolf does not hesitate and charges decisively towards Yi Liuyun, its bloodthirsty gaze seemingly eager to shred him apart. Yet, block. Yi Liuyun's expression remains unchanged as he crosses his arms to perform a block. Bang. The night wolf feels as if it has crashed into an immovable boulder, sent flying backward, its head spinning from the impact. Muscle control. In an instant, every muscle in his body tenses. Seizing the opportunity while the night wolf is still recovering, Yi Liuyun lunges forward, grasping one of its legs and forcefully slamming it against the stone wall. Thud. The wall quakes slightly. The night wolf may not be dead, but its current state clearly indicates it will not rise again. Yi Liuyun strides over with a swagger, observing the still ferocious-eyed night wolf on the ground, chuckling nonchalantly. You didn't truly believe that simply entering would allow you to devour me, did you? The reason he can roam so boldly outside the stone house to gain experience is not without justification. Lifting his foot, his gaze turns cold. Thud. He brings it down decisively. Decompose. After dismantling the creature, he strolls back into the stone house. As for the night wolves outside the iron gate, Yi Liuyun chooses to ignore them. Chapter 25. Pet Enclosure, Taming Monsters? ID 7761. Wow, did you see that? I have a rabbit that can breathe fire. ID 0989. Is that for real? A rabbit that can breathe fire? ID 0039. I saw it too. If it weren't for my luck, I might have been done for. ID 9997. What kind of world is this? A rabbit that breathes fire. Upon returning to the stone house, Liuyun routinely picks up the survival manual to read. This aids him in swiftly comprehending the recent occurrences. A fire-breathing rabbit? The emergence of such a creature surprises him momentarily. However, he can accept it. After all, given the occurrence of traversing worlds, this is inherently a perilous realm. Creatures like the Haoyan pig are already quite extraordinary. The appearance of another fire-breathing rabbit is not astonishing. Indeed, one must remain vigilant. With a sigh, he acknowledges that the presence of such unknown dangers necessitates his continuous strengthening. Night swiftly passes, and as the temperature drops, Liuyun, equipped with the wind bow and a dagger, sets out. It is time to search for treasure chests and perhaps discover opportunities to trigger new skills. The enhancement effects of his four-dimensional attributes manifest in numerous ways. For instance, even without marking his path, he can easily remember the routes he has traversed, making it difficult to get lost in the woods. In no time, Liuyun has located several treasure chests. Unfortunately, upon opening them, he finds nothing but water and bread, nothing else of value. Not even a single blueprint. Is his luck truly this poor? Staring at the recently opened chest containing merely a bottle of water, Liuyun finds himself at a loss for words. Oh well, there is still time. He can continue searching. Acquired, efficient fertilizer X1. At last, after opening several treasure chests, he finally discovers something relatively special. Efficient fertilizer? He retrieves the bag from the chest. Appraise. Item, efficient fertilizer. Effect, enhances the growth of plants. In simpler terms, it is a necessary additive for cultivating fruits and vegetables. How fortuitous. Liuyun recalls trading for some seeds of fruits and vegetables previously. However, due to the lack of suitable fertilizer at the time, he had left them in the survival manual storage without utilizing them. Now, with this efficient fertilizer, he can finally put it to use. With this thought, Liuyun promptly stores the fertilizer in his inventory. Finally, something useful has been unearthed. In a cheerful mood, he hums a tune and continues his search in the woods. The contents of the treasure chests are, for the most part, bizarre and eclectic. Without opening them, one could never know what awaits inside. Moreover, obtaining a crafting blueprint relies solely on luck. Throughout the day, Liuyun manages to find 2 crafting blueprints. Torch crafting blueprint. In summary, 1 unit of firewood can produce a torch that burns for 12 hours. Better than nothing. The other is rather unique. Item, pet enclosure crafting blueprint. Effect, allows for the creation of an enclosure suitable for the survival of pets. Required materials, 10 units of firewood, 1 unit of fertile soil. A survival enclosure for pets? Could it be possible to raise pets? Liuyun is somewhat puzzled, but he will find out once he returns to experiment. Having gathered enough, he glances at the sky and decides not to continue searching. Instead, he retraces his steps to head back. First, he utilizes the forge to craft a hoe. Then, he finds a decent patch of land within the stone wall's courtyard, preparing to till it. Now this is what true farming looks like. With a single stroke of the hoe, experience points 1. Goodness, has a new skill been triggered? Tilling, LV, 1. Upon opening the skill tab, indeed, a new skill named Tilling has appeared. Since a new skill has been activated, what is there to wait for? Experience points 1. Experience points 1. Although he has never farmed before, he still knows how to turn the soil. The skill progresses swiftly from level 1 to level 2 in no time. Skill upgrade. Tilling, LV, 1. Tilling, LV, 2. Strength 1, Speed 1. Can it enhance strength and speed? Quite satisfactory. Liuyun is pleased with the bonuses from this new skill. Before long, the small patch of land is thoroughly tilled. However, this area is certainly insufficient for planting any fruits or vegetables, and Liuyun does not intend to do so. Drawing forth the potent fertilizer, Liuyun applied it to the soil before him. This was not an act of wastefulness, but rather a process of decomposition. With a swift motion, the decomposition was successful, yielding fertile soil X1. To craft a pet enclosure, 1 unit of fertile soil is required. Ordinary soil, once decomposed, cannot yield fertile soil. Only that which has been enriched with fertilizer can. Now, it was time to attempt the creation of the enclosure. Liuyun retrieved the blueprint for the pet enclosure and walked to another corner of the yard. With the consumption of materials, a grassy expanse spanning 30 to 40 square meters materialized within the yard, surrounded by a row of wooden fencing. Currently devoid of any pets, the enclosure stood empty, raising the question of its utility. Liuyun found himself perplexed regarding the function of this pet enclosure, especially since he had no cats or dogs to keep as companions. Let us assess it. Item, pet enclosure. Effect, it allows tamed creatures to be placed within, granting them immunity to the aversion of sunlight. Under the current rules, these creatures only appear at night, for they disdain the sun and thus do not venture out during the day. The pet enclosure's effect enables the nocturnal beings that Liuyun tames to withstand sunlight, allowing them to thrive in its presence. This realization struck Liuyun. It was indeed possible to tame those creatures that roam the night. However, this was contingent upon possessing the requisite strength. As dusk settled, the sky darkened, and the distant howls of night wolves echoed beyond the stone walls. Ark. Yet, Liuyun dismissed the night wolves. If he were to undertake taming, He would prefer a formidable creature, as the night wolves seemed rather weak. Chapter 26. Commencing cultivation, the onslaught of monsters. The night wolves, feared by many, were deemed weak by Liuyun. They did not even warrant the opportunity to be tamed. Regarding pets, there was no need for undue concern. Special creatures akin to the mighty Liuyun pig would surely surface in due time. With the pet enclosure completed, it was time to further till the soil in preparation for planting fruits and vegetables. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. Given Liuyun's current attributes, even after several hours of tilling, he felt no fatigue. Upon finishing the tilling on the other side of the yard, his tilling skill had reached level 3. Next, it was time to apply fertilizer. He took out the previously acquired efficient fertilizer and scattered it over the freshly tilled earth. Then retrieved the seeds of fruits and vegetables traded from the survival repository. Tomatoes, cucumbers, bok choy, along with strawberry and grape seeds. Though not an extensive variety, Liuyun was unperturbed. He began selecting areas to plant these seeds. Experience points 1. Another occurrence? With the host set aside, his experience points continued to rise. This indicated the triggering of a new skill. Planting, LV, 1. As expected, a new skill labeled planting appeared in his skill list. Splendid. Satisfied. Liuyun noted that his planting speed had significantly increased. Skill upgrade. Planting, LV, 1. Planting, LV, 2. Spirit 1. Only a single point of spirit? Yet, that was still commendable. Liuyun did not complain. After planting all the seeds, he watered them, and gradually, the seeds began to root and sprout. So soon, they sprouted almost immediately. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could savor fresh fruits and vegetables. No wonder it was called efficient fertilizer. It seemed that the fertilizer was indeed working wonders. Liuyun was not overly concerned. Moreover, while the plants grew, the experience points for the planting skill continued to accumulate. Unlike the tilling skill, which only yielded experience during active tilling. Now, he merely awaited the harvest. Seizing this moment, Liuyun returned to the stone house, contemplating whether there were other methods to trigger new skills. The following day, upon emerging from the stone house, Liuyun noticed that the seeds in the planting area had noticeably grown. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. The experience points for the planting skill continued to rise steadily. In just one night, the level had already reached 4, and it was likely to reach maximum level 5 by that evening. Continuing his search for crafting blueprints, Liuyun ventured outside, hoping to uncover something worthwhile. As it turned out, Liuyun's luck in finding items was rather mediocre. By day's end, he had only acquired one crafting blueprint, the water well blueprint. In essence, it allowed for the construction of a water well. At the very least, it was better than having nothing. Liuyun constructed the well near the planting area within the yard. With the well in place, the water he had previously obtained from treasure chests became inconsequential, effectively securing an abundant water supply. As night fell, Liuyun returned once more to the stone house, observing the incessant chatter in the world chat. It seemed more individuals had caught sight of the fire-breathing rabbit, which was becoming quite the mini-boss. Clearly, not everyone possessed the same advantages as Liuyun, lacking appropriate weaponry. Most could only evade when faced with such extraordinary creatures. Liuyun pondered what the fire-breathing rabbit might resemble. Could it bear a likeness to a small dragon? It was certainly a possibility, and he felt a sense of anticipation. While others might dread such monsters, Liuyun was eager to encounter them. Roar! Just as Liuyun was passing the time by perusing the world chat, a thunderous roar erupted from the yard. The current Liuyun was no longer the same as before. He was not easily startled by sudden sounds. Instead, he closed the survival guide, furrowed his brow, and stood up. Inside the stone-walled yard, a lion with a dark golden hue was furiously roaring at its surroundings. How did it manage to breach the enclosure? He could not allow it to wreak havoc upon his precious plants. Liuyun immediately seized the wind bow and dashed outside. Creature, striped lion. Ability, agile movement, astounding strength, and a thunderous roar capable of instilling fear in the hearts of the faint-hearted. Thus, is the roar the primary means of attack for this striped lion? As he stepped out of the wooden cabin, Liuyun had already employed his identification technique, confirming the name of the creature before him. Though referred to as a lion, its dark golden fur rendered it quite fearsome. Standing over 3 meters tall, coupled with its terrifying physique, it was fortunate that the stone walls had been constructed with sufficient space left. Otherwise, a creature of such monstrous proportions would have rendered any ordinary courtyard utterly inadequate for its movements. Roar! The striped lion, poised to wreak havoc, had evidently noticed Liuyun's emergence. With a low growl, it shifted its body, fixating its gaze upon him. Liuyun had readied the wind bow, drawing an arrow and aiming it at the striped lion. I offer you 2 choices: become my pet, or face death. The ordinary night wolf was unworthy of being his pet, yet this striped lion was undeniably impressive. Since you have leaped into my courtyard from the outside, it seems fate has intertwined our paths. Roar! Long before, Liuyun had observed that the creatures in this world possessed a certain level of intelligence. This implied that the striped lion before him could comprehend his words. It was evident that the striped lion had no intention of acquiescing. Instead, it became even more enraged. Roar! Letting out a resounding cry. It instilled terror in the surrounding night wolves, who recoiled in fear. Yet, this display only intensified Liuyun's fervor as he gazed at the striped lion. Such a delightful pet, if not captured, would indeed be a tremendous loss. It appeared he would have to subdue you today. Setting the wind bow aside, he broke into a grin. Chapter 27, Disobedience? A beating will suffice. Roar! The striped lion, seemingly provoked, disregarded everything else and charged furiously towards Liuyun. He crossed his arms in defense. Bang! The force of the striped lion was immense. While his block significantly mitigated the physical attack, it did not render him completely immune. Liuyun stumbled back 3 or 4 steps before halting. In contrast, the striped lion staggered back repeatedly from the recoil, ultimately tumbling to the ground. Rising, it scrutinized Liuyun, bewildered as to why its might could not budge this seemingly diminutive creature. What? Is this beyond your capabilities? Lowering his crossed arms, Liuyun smiled at the striped lion. Roar! Enraged, the striped lion, having briefly recovered, charged again. This time, Liuyun did not opt for a continuous block. Come at me. Muscle control. Critical strike. Even without a weapon, Liuyun could unleash his critical strike skill with a mere punch. His strength attribute surpassed that of an average adult male by 3-fold. Coupled with the critical strike's double boost and his perfect mastery of muscle control, the accumulation of these buffs transformed what once seemed boastful into a reality. He could indeed deliver a fatal blow to a bull with a single punch. With every muscle taut, Liuyun met the charging striped lion with a thunderous punch. Boom! A dull thud resonated throughout the courtyard. Roar! The striped lion, reeling from the pain, clearly struggled to comprehend the situation. Previously, it had expected to gain an advantage in a test of strength, but found itself at a disadvantage. What is this? Observing the striped lion's response, Liuyun glanced down at his right hand. A bone was fractured. Evidently, despite his formidable strength, he was not truly invincible. The nature of strength is relative. Liuyun had merely suffered a fracture, which was quite commendable. Moreover, crack, crack, accompanied by the sound of bones realigning. The fractured bone in his hand began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. This was the terrifying effect of his super recovery ability. As long as he was not mortally wounded, any injury he sustained could swiftly heal within a short span of time. This was why he dared to engage in combat with the striped lion without resorting to the wind bow. The myriad of abilities he possessed bolstered his confidence. What? Are you afraid? With his right hand already healed, Liuyun merely flexed his wrist, beaming with confidence. Planning to flee? Roar! A monster! This truly is a genuine monster. The striped lion seemed to falter. Animals possess a heightened sense of danger that far surpasses that of humans. Should the battle continue, it could very well meet its demise, which the striped lion was clearly unwilling to face. After letting out a roar, it turned swiftly, preparing to leap over the stone wall. What kind of place is this? Had it known, it would never have jumped in. Do you wish to leave? Do you truly believe that this is a place where one can come and go as they please? Just as the striped lion leaped into the air, before it could clear the stone wall, it plummeted back to the ground. With a quick glance back, the striped lion discovered that the terrifying creature had a firm grip on its tail. Hey! With a grin, Liuyun exerted his strength. Muscle control. The muscles under his precise control began to tense. Taking a step back, he could see that despite its continual struggles, the striped lion was being dragged backward. Roar! 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 Help! Mommy, I've encountered a monster. Help! No matter how the striped lion reacted, Liuyun remained unfazed. He increased his strength once more, lifting the striped lion's massive body and flinging it backward. Bang! It landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a considerable cloud of dust. Puffed! Watching the dust swirl, Liuyun could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This was to be expected. Although Liuyun possessed impressive attributes, they were still limited. The force required to hurl the striped lion pushed him to his limits. Not only had he spat blood, but his muscles also began to show signs of strain. Blood seeping from them, muscle backlash. However, after taking a moment to regulate his breathing, the super recovery ability kicked in once more, mending both his internal injuries and muscle damage at a visibly rapid pace. Indeed, compared to other abilities, super recovery resembled a divine skill, a form of diminished immortality. Once Liuyun's injuries had fully healed, the once swirling dust had gradually settled. It was evident that the previous blow had truly left the patterned lion in a state of utter disarray, although it still retained some awareness. The look of sheer terror in the lion's eyes as it gazed at Liuyun was akin to that of a creature beholding a monster. Liuyun, without indulging in unnecessary words, simply gestured towards the nearby pet enclosure. Do you think it would be better for you to approach on your own? Or shall I escort you? Despite the smile gracing Liuyun's face, to the patterned lion, it bore an unsettling resemblance to a devil's grin. After a moment's hesitation, the patterned lion finally swayed and stood up, letting out a low growl before stepping into the enclosure. In the realm of animals, strength was paramount. As long as one possessed formidable power, submission was willingly granted. Conversely, without the requisite strength, aspirations to tame a beast were mere folly. Indeed, upon entering the pet enclosure, the appraisal results regarding the patterned lion began to shift. Creature, patterned lion. Abilities, agile movements, incredible strength, and a resounding roar capable of instilling fear in the faint-hearted. Status, currently being tamed. A new status had appeared beneath its original abilities. Currently being tamed, so it implies that it has not yet been entirely subdued. Reflecting on this, Liuyun's gaze towards the lion within the enclosure took on a more menacing quality. It appears you remain quite defiant. The lion, sensing the danger, let out a couple of hurried whines. Fearful, truly fearful. Experience points. 1 huh? The system's notification momentarily caught Liuyun off guard. What does this mean? It seemed that he had inadvertently triggered a new skill. Taming, LV, 1. Indeed, the emergence of this new skill was closely linked to the patterned lion. Taming pets could certainly be classified as a skill. Chapter 28. Goodness, what a glutton. With the activation of this new ability, Liuyun proclaimed, from this day forth, I shall be your master. Standing before the patterned lion with his hands on his hips, he elaborated, you need only to understand that from now on, whatever I command, you shall obey. Whoever I instruct you to strike, you shall strike, and whatever I forbid you to touch, you must not touch. Experience points. 1. Experience points. 1. As he spoke, the experience points for the taming skill steadily increased. Skill upgrade. Taming, LV, 1. Taming, LV, 2. Spirit, 1. Another skill that merely enhanced spirit. Alas, not that it was entirely undesirable, but Liuyun pondered when he might acquire a skill that simultaneously elevated all 4 attributes at once. Do you understand? The patterned lion eagerly nodded. Observing its compliance, Liuyun waved his hand and assuredly declared, you need not worry. Following me will ensure you are well taken care of. From this day forth, whenever I have a morsel to eat, you shall not go hungry. Speaking of which, Liuyun realized he was still unaware of what the patterned lion consumed. However, given its nature as a lion, it should likely be a carnivore. With this thought in mind, Liuyun retrieved a piece of meat from the earlier encounter with the formidable rock boar. Though most of it had been used for trade, he still had some leftovers in hand. He tossed the meat directly to the patterned lion. In an instant, the lion's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. It glanced at the meat, then back at Liuyun, still somewhat uncertain. Was this a gift for it? It clearly seemed to relish the prospect of eating. Realizing this, Liuyun waved his hand and urged, go on, eat. I promised you, following me will not leave you wanting. The lion eagerly nodded and began to feast. It was evident that the patterned lion was quite satisfied, its gaze towards Liuyun now imbued with a sense of affection. Alas, it appears that without food, it refuses to work. After finishing one piece, the patterned lion looked up at Liuyun with a pitiful expression. Though it could not speak, its eyes conveyed a clear desire for more. What a glutton. Liuyun tossed another piece of meat. There are only 2. If you wish for more, you'll need to catch it yourself. If you cannot overpower it, you may draw it to me. Liuyun had previously noted that while the patterned lion possessed considerable combat prowess, it would likely struggle against the rock boar, given the latter's exaggerated defensive capabilities. Without special items or abilities, breaking through that defense was nearly impossible. Roar, roar. Understanding Liuyun's instructions, the patterned lion nodded vigorously in agreement. In a short span of time, the experience points for taming surged dramatically. It was evident that this was related to the level of taming achieved, as it was not a gradual accumulation but rather a significant leap. Just then, skill upgrade. Planting, LV, 4. Planting, LV, max. Spirit, 1. It was not the taming skill that upgraded, but rather the planting skill that had been triggered the previous day. Considering the time, it was indeed on the verge of reaching max level. Triggered ability, rapid growth. Simultaneously, a new ability was activated. Rapid growth can accelerate the growth of plants. The ability triggered from planting was undoubtedly related to cultivation. In simple terms, it meant that it could hasten the growth rate of his plants. Observing the fruits and vegetables he had planted, Liuyun noted, rapid growth. Indeed, with the application of highly effective fertilizer, these plants had already been growing swiftly. Now, with Liuyun's unique ability enhancing them, the branches and leaves began to visibly burgeon. In no time, they started to blossom and bear fruit. They have sprouted. All the plants had fully grown. Liuyun approached and plucked a bunch of grapes to sample. Quite delightful. The flavor surpassed that of the fruits from his previous life. The patterned lion's plaintive sounds reached his ears. Upon witnessing the lion's forlorn gaze, Liuyun was momentarily at a loss. What a glutton. Nevertheless, he could afford to feed it. He casually picked a few clusters of grapes and tossed them over. With joy, the patterned lion leaped in place a few times before eagerly bowing down to eat. Taking advantage of this moment, Liuyun collected the remaining plants and immediately began preparing for new cultivation. He intended to use most of the land in the yard for planting. Experience points, 1. Experience points, 1. On one hand, it also serves to enhance the experience points for the plowing skill. Skill upgrade. Plowing, LV, 4. plowing, LV max. Strength 1, speed 1. As Liuyun neared the completion of his land cultivation, this skill successfully reached its maximum level. Quite impressive. Achieving 2 skills at maximum level in a single day left Liuyun immensely satisfied. Triggered ability, heavy strike. Once again, an ability related to attack. Upon examining its effects, he found that it would allow the next attack to become significantly heavier and more powerful, coupled with a critical hit. This enhancement would yield more than just double the impact. Excellent. Although not miraculous, Liuyun was still quite pleased. The pattern lion within the pet enclosure observed Liuyun's actions with a hint of confusion, evidently unable to comprehend what he was doing. However, it mattered little. After finishing his meal, he simply lay down on the spot. Time to relax. After all, there was no other course of action available. So it was best to acclimate to this new way of life. Proficiency system. Host, Liuyun. Strength, 34. The average for an ordinary person is 10. Speed, 29. Constitution, 29. Spirit, 33. Skills, /LV max. Exercise, LV max. Starvation, LV max. Archery, LV max. Staying awake, LV max. Swimming, LV max. Throwing, LV max. Heat resistance, LV max. Enduring strikes, LV max. Recovery, LV max. Climbing, LV max. Plowing, LV max. Planting, LV max. Taming, LV4. Abilities, critical hit. Beast senses. Photosynthesis. Eagle eye. Insomniac. Fire resistance. Marking. Super recovery. Blocking. Muscle control. Rapid growth. Heavy strike. The character template has witnessed a remarkable surge. Both speed and constitution are tantalizingly close to reaching 30. Taming is just 1 level short. However, there is no rush. After all, the experience points for this skill continue to accumulate steadily. Chapter 29. Others live, while we merely exist. Taking advantage of this moment, Liuyun settled down in the courtyard and produced the survival guidelines. This was primarily due to the pattern lion still being in the process of taming. Should he return to the stone house only to find the lion had fled, it would render his efforts futile. At the very least, he should wait until it is fully tamed before proceeding. Identification number 0071. Anyone in need of fruits and vegetables may trade resources with me. Indeed, with such an abundance of fruits and vegetables, it was clear that Liuyun could not consume them all. Leaving them to spoil would be a waste. Rather than that, it would be more prudent to exchange them for resources. Conveniently, Liuyun had no intention of mining the resources required for upgrading to a level 4 building. He could simply trade instead. Identification number 0998. Goodness, survival is already a challenge for us. Has the big shot already started consuming fruits and vegetables? Identification number 3669. This is what living truly is, while we are merely existing. Identification number 9003. I want some. It's been ages since I had fruit. What varieties do you have? Identification number 8300. I also want some. I still have plenty of materials left. Surviving to this point surely means they have an abundance of materials. Comparatively, the allure of fruits and vegetables is far greater for them. Without hesitation, Liuyun listed the varieties he possessed. In no time, many began to privately message him. As of now, he was the sole source of fruits and vegetables, and the pricing was entirely at his discretion. Of course, if the prices were exorbitant, few would be inclined to purchase. Liuyun considered his prices to be quite reasonable. 1 unit of iron, or for 2 bunches of grapes. Buy it, and not a word of complaint. Wu Feng. Big brother, can I trade you seeds? Wu Feng had surmised that the fruit and vegetable seeds Liuyun possessed were likely those he had previously exchanged. However, Wu Feng had attempted to cultivate them himself, only to fail miserably, leaving him quite frustrated. Liuyun, certainly. No matter the type of seed, I require them all. Wu Feng. I also have a young apple tree sapling. Would you like it? Liuyun. How do you consistently come across such peculiar items? It was difficult to contain his curiosity. After searching for days for treasure chests, he had found nothing useful, yet Wu Feng seemed to uncover all manner of oddities. Surely, he must be favored by fortune. Wu Feng, huh? I have no idea. Wu Feng was equally baffled. Even adding, Wu Feng, aren't there supposed to be such items in every treasure chest? Liuyun. Well, goodness. Not only Liuyun, but anyone hearing that would likely fall silent. Such astonishing luck. Liuyun. 10 bunches of grapes. I'll take that apple sapling. Wu Feng. Great, great. Upon receiving Liuyun's agreement, Wu Feng appeared exceedingly delighted. On the other hand, Liuyun also engaged in a trade with Yushulan. As long as the materials could be afforded, why not exchange? Observing the tomatoes and strawberries before her, Yushulan couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. This fellow truly was full of surprises. To produce fruits and vegetables at such a time was nothing short of astonishing. Strawberries. Just then, a voice filled with delight from behind Yushulan interrupted her thoughts. Turning, she saw a girl with looks rivaling her own and a notably distinctive figure approach. I adore strawberries. Gazing into the girl's gleeful eyes, Yushulan said nothing. If you like them, take some. Thank you. The girl didn't overindulge, merely picking one to taste. Delicious. You should try one too, Shulan. Indeed, the girl, named Tan Xianxian, had crossed paths with Yu Shulan during a treasure-seeking expedition. From her observations, Tan Xianxian did not seem to possess any ulterior motives and appeared somewhat airhead. Additionally, since she had some knowledge of medicine, Yu Shulan had decided to bring her along. Their relationship could now be considered a cooperative one. If only we could enjoy such fruits every day. After sharing the fruits, Tan Xianxian still looked a bit greedy. Noticing this, Yu Shulan smiled and replied, "Then let us work harder from now on. If we gather more materials, we can trade for even more fruits and vegetables." Indeed, human beings are inherently social creatures. With a companion to converse with daily, Yu Shulan felt her spirits lifted considerably. "I will certainly strive hard." Upon hearing Yu Shulan's declaration, Tan Xianxian immediately made a gesture of encouragement. She was not inherently a lazy person. Residing with Yu Shulan, she often lent a helping hand, whether in mining materials or searching for treasure chests, always by Yu Shulan's side. After all, Yu Shulan was no saint. It was improbable for her to support Tan Xianxian without any contribution in return. Let us cheer on together. Seeing Tan Xianxian's spirited demeanor, Yu Shulan couldn't help but smile. However, contemplating the uncertain future, she felt a tinge of melancholy. In such an unpredictable world, who could guarantee their continued survival? Meanwhile, Liuyun had gathered nearly all the materials required to upgrade the stone house after exchanging a variety of fruits and vegetables. Let us begin. Without hesitation, Liuyun stood up, took out the blueprint for upgrading to a level 4 building, and aimed it at the stone house before him. The curious Wenshur, resting in the pet enclosure, turned its gaze towards Liuyun's actions. Upgrade. As the materials were consumed, the blueprint in Liuyun's hand transformed into beams of white light that floated towards the stone house. In the next instant, the structure of the level 3 stone house began to undergo dramatic changes. The peculiar phenomenon caused the bewildered Wenshur to grow restless, unable to contain its agitation. Silence. Only when Liuyun raised a hand did Wenshur quiet down. The upgrading process was swift. Before long, the transformation ceased. Although the footprint of the stone house didn't change significantly, it had evolved from a single-story structure into a luxurious 2-story villa. Simultaneously, the survival guide in Liuyun's hand began to vibrate. Without a doubt, becoming the first to upgrade to a level 4 building would yield rewards. Chapter 30, Skill Upgrades and Complete Domestication. Congratulations to number 0071 for being the first to upgrade to a level 4 building. Such an announcement appeared once again in the world chat. Yet this time, only Liuyun had achieved the upgrade, while Zhao remained silent. That guy? Upon hearing the notification, Zhao furrowed his brow. Even with the advantage of numbers, it would take him several more days to gather the materials necessary for upgrading to a level 4 building. Indeed, this number 0071 was a formidable rival. The world chat buzzed with discussions following Liuyun's building upgrade. However, such conversations were fleeting, and soon the focus shifted to other topics. This did not imply any discontent towards Liuyun. It was merely the norm, as he had been the first to upgrade both the level 2 and level 3 buildings. Thus, it seemed only natural for him to be the first again in reaching level 4. No one found it surprising. They were simply accustomed to it. As for Liuyun, he wasted no time concerning himself with such matters, but turned his attention to the rewards obtained from the level 4 upgrade. Rewards: Level 5 Steel Fortress Upgrade Blueprint. Solar Generator. Earth Crystal. The rewards from this upgrade lacked any extraordinary abilities. However, the name Steel Fortress for the level 5 building certainly sounded impressive. Objective: Level 5 Steel Fortress Upgrade Blueprint. Effect: allows the upgrade of a level 4 building to level 5. Required materials: 500 iron blocks, 10 black iron stones, 1 earth crystal. The materials needed for upgrading to the steel fortress were indeed more extravagant than anticipated. Gathering 500 units of iron blocks should be manageable with time. As for the earth crystal, he had just obtained one. Yet, what was this black iron stone? It was a material he had never heard of before and had no idea where to find it, let alone collect it. Forget it. He decided not to dwell on it further. Since the game indicated its necessity, it surely existed somewhere. He would take the time to search for it later. After all, he still had a while before upgrading to the steel fortress. Moreover, what captured Liuyun's attention even more was the second reward. Item: Solar Generator. Effect: provides 12 hours of normal power supply for every hour of sunlight absorbed. To think that a solar generator could offer such astonishing capabilities. Installation: Liuyun didn't even need to manually install it. In the next moment, a solar panel appeared automatically on the roof of the stone house. However, there was no sunlight at the moment, so it couldn't provide power yet. Not bad. Liuyun nodded in satisfaction at the sight of the solar panel on the rooftop. Now we have electricity. It feels as though we have leaped from a feudal society straight into the modern age. He couldn't help but wonder if the treasure chests could yield electrical appliances. During the subsequent hours, Liuyun did not quietly await the dawn. Instead, he pondered whether he could trigger any skills. Unfortunately, all attempts ended in failure. The ability of the Nightwalker had completely severed his connection to sleep. As the sky began to brighten, The previously tranquil Wenshur in the pet enclosure suddenly sensed something terrifying and became agitated, unable to remain calm. Liuyun understood that these creatures of darkness abhorred sunlight. Wenshur must have felt the impending dawn, which explained its unrest. Calm down. Approaching the pet enclosure, Liyun's presence temporarily soothed Wenshur. But as the light grew stronger, its anxiety returned. Roar, roar. It seemed he would need to give it a proper lesson. Observing Wenshur's state, Liyun smiled and stretched his wrist. With a few swift movements, he asserted, "You must behave. Are you looking for a fight?" He glanced at Wenshur, whose eyes were now filled with a pleading expression but had quieted down. Liyun spoke with a hint of exasperation. Wenshur merely wished to convey, "Though my heart is heavy with unspoken burdens, I find myself reluctant to voice my feelings." Just then, a notification appears. Skill upgrade. Taming, LV 4. Taming, LV max. Spirit 1. My taming skill has reached its maximum level of 4. Indeed, while attempting to tame the patterned lion, the rate at which my experience points increase is remarkably swift. Triggered skill, biological affinity. Essentially, the abilities triggered are intrinsically linked to the skill itself. Upon maxing out the taming skill, I have acquired biological affinity. Biological affinity increases the likelihood of gaining favor from creatures. In simpler terms, it is a capacity that augments affinity. This ability is not primarily reflected in destructive power. Liyun, as if conducting an experiment, is left without means to test it. Just then, the massive head of the patterned lion suddenly turned towards me. Its exaggerated form, spanning 3 to 4 meters, behaved like a playful kitten or puppy, nuzzling beside me. I am somewhat taken aback. Then I observe that the lion's status has shifted from in the process of taming to tamed. You wretched beast. Goodness, without this affinity boost, I would have truly been unable to tame you. Nevertheless, now that you are tamed, you shall remain obedient. You will wait quietly in the pet enclosure until the dawn breaks. The lion emitted a couple of low growls, nodding obediently, appearing exceedingly docile. Indeed, when the sun finally graced the horizon, although the lion still exhibited some restlessness, the peculiar power of the pet enclosure granted it the ability to dwell beneath the sunlight. This marks the lion's inaugural experience basking in daylight, and it displays curiosity towards the bright surroundings. Once it acclimates to this initial exposure, a tamed pet is free to roam under the sun. From this day forth, I shall call you On. One must have a name, after all. Considering that this pattern lion is referred to as such, On seems fitting. Roar. The lion appeared indifferent to the name, nodding in acknowledgement upon hearing my words. Chapter 31. This wretched creature's fortune cannot surpass my own. I hesitated no longer. Climbing over the enclosure, I leaped onto the patterned lion's back. Experience points 1. Is this also a new skill? Jumping, LV 1. What a marvel. After an entire night of experimentation yielding no results, I triggered this. It dawned upon me that my previous methods were flawed. The lion, sensing my sudden silence after I leaped onto its back, gazed at me with a hint of confusion. Realizing my distraction, I dismissed the concerns regarding skills with a grand gesture. Onward. I felt akin to an ancient general. While others rode horses or mules, I commanded a lion. How formidable. Roar. Hearing my proclamation, the lion first expressed its excitement with a resounding roar. Then with agile grace, leaped over the stone wall. Though the wall stood over 3 meters tall, it posed little challenge to such a nimble creature. Roar, roar, roar. Once within the forest, the lion seemed to revel in freedom, darting about with abandon. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. My attention, however, shifted to another matter. A new skill? Riding, LV 1. Excellent. Furthermore, the experience points for this skill rise rapidly. Skill upgrade. Riding, LV 1. Riding, LV 2. Strength 1. Constitution 1. Does this skill enhance both strength and constitution? I find myself quite pleased with this development. At this moment, I finally have time to observe my surroundings. Upon closer inspection, I exclaimed, "You there, stop." I commanded the exuberant lion to halt. "Where do you think you're running off to? Turn back at once. The woods surround us. Do not wander and lose your way." With a woeful expression, the lion lowered its head but complied, pivoting back. All right. Seeing the lion's demeanor, I felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. "You can only frolic around our dwelling, understand?" Roar. The lion nodded vigorously, promptly beginning to circle and dash joyously around our abode. I pondered, is this truly a lion or a husky? It appears rather foolish. Alas, so long as it does not demolish the place like a husky would, I shall count my blessings. Simultaneously, I searched the forest for treasure chests. Halt. Noticing a chest within the woods, I instructed the lion to stop. I then leaped down from its back. Experience points 1. I might as well accumulate some experience in jumping. Acquired, water 2. Matches 10. Better than nothing. I paid no mind as I hopped back onto the lion's back. Onward. Roar. Skill upgrade. Jumping, LV 1. Jumping, LV 2. Strength 1, Speed 1, Constitution 1. Can the jumping skill truly enhance 3 attributes simultaneously? This prospect delighted me further. After a day's efforts, my most significant find was perhaps the discovery of several light bulbs. After basking in 6 hours of sunlight, equipped with the bulbs, my dwelling now gleamed brightly without the need for firelight. You shall sleep here tonight. I gestured towards the pet enclosure, indicating the lion should go there. Given its size, if it were to reside within the stone house, I would first need to dismantle the door and replace it with a larger one. Roar. The lion's expression shifted to one of clear discontent as it ambled towards the pet enclosure, appearing eager to linger with me a while longer. Among the skills, riding and jumping were the first to reach their maximum level, with riding achieving this in just a few days. Skill upgrade. Riding, LV, 4, riding, LV, max. Strength 1, Constitution 1. After all, I spent these days riding atop the patterned lion. It is hardly surprising that the leveling process was expedited. Moreover, reaching the maximum level of the riding skill triggered a new ability. Triggered ability, telepathy. In simpler terms, when a mount is by one's side, there is no need for Liuyun to exert any effort. Even a mere thought can convey to the patterned lion what it ought to do. It is undeniable that such a capability has rendered communication between himself and the patterned lion significantly more convenient. In the future, should there arise a need for the patterned lion to engage in battle, it will undoubtedly prove to be much more facile. By the way, can you perceive these treasure chests? Since the experience for the riding skill has already reached its zenith, there is no need to remain perched upon the patterned lion incessantly. Gazing at the treasure chest before him, Liuyun refrained from hastily opening it, and instead turned his attention to the patterned lion beside him. Roar? The patterned lion's gaze grew somewhat peculiar. It first glanced at Liuyun and then at the treasure chest on the ground. I am not blind, am I? Can you open it? Liuyun gestured for the patterned lion to open the chest. Roar. Although puzzled, the patterned lion approached the chest and successfully opened it. Clearly, it was indeed capable of doing so. However, it is worth noting that treasure chests only appear during the daytime, and creatures that dwell in the night are blissfully ignorant of their existence. Acquired, 100 rice. Over the past few days, he had only been retrieving water, and unexpectedly, allowing the patterned lion to assist yielded something entirely different, rice. No. Could it be that this rascal's luck surpasses his own? Impossible. That cannot be. Surely, this treasure chest contained such items from the outset. Even if he were to open it, he would have discovered the same. Yes, that must be it. With this thought in mind, Liuyun discreetly placed the rice seedlings he had obtained into the storage of survival guidelines. Mew? Observing Liuyun's actions, the patterned lion appeared perplexed, uncertain of what Liuyun was undertaking. Clearing his throat, Liuyun turned to the patterned lion with a serious demeanor. From today onwards, venture into the forest and seek out such items, bringing back everything you discover. Roar. Does this mean I can act freely? The patterned lion's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. You may roam freely, but you must return before nightfall. Do you understand? Chapter 32, Low Altitude Flight. Roar roar. The patterned lion, without further contemplation, nodded vigorously at Liuyun. Go ahead. After receiving permission, the patterned lion dashed away, swiftly disappearing from Liuyun's line of sight. Observing the patterned lion's exuberance, Liuyun merely shook his head, opting not to comment. The patterned lion? No, this is the quintessential husky. Nevertheless, it matters little. During the day, Liuyun was confident that, apart from himself, no one else in the vicinity could pose a threat to the patterned lion. However, as night falls, the scenario shifts dramatically. When monsters emerge under the cloak of darkness, who knows what terrifying entities may appear? It would be heartbreaking if a powerful creature, painstakingly tamed, were to vanish just like that. Experience points, 1. Experience points, 1. Perfect. It is an opportune moment to accumulate experience for the jumping skill. Over the past few days, the riding skill had upgraded rapidly, while the progression of the jumping skill lagged considerably behind. At worst, he could simply walk by jumping. After all, no one was watching. There was no shame in it. Several hours later, skill upgrade. Jumping, LV, 4. Jumping, LV max. Strength, 1. Speed, 1. Constitution, 1. After several hours of continuous jumping, it was only natural for this skill to reach its maximum level. Phew. Pausing to catch his breath, Liuyun felt neither fatigued nor exhausted, merely a sense of peculiar strangeness. Triggered ability, Low Altitude Flight. Flight. The activation of this ability took Liuyun by surprise. After all, flight has always been one of mankind's most cherished aspirations. Who wouldn't wish to soar freely through the skies? However, Liuyun's ability pertains to low-altitude flight, rather than unrestrained aerial navigation. To put it simply, after a brief run-up, Liuyun can achieve a fleeting flight. It feels somewhat akin to gliding. In addition to running, he can also descend from a height to cover a certain distance in flight. In summary, regardless of how high a location he jumps from, as long as Liuyun leaps, he will not meet his demise, even without any protective measures. Quite commendable. In certain situations, this could serve as a valuable life-preserving skill. Let us give it a try. With such a skill at his disposal, Liuyun was naturally eager to test its efficacy. With this thought, He flexed his ankle and sprinted a few meters in one direction. Then, without the aid of any gliding apparatus, Liuyun soared into low-altitude flight. Glancing down at the ground a mere few meters below him, Liuyun grinned with delight. He agilely spun in midair before landing gracefully on the ground. Assessing the distance, he estimated it to be around 20 to 30 meters. Moreover, he had not given much thought to the run-up distance. If he were to run further or leap from a greater height, the flight distance would extend even more. This is something worth exploring in the future. Surrounded by no towering mountains or cliffs, opportunities to experiment were limited. Proficiency system. Host, Liuyun. Strength, 42. The average for ordinary individuals is 10. Speed, 33. Constitution, 37. Spirit, 34. Skills, /LV max. Training, LV max. Enduring hunger, LV max. Archery, LV max. Staying up late, LV max. Swimming, LV max. Throwing, LV max. Heat resistance, LV max. Enduring beatings, LV max. Recovery, LV max. Climbing trees, LV max. Tilling soil, LV max. Planting, LV max. Taming, LV max. Riding, LV max. Jumping, LV max. Abilities, critical strike. Beast senses. Photosynthesis. Eagle eye. Insomniac. Fire immunity. Marking. Super recovery. Blocking. Muscle control. Rapid growth. Heavy strike. Biological affinity. Telepathy. Low altitude flight. In this moment, Liuyun's attributes officially surpassed the 30 mark across the board. Moreover, his strength attribute had exceeded 40, signifying he had reached a level 4 times that of an average adult. He felt increasingly akin to a little Superman. Clenching his fist, Liuyun could sense an inexhaustible power coursing through his body. I shall do as I please. This sudden thought crossed Liuyun's mind, clearing his throat. He realized that his rapid surge in power had perhaps led to a bit of arrogance. At present, he had not yet attained that extraordinary level of strength, at least. Not yet. However, perhaps in the future, there would be a chance to test such limits. After honing his skills in low-altitude flight, Liuyun decided to return as dusk began to settle. Yet, upon arriving at the courtyard, he was taken aback. The yard was cluttered with an assortment of items, sofas, carpets, toilets, shower sets, blankets, and more. It seemed that many essential living amenities had been completely gathered here. Could it be? Liuyun pondered the possibility that everything piled up here had been retrieved by Wenshur. Surely that luck was not greater than his own. Just then, the voice of Wenshur echoed from outside. With a nimble leap, Wenshur bounded over the stone wall and into the courtyard. Upon seeing Liuyun, he froze for a moment, then immediately brightened with joy. Slow down a bit, will you? Liuyun gestured for Wenshur to ease his movements, as the creature was still clutching a 4-door refrigerator in its mouth. Goodness, you managed to bring me a refrigerator, Liuyun exclaimed in astonishment. Wenshur looked a bit aggrieved, having worked hard all day, yet still receiving complaints. All right. Rest assured, tonight we shall feast on meat until we are full, Liuyun declared, feeling it necessary to reward the diligent creature for its efforts. After setting down the refrigerator, Wenshur perked up at his words, bouncing around excitedly. Suddenly, he approached Liuyun, raised a paw, and pointed at the gap between his teeth. Curious, Liuyun looked closer and, to his astonishment, retrieved a crafting blueprint from Wenshur's dental crevice. Impressive. Chapter 33, Blueprint for the Catapult. Item, Catapult Blueprint Effect. Enables the construction of a powerful catapult. Required materials, 20 units of wood, 5 units of iron. The materials needed for the catapult were not overly excessive. A catapult, after all, constituted a formidable weapon of offense and defense in ancient times. Yet, he refrained from constructing it immediately, for although his courtyard was not small, accommodating a catapult would make it feel rather cramped. It seemed necessary to expand the yard's boundaries come the morrow. Perhaps he could repurpose the stone walls. If not, he would dismantle them entirely. After all, Liuyun was not lacking in materials. Pleased with the discovery, Liuyun stored the blueprint away and patted Wenshur, generously offering praise. Rest easy, I will not forget my promise to you. Tonight, we feast on meat. With a grand gesture, he exuded a sense of extravagance. Wenshur leapt around Liuyun, occasionally letting out joyful roars. After a while, Liuyun busied himself with the various appliances and daily necessities brought back by Wenshur, arranging them within the stone house. Indeed, with electricity now available and these modern conveniences, Liuyun's stone abode was evolving into a more contemporary dwelling. The following day, Liuyun instructed Wenshur to seek out treasure chests while he remained in the courtyard. Critical hit, critical hit, critical hit. He swung his iron axe with vigor, felling tree after tree under his might. Following his earlier plans, he cleared nearly a few hundred square meters of land. He then retrieved the previous blueprint for the stone walls and, as before, opted for a triple-layered stone wall to enhance its fortification. Construct. Liuyun began erecting the stone walls around the cleared area, placing the stone house centrally. Even if anything were to breach the wall's defenses, Liuyun would have ample time to respond. This endeavor consumed an entire day. 6 hours swiftly passed. As night fell, Wenshur obediently returned. All right. Go rest for a bit. I'll have your meal ready soon. Liuyun waved his hand dismissively at the creature that had nudged against him. Today, despite not uncovering any blueprints, Wenshur had collected an ample supply of household items. Life was indeed becoming increasingly modernized. Wenshur, brimming with excitement, bounced a couple of times before settling down in his pet enclosure, observing Liuyun's activities with keen eyes. As Liuyun expanded the stone walls, he crafted an even grander and sturdier entrance using the forge. Let us begin. He nodded in satisfaction at his creation. Then, he unfurled the catapult blueprint. With the materials consumed, a brand new catapult materialized behind the stone walls. Item: catapult effect. When one unit of stone is placed, it can be launched, reaching distances of up to 500 meters. 500 meters? Liuyun recalled that, historically, the finest catapults of the ancients could achieve such ranges. Moreover, the materials used for launching were not limited to stones. Iron blocks could also be employed. The effects would vary depending on the materials utilized. Eager to test its capabilities, Liuyun wasted no time placing a unit of stone onto the catapult. As the mechanism activated, the wooden arm of the catapult sprang forth, launching the stone high into the air. Boom! The sound of the heavy object crashing down echoed in the distance. The power was indeed impressive. Thanks to his enhanced eyesight from the eagle eye ability, Liuyun could clearly see the results. Approximately 500 meters away, a robust tree with a substantial diameter was shattered by a tremendous force. Such power, whether for offense or defense, was undeniably sufficient. Indeed, after validating the prowess of the trebuchet, Liuyun found himself unsatisfied with merely crafting one. Along the periphery of the stone wall, he set to work. He diligently constructed a total of 20 trebuchets, strategically positioned in 4 directions. This formidable arrangement would surely suffice to combat even a minor beast tide. Liuyun felt a sense of profound contentment. After observing for a while longer, he retreated indoors, swiftly retrieving some fruit from the refrigerator. One must admit, the convenience bestowed by the refrigerator was remarkable. The refreshingly chilled fruits were delightful to consume. In an instant, he produced a chunk of meat and placed it beside the fireplace. Sizzle! The meat crackled and released its juices as it roasted. Outside the window, the silhouette of a patterned lion had approached, its large eyes fixated on the meat cooking within. Upon witnessing such a sight, Liuyun could only shake his head in exasperation. It was only himself who could afford to care for such a glutton. Others would undoubtedly struggle. Moreover, since this patterned lion had begun accompanying him, it had developed a fondness for cooked meat, showing little interest in raw fare. Rest assured, Liuyun said, while munching on fruit and gesturing towards the patterned lion outside. What I promised you shall not be lacking. I have no shortage of meat. Should it run out, I can always hunt again. His formidable strength provided him with boundless confidence. Taking advantage of the moment, Liuyun pulled out the survival manual. If his previous predictions held true, the ongoing discourse in the world chat revolved largely around requests for cooperation. ID 7774, let us collaborate. Is there anyone interested in joining forces? ID 0039. If you trust me, you may come here. ID 6004. I am situated by a lake, and if you are nearby, let us meet directly, shall we? ID 7200. Surely, everyone understands that individual strength is insufficient. Only through cooperation and coexistence can we thrive together. Chapter 34. A reunion with the cherry blossom. None were foolish. After navigating the initial confusion and disarray, those who had survived had adapted to this unknown world. They recognized the significance of collaboration. Moreover, the locations of each individual were likely not too distant from one another. If proximity allowed, cooperation would be even more feasible. Of course, human intentions are often concealed. One could never be entirely certain whether their desire for collaboration was genuine or veiled with ulterior motives. Liuyun merely observed these discussions without participating, nor did he entertain thoughts of revealing his location. Firstly, he too harbored uncertainty regarding the true intentions of those seeking his partnership. Secondly, Liuyun firmly believed that he did not require the assistance of others to survive more effectively. After a while, Liuyun closed the survival manual and tossed the roasted meat out of the window. Woof! Outside the stone dwelling, the eagerly awaiting patterned lion leapt up and caught the meat in its jaws, happily devouring it. Witnessing this scene, Liuyun smiled knowingly, choosing not to say more. In the following days, Liuyun spent his daylight hours venturing out with the patterned lion in search of treasure chests while also gathering materials. During these days, Liuyun had not triggered any new skills. It had become apparent that the activation of skills was increasingly elusive, becoming more a matter of chance than certainty. As for materials, he was nearing completion of the 500 units of iron blocks required for upgrading to a level 5 steel fortress. However, he remained at a loss regarding the 10 units of black iron stone. Truly, he had no leads at all. Unable to suppress a scratch of his head, he lamented that thus far, he had heard no news concerning black iron stone. This was indeed frustrating. Nevertheless, he resolved to search gradually, confident that he would eventually find what he sought. One day, as usual, Liuyun roamed the woods in search of resources. The pattern lion had wandered off to explore other areas, likely to frolic throughout the forest unless called by Liuyun. As he searched for fruit, he suddenly glanced upwards and spotted a cluster of red fruits atop a tree, unsure of the variety. He recalled that the apple tree he had received from Wu Feng had taken root and begun to bear fruit. Yet, he remained curious about the fruits within this world. I shall taste them. With a few strides, he activated his low-altitude flight ability, soaring upwards. He landed on a branch, utilizing his aerial skills akin to the graceful movements of a martial arts novel hero. Plucking a red fruit from the tree, he did not even bother to identify it before taking a bite. To his delight, it was pleasantly sweet and tangy. At that moment, he received a notification, experience points 1. At last, I have triggered a new skill. However, when Liuyun opened his skills tab, he was momentarily taken aback. Poison resistance, LV, 1. Poison resistance? What? Is this red fruit toxic? He promptly identified it. Target, red fruit. Effect, sweet and sour taste. Contains a trace of toxin that can paralyze the entire muscular and nervous system. Paralyze the entire muscular and nervous system? Liuyun clenched his fists, feeling no discernible effects. I knew it. With my exceptional regenerative abilities and heightened attributes, I can easily withstand such toxins. The reason he had consumed the fruit without hesitation was due to his unshakable confidence. Even if it were toxic, it would not affect him. Crunch, crunch. He continued to eat, simultaneously gaining experience. It appeared this skill was genuinely beneficial. Before long, he received another notification. Skill upgrade. Poison resistance, LV, 1. Poison resistance, LV, 2. Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Could it enhance both Constitution and Spirit simultaneously? Quite impressive. Furthermore, the triggered ability of this skill likely pertained to toxin immunity. Contemplating this, Liuyun did not linger but proceeded to harvest all the red fruits from the tree, preparing to take them back for leisurely consumption. Just leaping down from the tree, Liuyun's keen senses allowed him to faintly discern some sounds. What was that? He raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Wasn't this the vengeful spirit of the cherry blossom? The very one whose materials he had pilfered for upgrading his stone house. What a coincidence. Without further contemplation, Liuyun swiftly bounded towards the source of the sound. Even if I perish, you shall not succeed. Uttering these words, Yushulan knelt on the ground, supporting her body with a red tassel spear. Her gaze unwavering as she faced the formidable Sandai Chuanzhongren. Behind her, a dagger was tucked away. If she could not slay her adversary, Yushulan was prepared for self-immolation. She vowed that she would never allow this fiend to triumph. Yash. At that moment, Sandai Chuanzhongren brandished a longbow, clearly having upgraded his equipment over the past few days. Gazing at Yushulan, he felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. He had merely ventured out to search for treasures. Yet fate had led him to such a captivating beauty, a veritable gift from the sun goddess Amaterasu herself. Rest assured, observing Yushulan's resolute expression, Sandai Chuanzhongren's smile grew more brazen. Even if you were to die, I could still take advantage of the situation. Having been in this world for so long, my desires have been pent up for far too long. In such circumstances, who cares about life or death, especially when faced with such a beauty? I would gladly embrace death. Shameless. Yushulan's eyes burned with indignation. The veins on the back of her hand gripping the red tassel spear bulged as her frustration mounted. If it weren't for her prolonged hunger and consequent weakness, she would never have found herself in such a predicament. Yash, Flower Maiden, in the dense underbrush. Liuyun had taken in this scene with keen eyes. Had the roles been reversed, he would likely have turned a blind eye to such affairs. But alas, how could he ignore the plight of the cherry blossom's little fool? Grasping his wind bow, he knocked an arrow. This was the awakening of his bloodline. Chapter 35. Goodness. This is a bit excessive. Such hatred, deeply ingrained in one's bones, cannot be easily comprehended. Is it time to draw blood? This would be his first act of aggression against a human. Liuyun slightly adjusted his breathing. He exhaled slowly, closing his eyes. A moment later, he reopened them, casting aside any hesitation, replaced solely by resolve. He had already prepared himself mentally. There was no need for further doubt. Swish. The arrow suddenly shot forth. Yash. At this moment, Sandai Chuanzhongren approached Yushulan with an audacious grin, while she stealthily grasped the dagger concealed behind her. She was ready. Even if it meant mutual destruction, she would not succumb passively. Just then, swish. An inexplicable flash caught her eye. It was as if a silver streak had zipped past her. Sandai Chuanzhongren's steps abruptly halted. He touched his arm, glancing at the blood upon his hand. Confusion etched across his face. What is happening? He was utterly oblivious to who had attacked him, even failing to comprehend when his life had slipped away. One moment he was bewildered. The next, he collapsed to the ground, devoid of vitality. Was that an arrow? Yushulan realized with a start. The arrows had pierced several trees in their path. Was this the power that a mere human could wield? A monster? As the thought of a monster crossed her mind, Yushulan suddenly had an epiphany. Turning her gaze towards the other side of the thicket, she tentatively called out, Liuyun? Within the woods. Liuyun had initially intended to depart. Even though Yushulan appeared striking, with an air of heroism. Approaching an unfamiliar woman in such a world could lead to complications. To avoid such troubles, it was best to keep his distance from the outset. However, upon hearing his name called, he felt a flicker of curiosity, emerging from the foliage. He found Yu Shulan kneeling on the ground, and he was taken aback. Do you know me? Seeing Yi Liuyun wielding a longbow brought Yu Shulan a sense of reassurance. He appeared younger than she had anticipated. Initially, she had envisioned him as a seasoned hunter, older and more experienced. Yet now, it seemed he was not necessarily her senior. Most importantly, he was quite handsome. They say men are lecherous, but such tendencies are mutual. Women too can be drawn to beauty. I am Yu Shulan. She introduced herself. Ah, it is you. Yu Shulan recognized him as the individual with whom she had previously traded. She had not expected him to be so striking. But how do you know it's me? They shouldn't have seen me, right? I guessed. Yu Shulan candidly admitted her deduction. In this region, the only individual capable of such monstrous archery, aside from Yi Liuyun, was none other than him. The arrows that could pierce through trees were simply preposterous. Sandai Chuan Zhengren had not died in vain. Previously, Yu Shulan had been curious about how Yi Liuyun hunted the creatures of the night. But now, it seemed that curiosity was unnecessary. Very astute. He slung the wind bow back across his shoulder. Although it sounded like a simple inference, the ability to connect the dots in such a manner was ample proof of Yu Shulan's intelligence. Yu Shulan wished to express more, but just then, a girl's voice rang out from nearby. Shulan, I've come to rescue you. Ah, let go of Shulan. A girl with a notably exaggerated physique charged towards them, wielding an iron rod and shouting. Wow. Even Yi Liuyun, who had witnessed countless short videos and internet celebrities before his transmigration, could not help but be astonished. He finally understood that the phenomenon of youthful beauty was not merely confined to fiction, it existed in reality. Unlike Yu Shulan, whose beauty radiated heroism, this woman's figure was quite extravagant. But just a few steps into her sprint, she suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Ouch! Why do I feel a bit foolish? Yi Liuyun remained silent, while Tan Qianqian quickly lifted her head and looked over. Shulan. I came to just as she was about to declare her intent to rescue Shulan. The sight before her left Tan Qianqian momentarily stunned. The assailants who had once pursued them now lay defeated on the ground, and beside Yu Shulan stood an unfamiliar young man. Blood. Pointing at the blood beneath the third-generation Chuan Zhengren, Tan Qianqian felt a tinge of fear. There's no need to be afraid. In contrast, Yu Shulan adapted more swiftly. Didn't I tell you to run? In truth, the third-generation Chuan Zhengren had been pursuing both herself and Tan Qianqian simultaneously. To protect Tan Qianqian, Yu Shulan had covered her escape while diverting the third-generation Chuan Zhengren's attention. What Yu Shulan did not anticipate was that Tan Qianqian would return. Had it not been for Yi Liuyun's appearance, would it not imply that Yu Shulan was somewhat oblivious? Her focus easily shifted. I'm a bit worried about you, Tan Qianqian said, unable to resist lowering her head. Ultimately, it was for her own sake. Even if Yu Shulan wished to express something, the words eluded her. Let us leave it at that. Hee. Noting that Yu Shulan did not continue to reprimand her, Tan Qianqian smiled with delight, swiftly moving closer to Yu Shulan. Allow me to tend to your injuries. Due to her hasty escape, Yu Shulan bore several scrapes of varying severity. Tan Qianqian retrieved the medical kit she had acquired earlier and skillfully began to disinfect and bandage Yu Shulan's wounds. Witnessing this scene, Yi Liuyun was slightly taken aback. Do you possess medical skills? Though Yi Liuyun had the ability of super recovery, having a doctor nearby significantly altered the circumstances for an ordinary person in the wilderness. All done, it was evident that Tan Qianqian's bandaging skills were quite commendable. Thank you. It's nothing. Tan Qianqian waved her hand with a smile, thinking that without Yu Shulan, she might have perished long ago, rendering thanks unnecessary. Hiding behind Yu Shulan, Tan Qianqian couldn't help but glance at Yi Liuyun. Even with her obliviousness, she realized that the third-generation Chuan Zhengren pursuing them must have been killed by this very person. This is Yi Liuyun. You should be aware of this. Yi Liuyun. Chapter 36. Indeed, a martial arts family? Through Yu Shulan, Tan Qianqian naturally learned of Yi Liuyun's existence. He was currently the strongest human in this region. Hello. My name is Tan Qianqian. Hello. Yi Liuyun greeted in return. You both seem quite hungry. His gaze swept over Yu Shulan and Tan Qianqian. Grr. At that moment, Tan Qianqian's stomach audibly protested, casting a pitiful glance at Yi Liuyun. Without further ado, Yi Liuyun tossed 2 pieces of bread and 2 bottles of water. These provisions had been collected from treasure chests earlier. Since he had no intention of consuming them, it was better to give them away than to discard them. Thank you. Tan Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she accepted the bread, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. You truly are a good person. Goodness. Am I already being awarded the good guy card? Shulan. Tan Qianqian quickly offered 1 piece of bread to Yu Shulan. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Shulan accepted it. With earnestness, she addressed Yi Liuyun. Thank you. It's nothing. I couldn't possibly stand by and watch beautiful women go hungry. He spoke with an air of audacity, a tone he would never have dared to adopt before his journey. Like a little hamster, Tan Xianxian joyfully munched on her bread, elated by the compliment of being referred to as beautiful. Yu Shulan, slightly embarrassed, lowered her head, despite having received similar praises from many others. She had never paid them much mind. Why did today feel different? It can only be said that compliments vary in impact depending on who delivers them. The same phrase, when uttered by a handsome man versus an unattractive one, resonates quite differently with women. For someone like Yu Shulan, who harbored a strong sense of self and was a martial artist, Liuyun's immense strength was infinitely more significant than any wealth or beauty. The red tassel spear in Yu Shulan's hand was not merely decorative, it was a weapon honed through years of practice. As she ate, she cast a hesitant glance at Liuyun, her gaze wavering, wanting to say something but feeling shy and uncertain about how to express it. Liuyun, perceiving her hesitation, smirked and stated directly, "If you two have nothing further, I shall take my leave." After saying this, he prepared to depart. Observing this, Yu Shulan felt a pang of urgency. Yet, as the words hovered on her lips, she found herself at a loss. Seeking assistance was a novel experience for her, both before and after her arrival in this world. Liuyun recognized Yu Shulan's uncertainty. However, while he had mentioned wanting to find a few beautiful companions, it did not imply he was obliged to chase after them. Am I to remain a sycophant whether I have powers or not? What is the point of gaining such abilities? In stark contrast, Tan Xianxian clearly had fewer reservations. Brother Yi, she stammered, uncertain of how to address him. Her gaze pleading, "Shulan and I have nowhere to stay. Please, take us in." Yu Shulan, witnessing Tan Xianxian's earnestness, felt a wave of relief. Had it not been for Tan Xianxian, she would have been utterly lost for words. "Taking you in? What benefit would that yield for me?" Liuyun did not immediately acquiesce. "I possess some medical knowledge. I used to be a school nurse." Before her journey, Tan Xianxian had served as a school nurse, explaining her adeptness in treating injuries. Such incidents were common in schools, and frequent practice had honed her skills. And what else? While medical skills might be valuable to others, for someone like Liuyun, who possessed super recovery, they were rather unremarkable. Tan Xianxian pondered whether she had any other worth. Surely, she must have more to offer. Realizing this, she quickly continued, "I can give you foot massages, I can." Xianxian, Yu Shulan couldn't contain herself any longer. "What you're suggesting sounds akin to being a maid. Oh, by the way, Sister Shulan is incredibly skilled. She practices martial arts." Noticing Yu Shulan, Tan Xianxian eagerly introduced her. Martial arts? Liuyun turned his gaze toward Yu Shulan. Was it the kind of martial arts he envisioned? As Yu Shulan felt his gaze upon her, an inexplicable nervousness washed over her, akin to the anxiety many job seekers experience during interviews. Before arriving in this world, I possessed a lineage of martial skills passed down through my family. Although I was unaware of its name, I had dedicated extensive time to its practice. However, my current lack of strength prevents me from showcasing it in front of Liuyun. If I were capable, I would certainly wish to demonstrate my skills. Indeed, such a technique, which has been handed down through generations, could very well belong to an ancient martial art. Yet, for someone like me, endowed with exceptional abilities, I am not overly concerned. My curiosity is merely piqued. I am not a mere ornament. Noticing Liuyun's silence, I assumed it stemmed from disbelief or perhaps a notion that we were burdensome. With a serious gaze, I turned to Liuyun. "If you desire, I can enter into a contract with you." "A contract? What kind of contract?" Liuyun appeared momentarily taken aback by my words. "Do you not know?" I was equally puzzled by her confusion. I proceeded to elucidate. "Firstly, every individual who enters this world is granted a sanctuary, regardless of its nature. It belongs to the original owner. When others enter a sanctuary, the owner has the right to establish a contract that the entrants must sign. In essence, once this contract is signed, all who enter the sanctuary must adhere entirely to the owner's commands. It is akin to a master-servant agreement. Furthermore, signing such a contract genuinely compels one to obey. Is there truly such a thing?" Liuyun appeared genuinely astonished, as no mention of it had surfaced in the world chat. It clicked for her why most messages in the chat requested others to join their sanctuaries. It seemed everyone had their own ulterior motives. "This contract is not compulsory and can indeed be declined," I added, providing clarification. Chapter 37. I had initially believed I had overestimated the situation, yet I was still underestimating it. Much like Zhao Hu, due to his insufficient power, had not broached the subject of contracts. Zhao Hu understood that hastily pushing for such agreements would only result in backlash. Recently, however, as his strength and influence grew, he began to propose contracts. "So, you are in this predicament because you declined to sign such a contract? That would explain your current plight," I pondered, reflecting on our prior private conversations. I knew Liuyun was exceptionally astute, and with her family's martial arts background, it was implausible for her to suddenly find herself in such dire straits. Indeed, I did not conceal the truth, and after some contemplation, I recounted my circumstances. "We encountered Zhao Hu's people." "Zhao Hu, the one identified as number 0006 in the world chat?" Liuyun recalled, realizing he was the second person to upgrade their wooden and stone shelters after her. She listened attentively as I continued to describe the events. In truth, it was not an exceedingly complicated matter. It was merely a manifestation of the natural selection within this realm. Initially, everyone had arrived in this unknown world, bewildered and disoriented. However, the remaining individuals have gradually adapted, whether they band together or choose the solitary path. Those who have managed to survive until now each possess their own means of subsistence. Once the basic necessities for survival were met, the focus shifted to exploration. Zhao Hu's group operated similarly, dispatching individuals to explore the surroundings during the day while simultaneously searching for treasure chests and other survivors. Our sanctuary was not far from Zhao Hu's, leading to our eventual discovery. Hence, they sought to have you sign this contract. Although unspoken, I sensed their insidious intentions. Considering our appearances, it was no wonder. Even before our journey, both Tan Xianxian and I were exceptionally beautiful. It would be unnatural for them not to be tempted upon encountering such allure. Regrettably, they were too numerous. I felt a pang of frustration at the thought. Had it not been for their overwhelming numbers, I would have never abandoned my sanctuary and chosen to flee with Tan Xianxian. I understood now. In essence, the negotiation had collapsed. Deep down, I was inherently strong-willed, and despite Zhao Hu's prowess as a formidable figure, I could not acquiesce to him. Are you not concerned that if we enter into a contract, I may compel you to undertake unsavory tasks? I queried, scrutinizing both Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian for a moment. It would be disingenuous to claim I found no intrigue in the situation. After all, I was still a normal man. If you truly intend to do something, I doubt a contract would hinder my ability to resist. Yu Shulan replied candidly. Given the context of my strength, any act of defiance on her part would likely prove futile. Haha, you are quite forthright. My amusement was evident as I chuckled. In that case, let us proceed. Should any issues arise later, I doubt I will falter in my resolve. Splendid. Tan Xianxian leaped for joy at my acquiescence. Thank you. Yu Shulan exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for our newfound arrangement. Little did they know the trials Tan Xianxian and I had faced to survive thus far. While daytime presented its challenges, nighttime was fraught with peril. The emergence of monsters without a sanctuary made our continued existence nothing short of miraculous. I remained silent, glancing toward the position of the third-generation Chuan Zhengren. Perhaps I was inherently a cold-hearted individual. I had anticipated feeling some discomfort or nausea, yet upon witnessing blood, I felt only an unwavering calmness, as if I had merely performed an inconsequential task. With a self-deprecating chuckle, I called out, "On." Both Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian cast puzzled looks my way. On. Could it be that Liuyun has companions? Before their curiosity could linger, a resounding roar reverberated through the woods, akin to thunder splitting the air. Both Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian were visibly startled. What is that? They gasped as a shadowy golden figure burst forth from the woods. A monster? How is that possible? Yu Shulan's eyes widened in disbelief. As creatures of the night, how could they possibly appear in the light of day? Before any exclamations could escape their lips, the most astonishing event unfolded. Initially, Yu Shulan had anticipated that the imposing lion, adorned with dark golden fur, would charge at them. However, the reality was quite different. The pattern lion came to a halt right before Yi Liuyun, behaving like an obedient pet as it nuzzled against the hem of his attire. This is On, my companion. After a brief introduction, Yi Liuyun effortlessly leapt onto the lion's back. Good heavens! Yu Shulan couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment. Despite having regarded Yi Liuyun highly, she found herself murmuring in disbelief. To tame a creature of such caliber was no mere matter of strength. In the grand tapestry of nature, commanding such formidable beasts typically required first subduing them. How magnificent! Meanwhile, Tan Xianxian, seemingly unfazed by the initial fear, was now brimming with excitement. Boldly, she approached the patterned lion's feet, exclaiming, "Shulan, look at how majestic this lion is." Roar! The lion huffed, casting a disdainful glance at Tan Xianxian. So weak. Yu Shulan nodded vacantly, uncertain whether she was referring to the lion or Yi Liuyun. Brother Yi. At that moment, Tan Xianxian gazed expectantly at Yi Liuyun. May I sit for a moment? Quite audacious, aren't we? Yet, it was evident that the lion understood Tan Xianxian's request, responding with a low growl. It appears On isn't particularly fond of you. Yi Liuyun shrugged, casually remarking, perhaps it's best to wait until you become more acquainted. All right then. Although Tan Xianxian felt a hint of disappointment, she still envisioned the day she would ride atop the patterned lion. Chapter 38. Immune to all toxins. The Crystal Stone. At this juncture, as if struck by a sudden epiphany, Yu Shulan retrieved a water-blue stone from her belongings and tossed it to Yi Liuyun. What is this? Yi Liuyun caught the stone, his expression one of surprise. Identification. Item, crystal stone. Effect, a gem imbued with the power of flowing water. A crystal stone? Just as valuable as fire crystal stones, wind crystal stones, and earth crystal stones, it belongs to the category of rare materials, he pondered. But how did you acquire it? I found it while opening treasure chests. Yu Shulan replied without reservation. You mentioned needing such stones before, right? I intended to trade it with you. But when I encountered Zhao Hu and his group, Everything else was left at the shelter and likely taken. This crystal stone, however, I've kept on me. Yushulan had not forgotten Liuyun's earlier mention of needing such stones. Although she was unsure of its purpose, she decided to offer it to him, not bringing up the trade again. Then I shall accept it. Liuyun, appreciating her gesture, accepted the crystal stone without pretense. Do you have any idea what this stone is useful for? His curiosity piqued. You'll find out in due time. She replied, confident that he would eventually discover its significance. Along their journey, Liuyun rode atop the patterned lion while Tan Qianqian and Yushulan trailed behind. Having consumed some bread and water provided by Liuyun, they regained a measure of their strength. As they traversed the path, Liuyun occasionally plucked a red fruit from a branch and savored it, discarding the pit carelessly. He noticed Tan Qianqian, bow slung over her shoulder, gazing at him with envious eyes. Would you like some? Uh-huh. She nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking at grain. Without hesitation, Liuyun retrieved several apples from the survival rule storage and offered them to her. Here are some apples. You shouldn't eat this red fruit. Tan Qianqian accepted the apples gratefully and shared them with Yushulan. The bow on Tan Qianqian's back was the one previously wielded by the third-generation Chuan Zhongren. Though the owner was no longer, the equipment was still worth keeping, a trophy from their encounters with monsters. How sweet! Tan Qianqian exclaimed, reveling in the delightful flavor of the apples. Brother Yi, what is that red fruit you have? She inquired curiously while munching on her apple. I've never heard of any fruit by that name. You can't eat it. It's poisonous. Poisonous. Both Tan Qianqian and Yushulan froze momentarily. It wasn't that they doubted Liuyun's word. Rather, it was perplexing how he could speak of poison while consuming it himself. So, Brother Yi, what are you doing? I'm acclimatizing myself. Once I adapt to this toxin, I won't have to fear it anymore. Is it really possible? Tan Qianqian's expression reflected bewilderment. I'm studying medicine. You can't fool me. Qianqian, sometimes individuals are fundamentally different. Yushulan interjected, concerned that Tan Qianqian might recklessly attempt to try it herself. In her eyes, employing such a method to build immunity to toxins was nothing short of monstrous. Experience points, 1. Experience points, 1. Liuyun remained indifferent to the musings of the two women, relishing the delicious taste of the fruit. The sweet and sour flavor, combined with the constant stream of system notifications, provided him with immense satisfaction. Skill upgrade. Poison resistance, LV, 4. Poison resistance, LV, max. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 1. Due to the presence of the two women, Liuyun's pace was not particularly swift. However, he didn't mind, for he had nothing pressing to attend to. Merely grinding for experience. As they neared their destination, his poison resistance skill reached its maximum level. Triggered ability, immune to all toxins. Indeed, upon reaching maximum level, the poison resistance skill triggered an ability related to immunity against toxins. The ability to be immune to all toxins meant that Liuyun would no longer have to dread any form of poison in the future. Splendid. Liuyun chuckled with satisfaction. Initially concerned about inadvertently encountering some unknown toxin, he now felt entirely at ease with his newfound immunity. Here we are. With a graceful dismount from the patterned lion, Liuyun turned to see Tan Qianqian and Yushulan halt behind him. Is this Brother Yi's shelter? From the outside, it appeared to be a series of towering stone walls, obscuring the view of what lay within. Come on in. Liuyun opened the iron gate and stepped inside. Yushulan and Tan Qianqian followed closely behind. Hiss. The moment they stepped inside, both women gasped in unison, taken aback by the sight. The wise lion returned to its enclosure, understanding the situation. Nearby, a flourishing vegetable garden thrived, laden with fruits and towering apple trees. Encircling the area were rows of catapults, their formidable design exuding an overwhelming sense of security. Brother Yi, is this your sanctuary? Tan Qianqian had, at some point, nestled herself beside Liuyun, clinging to his arm, her eyes wide with admiration for her surroundings. With such a haven, even without venturing forth in search of treasure, one could remain free of worries. Self-sufficiency seemed assured. Liuyun, however, remained silent, his gaze fixated on the arm she grasped, lost in thought. It had to be said, Tan Qianqian's proportions were rather exaggerated. Clearing her throat, Yushulan, sensing the tension, moved closer and gently pried Tan Qianqian away. Qianqian, don't create unnecessary trouble. Yushulan believed Tan Qianqian was oblivious to the inappropriateness of her actions. Hee. Tan Qianqian, merely grinning foolishly, offered no retort. Let us head inside. Liuyun, unfazed, ushered Yushulan and Tan Qianqian into the stone house. Indeed, the moment they entered, the survival guidelines each carried began to vibrate. Liuyun opened his, and the first page revealed a change. Detected that subjects 9890 and 3301 have entered your sanctuary. Do you wish to sign a contract with them? Subject 9890 was Yushulan, and 3301 was undoubtedly Tan Qianqian. A contract, indeed. Was it only within the sanctuary that such a stipulation was triggered? Liuyun glanced at the terms. Essentially, within the sanctuary, the commands of the owner were absolute. One could only obey. Simultaneously, Tan Xianxian and Yu Shulan opened their own survival guidelines, encountering a similar prompt. Detected your entry into Sanctuary number 0071. Do you wish to sign a contract? Chapter 39, Settling for the Status Quo? That was out of the question. Before Liuyun could respond, both Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian burst into laughter, simultaneously making their choice. Agreed. Liuyun turned to look, only to see the changes reflected in his own survival guidelines. The character panel on the second page now displayed two additional contractors, Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian. In that moment, Liuyun felt a peculiar sense of authority, as if he could command the two women to do anything. Indeed, anything. Aren't you even a little concerned? I haven't even spoken yet, and you both consented. Hee. Tan Xianxian beamed, snuggling up to Liuyun once more. Didn't Shulan say that if brother Yi wanted to do something, it wouldn't matter whether there was a contract or not? Besides, she added playfully, I never said I had no such thoughts. Liuyun merely chuckled, choosing not to elaborate. At that moment, Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian finally took in the surroundings of the stone house. Wow, it feels just like our home before the transition, and there are appliances. Tan Xianxian couldn't help but exclaim, I sparkling. Can I take Sister Shulan to explore this place? Be my guest. Liuyun shrugged, not inclined to refuse. Seizing the opportunity, he settled onto the sofa in the living room and retrieved his survival guidelines. Number 0770, Collaboration. I've already informed everyone of my location. Those wishing to collaborate should hurry over. Number 9994, our sanctuaries are close, but I injured my foot the past couple of days. You should come to me. Number 0770, no problem. By the time you recover, I'll be collecting materials. Number 4655, is anyone nearby? You're welcome to visit. The discussions were rife with collaborative intentions. In the past, Liuyun would have merely glanced at such exchanges, dismissing them. But now, it was clear that everyone was calculating their moves. The reason they urged others to their sanctuaries was undoubtedly due to their understanding of the contract's existence. It was all a strategic play. Shaking his head slightly, Liuyun chose not to dwell on it, closing the survival guidelines. He then pulled out the crystal stone he had obtained from Yu Shulan, an unexpected boon. While the earth crystal was necessary for upgrading the level 5 iron fortress, this crystal stone could be utilized for equipment fusion. What sort of equipment could it merge with? That required contemplation. Sister Shulan, look. Brother Yi's bathroom even has a shower. There's a bathtub too. Tan Xianxian exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the lavish bathroom. Being a girl, it was only natural for her to appreciate cleanliness. After several days without a wash, one would feel somewhat uncomfortable. The sight of such an advanced shower was undoubtedly astonishing. Brother Yi is remarkable. He is the only one who could enhance a sanctuary to this extent. Indeed, quite impressive. Yu Shulan nodded in agreement. This man was not merely capable, he was exceptional. Suddenly aware, Yu Shulan noticed Tan Xianxian had changed out of her clothes. It must be said, even among beautiful women, Tan Xianxian's figure was strikingly exaggerated. What are you doing? Yu Shulan inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. Of course. I'm going to take a shower. After so many days without one. Don't you feel uncomfortable, Sister Shulan? Well, yes, but it's not necessary to shower immediately. Would you like to join? Never mind. I'll head downstairs. Yu Shulan shook her head, even if she were to bathe. It didn't need to be at this moment. Besides, she had plenty to discuss with Liuyun. All right. Tan Xianxian said nothing further and stepped into the bathroom. For some reason, Yu Shulan felt that Tan Xianxian seemed somewhat different. Shaking her head slightly, perhaps it was just her imagination, she closed the door and descended the stairs. As for Liuyun, he was deep in thought, pondering what equipment to fuse with the crystal stone, when he noticed that only Yu Shulan had come downstairs. His curiosity piqued. He asked, is Xianxian feeling unwell? Is she in the shower? Is that so? Showering? Liuyun didn't comment further, casually stowing away the crystal stone. There was no rush. He could ponder it later. By the way, Yu Shulan broke the silence, not remaining quiet for long. What are your plans for the future? Now that I have taken refuge in Liuyun's sanctuary and signed a contract, naturally, future matters will revolve around him. It is imperative to understand Liuyun's arrangements for what lies ahead. Plans? I did not expect Yu Shulan to inquire so directly. Continuing to explore the surroundings may also allow for the plundering of resources. It appears that seizing others' resources might indeed be the swiftest path to self-improvement. First and foremost, one must ascertain the nature of this world. Thus far, Liuyun remains unaware of the true essence of this realm. I see. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Yu Shulan felt a wave of reassurance rather than concern. What is it? Nothing. I merely assumed you would prefer to rest and content yourself with the status quo. After all, Yu Shulan understood that the sanctuary here is exceptionally advanced, lacking for nothing. Even without venturing outside, one could sustain oneself indefinitely. However, Yu Shulan recognized that in such an unknown world, complacency could prove perilously dangerous. What did you think it was? Liuyun chuckled lightly. There will be ample time for rest when the moment calls for it. Long ago, Liuyun had resolved upon his path, vowing never to stagnate. understanding his sentiment. A smile blossomed on Yu Shulan's beautiful face. Grasping her crimson spear, she earnestly proclaimed to Yi Liuyun, "Thus, for the future, I too shall not remain idle. Any heavy or laborious tasks may be entrusted to me. You are quite exceptional." In Yi Liuyun's experience, most women, when faced with such circumstances, would likely prefer to remain content, who would ponder other matters when simply surviving in safety. "So, Liuyun, what sort of woman do you perceive me to be?" Setting her spear aside, Yu Shulan gazed over at him. Whether in her past life or this new one, he was the only man who stirred her heart. Chapter 40. This is the path I have chosen for survival. Your perspective? Quite beautiful. Yi Liuyun assessed Yu Shulan, indeed finding her remarkably lovely. Exuding an air of extraordinary charisma, reminiscent of an ancient female general. "I am not merely beautiful," Yu Shulan retorted, defiant, refusing to be seen as nothing more than a decorative vase. "Then I eagerly await your performance, Shulan." With a smile, Yi Liuyun regarded her, sensing the atmosphere shift palpably. The gaze of Yu Shulan intensified, and her heart fluttered even more. However, Big Brother Yi. At that moment, a call from Tan Xianxian in the upstairs bathroom disrupted the budding intimacy. Ahem. Yu Shulan couldn't help but clear her throat. Her cheeks tinged with a blush as she averted her gaze, feeling shy in front of Yi Liuyun. Yi Liuyun, amused by her reaction, responded to Tan Xianxian's call. "What is it?" From the upstairs bathroom, Tan Xianxian's voice rang out. "It seems there is an issue with the water." It suddenly stopped. "An issue with the water? That seems improbable. I have used it numerous times without a hitch. Why don't you try turning the water source off and then back on again?" "I already tried that." "Big Brother Yi, why don't you come up and take a look? I'm not wearing any clothes." The last part of her statement took on a slightly flirtatious tone. Yi Liuyun was no fool. Initially caught off guard, he soon grasped that Tan Xianxian was quite deliberate in her mischief. "Not wearing any clothes?" Yi Liuyun raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Yu Shulan, "Perhaps I should go." Clearly, Yu Shulan also sensed the implications, casting an apologetic glance at Yi Liuyun before hastily ascending the stairs. Quite amusing. With the addition of these two women, life in the sanctuary had become far more entertaining. "Tan Xianxian, do you realize what you are doing?" Outside the bathroom on the second floor, Tan Xianxian opened the door while speaking. Yu Shulan had intended to say something, but Big Brother Yi hasn't come yet? Her previously pitiful expression vanished the moment she noticed Yi Liuyun's absence. "What is this?" Yu Shulan was momentarily taken aback, watching Tan Xianxian effortlessly turn on the water source. Splash. Water flowed freely, contradicting her earlier claims of malfunction. "Did you not say there was an issue with the water? This hardly appears problematic." Yu Shulan struggled to articulate her thoughts regarding Tan Xianxian. Wasn't she rather naive during their previous interactions? Yet now, she exhibited none of that innocent demeanor, clearly a schemer. "Are you implying that I am foolish?" Tan Xianxian, though somewhat carefree, was not entirely oblivious. Recognizing the look on Yu Shulan's face, she understood her thoughts. Yu Shulan neither denied nor explained, instead fixing her gaze upon Tan Xianxian, as if to say that unless she provided a reasonable explanation, she would not budge. "Sister Shulan." Tan Xianxian was fully aware of her actions. "Unlike you, I am not exceptional. I lack your strength and brilliance. I am quite ordinary." All along, Tan Xianxian had been acutely aware of her own vulnerability. In such a perilous world, without relying on others, survival would be nearly impossible. "But you possess medical skills, do you not?" "If I were truly skilled, I wouldn't merely be a school nurse." Tan Xianxian chuckled self-deprecatingly. With so many excellent hospitals and generous benefits, would she not wish to work there? Yet, she simply could not secure a position. At best, she could manage common ailments like headaches and colds. And when faced with more severe injuries, she was at a loss. "Sister Shulan, I am truly grateful to you." In that moment, Tan Xianxian's demeanor turned earnest. Her words heartfelt. "If it were not for you, I would either be dead or perhaps trapped in a gilded cage. Or worse, when her sanctuary was destroyed. She had fled. If she had not fortuitously encountered Yu Shulan, she might have perished long ago, or worse, fallen victim to some unscrupulous man. Hence, Tan Xianxian had always felt immense gratitude towards Yu Shulan. "You have also provided me with considerable assistance." Observing Tan Xianxian's sincerity, Yu Shulan felt much of her earlier frustration dissipate. At least the girl was straightforward, not dismissive. Moreover, she had never hindered Yu Shulan in the past. "So, do you wish to rely on Yi Liuyun?" Clearly, Yu Shulan has discerned Tan Xianxian's intentions. In the bathtub, Tan Xianxian nodded in agreement. There was no denying it. "I am indeed this vulnerable, unlike you, Sister Shulan, who can accomplish anything." Throughout this period of companionship, Tan Xianxian genuinely feels that Yu Shulan is remarkable. As a woman, she achieves feats that surpass many men. Moreover, do you not find Brother Yi truly exceptional? If I must have a man in this lifetime, I can only hope it will be Brother Yi. There is little I can argue against that. Perhaps this is the path Tan Xianxian has chosen for survival, relying on others. The crux of the matter is that Yu Shulan cannot deny that Yi Liuyun is indeed extraordinary, surpassing anyone she has ever encountered. If this is your choice, I respect it. Thank you. To receive Yu Shulan's acknowledgement fills Tan Xianxian with joy. I will seek out Brother Yi tonight. Goodness, why are you in such a hurry? Sister Shulan, would you like to join me? What did you just say? The moment those words left her lips, Yu Shulan, who was already in a complex emotional state, found herself in a whirl of confusion. No, did I hear that incorrectly? I simply feel that the world has changed. Someone like Brother Yi is not someone I can hold on to alone. Do not be misled by Yu Shulan's seemingly carefree and naive demeanor at this moment. She appears quite rational. Should I refuse? Initially, Yu Shulan thought she would be outraged and firmly reject the idea. Yet, the reality is, it seems, perhaps, there might be some merit to what was said. Wait, what am I even thinking? Sister Shulan? Observing Yu Shulan in this state, Tan Xianxian felt puzzled. And nothing. Yu Shulan quickly shook her head. Let me think about it. Instead of outright refusing, she simply left the bathroom. Tan Xianxian, bewildered by Yu Shulan's retreating figure, chose not to call after her. Reflecting on her own decision, Tan Xianxian clenched her fists, encouraging herself. Tan Xianxian, you can do it. You will definitely succeed. Chapter 41. Can this trigger a skill? What is the matter? Noticing Yu Shulan re-entering downstairs, her expression was noticeably unsettled, as if she were lost in contemplation. Yi Liuyun cast a peculiar glance her way. I am quite eager to speak up. However, what reason could I possibly provide? And in what capacity should I address her? In nothing. Though hesitating, Yu Shulan ultimately shook her head. How strange. Nonetheless, Yu Shulan refrained from elaborating, and Yi Liuyun did not press for further details. Nighttime. Although there were now 2 additional people, Yi Liuyun's 2-story stone house remained sufficiently spacious, with ample rooms. In the largest room upstairs, Yi Liuyun initially perused the world chat before pondering several methods to trigger skills. Just as he was contemplating whether to test them out, a voice came from outside the door. Brother Yi. Without a second thought, Yi Liuyun approached the door. You. At the moment he opened the door, he was momentarily taken aback to find Tan Xianxian shyly standing before him, clad only in a blanket. Despite Yi Liuyun believing himself to be composed, he could not help but feel a momentary daze. Brother Yi. Before coming, she had spent quite some time self-soothing, rallying her courage. Yet, when the moment arrived, the nerves of a young lady inevitably resurfaced. So, have you made up your mind? Yi Liuyun was not foolish. Nor was he a romantic fool like those found in love novels. Tan Xianxian's appearance at his door at this hour served a purpose he could easily discern. How could he possibly not understand? I do not wish to be a mere decorative vase or a caged canary. I simply... Tan Xianxian felt compelled to explain. But as she spoke, she became increasingly lost for words. She was flustered indeed. Come in. Noticing Tan Xianxian's distress, Yi Liuyun stepped aside to allow her entry. First and foremost, Yi Liuyun was a normal man. His inclinations and overall circumstances were entirely ordinary. He had initially anticipated needing more time, yet here she was, presenting herself at his door. It could only be said that in this unknown world, the naive and oblivious types had long since perished. Brother Yi. Do not be afraid. Leave the rest to me. Yes. She nodded vigorously. I must say, Tan Xianxian's youthful visage and her were undoubtedly genuine. Experience points. 1. What is this? Athletics, LV. 1. Goodness, a new skill has appeared in the skill section, leaving Yi Liuyun momentarily stunned. Is this considered athletics? However, upon further reflection, it does seem reasonable. What's wrong? Tan Xianxian, thinking Yi Liuyun was dissatisfied with some aspect of her, abruptly halted. Her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Coming back to his senses, Yi Liuyun quickly redirected his attention to her. It's nothing, I'll continue. Skill upgrade. Athletics, LV. 1. Athletics, LV. 2. Strength, 1. Speed, 1. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 1. Goodness. This is the first skill triggered that can simultaneously enhance all 4 attributes. In that instant, Yi Liuyun felt invigorated. Level up. Meanwhile, in the room downstairs, Yu Shulan could faintly hear sounds from above. As expected, although she had suspected this all along, the reality of the situation still stirred an inexplicable pang of bitterness within her. It was undeniable that he was the first man to stir her heart. Turning away, she endeavored to fall asleep. Yet, after some time, the noises only grew louder, rendering sleep impossible. Very well then, I shall practice martial arts. Since sleep eludes me, I shall forego it. Grasping her red tassel spear, she strode into the courtyard and began to dance. Having trained before, the spear in her hands moved with a fierce grace, producing several dazzling spear flowers. Gur. Within the confines of the pet enclosure, the patterned lion stifled a yawn, glancing up momentarily before lowering its head once more, displaying an air of indifference. The next day, Yi Liuyun only awoke at dawn. The ability of the sleepless allowed him to maintain a state of alertness without the need for sleep. However, the distinction between the ability to forego sleep and the possibility of sleeping is quite significant. After so many days of fatigue, one must occasionally take a moment to rest. With a sigh, I emerged from my room, stretching my limbs as I did so. As for Tan Xianxian, it seemed unlikely she would awaken before evening. Given Yi Liuyun's current constitution, It was fortunate that he was still conserving some strength. Otherwise, Tan Qianqian alone would be unable to endure. Yi Liuyun sensed a marked improvement in his mental state. Proficiency system. Host, Yi Liuyun. Strength, 45. The average for an ordinary person is 10. Speed, 36. Constitution, 44. Spirit, 41. Skills, /LV max. Exercise, LV max. Endure hunger, LV max. Archery, LV max. Stay awake, LV max. Swimming, LV max. Throwing, LV max. Heat resistance, LV max. Endure beating, LV max. Recovery, LV max. Climbing, LV max. Tilling, LV max. Planting, LV max. Taming, LV max. Horsemanship, LV max. Jumping, LV max. Poison resistance, LV max. Sports, LV4. Abilities, critical hit. Beast perception. Photosynthesis. Eagle eye. Sleepless. Fire immunity. Marking. Super recovery. Blocking. Muscle control. Rapid growth. Heavy hit. Biological affinity. Telepathy. Low altitude flight. Immune to all poisons. In the span of a single night, Yi Liuyun had elevated his athletic skills to level 4. If it weren't for Tan Qianqian's evident exhaustion, he would have aspired to reach the maximum level. Moreover, among Yi Liuyun's 4 primary attributes, only speed had yet to surpass 40, while all other attributes had reached 4 times that of an ordinary individual. Quite commendable. Yi Liuyun felt genuinely pleased with such progress. Are you awake? As Yi Liuyun descended the stairs, he spotted Yu Shulan, who had already prepared breakfast. Awake so early? Upon seeing Yu Shulan in this state, Yi Liuyun smiled as he approached. A touch of awkwardness washed over him. How could he confess that he had barely slept? Come and have breakfast. Yu Shulan, keen to divert attention from her eavesdropping, promptly changed the subject. Certainly, there is an undeniable charm to having someone prepare breakfast. Moreover, her culinary skills were impressive. The previous expedition with the pattern lion had yielded numerous supplies, including cooking utensils. Although Yi Liuyun had these items, he rarely utilized them. He had not anticipated Yu Shulan's proficiency in this area. I lived alone for a while as well. She was inherently independent. Before her journey here, Yu Shulan had seldom relied on her family, so her ability to cook was unsurprising. Seeing Yi Liuyun satisfied brought her a sense of relief. It was unexpected that her culinary training would prove useful in this setting. Without inquiring about Tan Qianqian's condition, she directly asked, "What shall we do today?" The regular search for treasure was on the agenda. The survival guide had indicated that at the end of each month, there would be a day of eternal silence when monsters would become particularly agitated. The month was drawing to a close, and Yi Liuyun had not forgotten the events that had unfolded when the novice protection period ended. Regardless of what might transpire during the eternal silence, being adequately prepared could only be beneficial. All right. When it came to such matters, Yu Shulan, dismissing her previous distractions, nodded earnestly. Shall we act together or separately? Yi Liuyun inquired, turning his gaze toward Yu Shulan. Let's split up. After some contemplation, Yu Shulan decided on this course of action. Although acting together would allow her more time in Yi Liuyun's company, splitting up would undoubtedly enhance the efficiency of their treasure hunt. It was evident that Yu Shulan was a rational and independent woman. Very well, Yi Liuyun accepted her decision. After finishing breakfast, he set out with the patterned lion. The daylight lasted only 6 hours, and time passed swiftly. Yi Liuyun still found little of note. Observing the plentiful finds of Yu Shulan and the patterned lion, he remained unfazed. It was simply a matter of habit. He had no particular talent for treasure hunting. Liuyun, Shulan, you're back. As night fell, Tan Qianqian had prepared dinner in the stone house. While her culinary skills did not quite match Yu Shulan's, she had no trouble with simple roasted meat. Roar. Upon seeing the roasted meat, the patterned lion became exceedingly excited. Ah, does On enjoy this? Tan Qianqian seemed surprised. Clearly realizing for the first time that this was a true gourmand, Yi Liuyun casually explained, and Tan Qianqian, nodding, placed a piece of roasted meat before the patterned lion. It immediately began to eat, its gaze towards Tan Qianqian softening significantly, as if to express approval. Truly, this was a genuine foodie. How are you feeling? After setting down the wind bow, Yi Liuyun turned his attention to Tan Qianqian. After all, she was the first woman he had encountered since his arrival in this world, and he felt a sense of concern. I'm all right. A hint of shyness colored Tan Qianqian's cheeks, but she nodded as she spoke. I can walk without issue now. But running or engaging in other activities still causes some pain. As she spoke, she moved closer and wrapped her arm around Yi Liuyun's. Take your time to recover. Yi Liuyun reassured her, acknowledging that it was partly his own fault. Tan Qianqian smiled and nodded. She was content and happy with their current life and had no regrets about her choice. However, Yu Shulan, observing their interaction, felt a swirl of mixed emotions. Indeed, a slow step leads to a slow pace. Could it be that, as Tan Qianqian suggested, they would truly become a pair? Ugh, what absurd thoughts am I entertaining? During dinner, Tan Qianqian leaned against Yi Liuyun's side. To distract herself from these thoughts, Yu Shulan quickly sought a topic of conversation. Remaining silent felt too awkward. At least for her. By the way, Liuyun, If we wish to upgrade this building, what materials do we need? Having made up her mind, she was determined to assist Liuyun. The priority now was to elevate the building's level. The level 5 structure was called the Iron Fortress. She had nothing to conceal regarding this matter. Liuyun, with an air of candor, openly articulated the materials required for the construction upgrade. Whether it was 500 units of iron blocks or a single earth crystal, I had meticulously gathered them all. An earth crystal, you say? Thus, this peculiar material known as crystal also serves such a purpose? However, Yushulan clearly discerned some underlying implications. Are there additional materials needed? Since I have already amassed everything, the absence of an upgrade must indicate further requirements. Indeed, we still require 10 units of black iron stone, yet this material remains elusive to me at present. Black iron stone? Yushulan involuntarily furrowed her brows, evidently unfamiliar with such a substance. Nevertheless, she earnestly assured Liuyun, I will assist in the search. Collaborating to seek out the materials would undoubtedly prove more efficient than embarking on this endeavor alone. I shall lend my aid as well, chimed in Tan Xianxian, who was nearby. Despite the nature of their relationship, she had no intention of becoming a mere pampered pet or a decorative vase, even if she considered herself ordinary. Tan Xianxian yearned to contribute her share. Rest assured, we shall take our time. We will surely find it. Observing the earnest expressions of the two women, Liuyun couldn't help but smile. Just then, a low growl emanated from the patterned lion in the courtyard, a sound not characteristic of normality, but rather one of vigilance. At the same moment, Liuyun's beastly instincts warned him of impending danger. Setting down the food in hand, he strode into the courtyard. Upon seeing Liuyun, the patterned lion leaped forward, positioning itself beside him and roaring at the stone wall beyond. Roar! Liuyun! Inside the stone house. Yushulan and Tan Xianxian recognized the brewing threat and instinctively sought to assist. Stay back. Liuyun immediately cautioned the two women, gesturing for them to remain indoors. Let me ascertain the nature of the adversary first. If it were merely an ordinary creature, the patterned lion would not have displayed such agitation. Beasts possess a keener sense of danger than humans. The two women were not foolish. Despite their ignorance of the enemy's identity, they understood that it was likely formidable. Venturing outside would only hinder Liuyun, compelling them to watch anxiously from the window. What is that? Soon, Liuyun noticed what appeared to be a fiery red rabbit ear at the edge of the wall. The patterned lion growled uneasily. In the next moment, a fiery figure vaulted high from beyond the stone wall and landed within the courtyard. Identification. Target, flame rabbit. Abilities. Long ears can be wielded like arms for attack and harness the power of flames. So, this is what was discussed in the world chat. A rabbit capable of breathing fire? I never anticipated encountering one here. The flame rabbit, upon landing in the courtyard, seemed curiously intrigued by its surroundings. After surveying the area, it let out a couple of sounds before fixing its gaze on Liuyun and the patterned lion. It made no immediate move, but observed with a curious demeanor. In terms of appearance, aside from its entirely fiery red hue and elongated ears, it bore little distinction from an ordinary large rabbit. The patterned lion continued to growl, betraying its unease. This was an instinctive trepidation towards a stronger opponent. Oh, the flame rabbit evidently noticed the patterned lion's wariness, yet its gaze reflected a human-like disdain, as if it deemed the lion inconsequential. Can we communicate? Liuyun refrained from attacking immediately. Would you like to be my pet? A rabbit that can breathe fire would undoubtedly make for an excellent companion. However, the flame rabbit clearly understood, momentarily startled. Then whoosh. The fiery figure darted towards Liuyun with astonishing speed. Block. Without time to think, he crossed his arms in defense. Bang. Even so, Liuyun was propelled several meters backward by the force. Quite powerful indeed. Alwyn. Roar. The bond forged through training triggered a telepathic connection. Without the need for extensive communication, a single call was enough for the patterned lion to comprehend Liuyun's intent. After a low growl, it swiftly charged at the flame rabbit. Bang. Despite the patterned lion's considerable size compared to the flame rabbit, brute strength alone does not guarantee an advantage in this unknown world. The flame rabbit's ears, forming into fists, adeptly evaded the patterned lion's assault and counterattacked. Bang. The tremendous force lifted the patterned lion off the ground, causing it to crash heavily back down. Eagle Eye. Seizing the opportunity, Liuyun drew forth the wind bow, knocking an arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of arrows swiftly soared through the air. The flame rabbit, sensing danger, managed to dodge initially. Yet, amidst the barrage of arrows, one pierced through one of its ears. Effective? Witnessing this, Liuyun smiled knowingly. It seems your defenses cannot withstand the might of the wind bow. Drawing another arrow, he aimed once more at the flame rabbit. The creature fell silent, its gaze shifting to Liuyun, now brimming with fury. In the next instant, flames erupted from its entire body. Without hesitation, Liuyun loosed his arrow. At that very moment, boom. Fiery heat erupted from the flame rabbit's mouth, roaring towards Liuyun. Block. Fire immunity. Crossing his arms, he prepared to mitigate the damage. In addition to the immunity from blocking, The fire immunity significantly reduced the impact of the flames. Liuyun felt confident in his ability to withstand the assault. Furthermore, he possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities. Liuyun, however, inside the stone house, Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian found themselves in a state of panic. To outsiders, Liuyun appeared completely engulfed in flames. No, I must assist Liuyun. Without a second thought, Tan Xianxian rushed forward to help. Yu Shulan quickly intervened. With your current condition, you would only impede Liuyun. What can we do? Tan Xianxian acknowledged her own limitations, but felt powerless to merely watch. Yu Shulan's expression grew serious. You remain inside the chamber. I shall go. Sister Shulan. Tan Xianxian was still recovering from the shock when Yu Shulan, wielding a spear with one hand, charged out of the stone hut. Her figure leapt forward. The spear aimed directly at the flaming rabbit. Release him at once. Clearly, the flaming rabbit had noticed Yu Shulan as well. Yet, with its flames undiminished and agile ears, it deftly caught the spear as it swung toward it. Yu Shulan exerted all her strength repeatedly, but alas, not everyone possessed the extraordinary prowess of Liuyun. Given Yu Shulan's strength, shaking the flaming rabbit proved to be quite a challenge. Roar! At that very moment, the patterned lion seemed to sense something. With an enraged roar, it charged swiftly toward the flaming rabbit. The flaming rabbit, perceiving the threat, ceased its assault on Liuyun and turned, preparing to unleash flames upon the patterned lion. Suddenly, whiz, whiz, whiz. Several arrows shot rapidly from Liyun's position toward the flaming rabbit. Caught off guard, the flaming rabbit was pierced through by the arrows. What? It was probably baffled as to how Liuyun, who had endured its fiery assault for so long, could still move, a truly outrageous phenomenon. Whiz, whiz, whiz. This time, Liuyun did not pause. Regardless of the flaming rabbit's fate, arrows flew one after another. The flaming rabbit, enraged at its first defeat after a flawless history, ignited the surrounding area with intense, scorching flames. Though the arrows were empowered by the wind's force, their material was rather ordinary. Subsequent arrows failed to even approach the flaming rabbit, incinerated into ashes before reaching it. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Maintaining composure, Liuyun's expression remained unchanged as he continued releasing arrows ceaselessly. The furious flaming rabbit fixed its gaze upon Liuyun, disregarding the arrows, and leapt high into the air, charging swiftly toward him. Get out of my way. Chapter 44. On's Evolution, the Fire-Patterned Lion. The spear in Yu Shulan's hand swung in a wide arc, cutting through the air before striking heavily at the flaming rabbit mid-leap. The flaming rabbit, caught off guard, was forcibly knocked back. Don't even think about approaching him. Spear poised toward the flaming rabbit, Yu Shulan's gaze was resolute. Even when facing such a monstrous creature, she exhibited no fear or thought of retreat. Her demeanor was reminiscent of an ancient female general, majestic and valiant, which pleasantly surprised Liuyun, prompting a smile. Now then, Shulan, hand me your spear. Very well. Trusting Liuyun implicitly, Yu Shulan without hesitation tossed her spear to him. Since ordinary arrows could not penetrate the fiery barrier, it was time to try specialized arrows. When ablaze, the flaming rabbit's body temperature surged, causing ordinary arrows to combust merely upon nearing it. Thus, a unique arrow was necessary. Fusion. Coincidentally, Liuyun had previously obtained a crystal stone from Yu Shulan. He fused it with the red tassel spear. Integrating it into an arrow would render it a single-use item, but merging it with the spear might preserve its durability. As the crystal stone merged, delicate blue stripes appeared upon the once exquisite red tassel spear. Item, water spear. Durability, 1000. Effect, sharp and sturdy, capable of wielding the power of water. Liuyun wielded the water spear as if it were an arrow. Placing one foot at the bow grip, he drew the bowstring back high with both hands. The combined forces of wind and the spear's inherent water power sufficed. Die, swish. The wind-infused bow granted exceptional sharpness the moment the spear flew through the air. Approaching the flaming rabbit, the water spear's aquatic power rendered it immune to the intense heat. Then bam! The tremendous force pierced through the flaming rabbit, pinning it to the ground. What? The beasts of this world possessed tenacious vitality. Even thus, the flaming rabbit did not perish immediately, but appeared dazed, clearly unprepared to meet its demise here. This ends now. Approaching the pinned flaming rabbit, Liuyun knocked another arrow, aimed at its head. Whiz. Finished. Then came the disassembly. Disassembly successful. Acquired 20 chunks of flaming rabbit meat. 1 fire crystal stone. Fire crystal stone. Liuyun paused, clearly taken aback. Liuyun, within the stone hut. Tan Xianxian hurried to Liuyun's side. I'm sorry. I filled with guilt. She recalled her vow not to be a mere bystander. Yet when confronted with reality, all she could do was hide and watch helplessly. Don't dwell on it. Liuyun smiled, gently patting Tan Xianxian's head. Unlike Yu Shulan, Tan Xianxian lacked skill and possessed only average physical strength. Moreover, she had yet to recover from prior exhaustion. I will become stronger. Tan Xianxian's gaze was simple and determined. No matter what, she refused to remain useless. Liuyun chuckled softly, saying no more. At that moment, Tan Qianqian pulled the red tassel spear, now the water spear, out from the ground. She swung it lightly, sensing a faint flow of water. So this is the real effect of the crystal material? She looked at Yi Liuyun with amazement. No wonder Yi Liuyun kept it secret. Such a wondrous effect would be beyond her comprehension. The first upgraded building granted a reward, and this fusion technique was exactly that prize. Now that it was known, there was no point in hiding it. No wonder. Indeed, taking the first step ensures every subsequent step leads ahead. Yu Shulan could hardly fathom how Yi Liuyun, so far ahead, could ever be surpassed. Even barring accidents, she doubted she would ever catch up in this lifetime. Can this crystal stone fuse with humans? Yu Shulan, ever astute, immediately recalled the question Yi Liuyun had pondered. This quick wit drew a smile from Yi Liuyun. This type of crystal 1T work. Its level is too low. 1T work? Wait, no. It's not that it 1T work, but that its level is too low. Quite clever indeed. Indeed. The level is too low. I simply haven't encountered higher grade crystals yet. Yi Liuyun looked forward with anticipation to discovering such crystals. Moreover, he glanced at the fire crystal stone obtained from disassembling the flaming rabbit. So, is it by the power of the fire crystal stone that the flaming rabbit wields its flames? Then Yi Liuyun turned his gaze toward the patterned lion lying on the ground, regaining its strength. Roar? The patterned lion, evidently noticing Yi Liuyun's stare, looked back with curiosity. Relax, it will do you good. Roar roar. Upon hearing this, the patterned lion seemed somewhat uneasy. Yet Yi Liuyun paid no heed and directly aimed the fire crystal stone at the lion. Merge. Just as Yi Liuyun had anticipated. There was no warning about the material's insufficient level, nor any indication that fusion was impossible. The fire crystal stone in Yi Liuyun's hand gradually melded into the patterned lion's body. At that moment, roar roar, the lion distinctly felt a burgeoning new power coursing within itself. Its original wounds rapidly healed. When the fire crystal stone was fully assimilated, a thunderous roar erupted. Scorching flames suddenly ignited across the lion's body. Indeed, it worked. The lion, now aflame, bounded about the courtyard like a child with a new toy. Identify. Yi Liuyun immediately chose to appraise the creature's condition. Target, fire patterned lion. Abilities, agile and nimble. Its roar possesses extraordinary power capable of intimidating petty thieves. Can wield the power of fire. Status, tamed. As expected, On had transformed from a mere patterned lion into a magnificent fire-patterned lion. Watching this fiery On, both Yu Shulan and Tan Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment. Having recovered from his excitement, Yi Liuyun's expression darkened as he surveyed the flames now scattered throughout the courtyard. You fool, don't you realize this is the courtyard? If you want to burn, go outside. Woefully, the flames were extinguished. On sorrowfully approached Yi Liuyun's side, as if to say, I just gained new power and wanted to play a little longer. And yet you scold me. Even after evolving, he remained the familiar glutton at heart. Chapter 45, A New Skill, Martial Arts. This is for you. Though somewhat reluctant, Yu Shulan handed Yi Liuyun a water spear already infused with crystal stones. Observing Yu Shulan's demeanor, Yi Liuyun briefly brandished the spear twice after receiving it. Don't want it. Yu Shulan's feelings were clear. For such a spear capable of manifesting supernatural power, it would be impossible not to be tempted. I want it. But it is yours. Only in your hands can it achieve its fullest potential. Yu Shulan was no pretentious or coy person, and she expressed her thoughts with righteous conviction. Haha. Yi Liuyun laughed at her earnestness, then casually tossed the water spear back to Yu Shulan. This is unexpected. Such an artifact-like item, so easily given away? You didn't finish your sentence. Yu Shulan glanced over. Clearing his throat, Yi Liuyun replied solemnly, the water spear is mine, and you are mine as well. If you are too weak, you want to keep up with me. Though the water spear was excellent, Yi Liuyun recognized its limited benefit to himself at present. It was better entrusted to Yu Shulan. A flush colored his handsome face. To claim that he owned her was quite bold. Clutching the water spear, Yu Shulan lifted her head and looked earnestly at Yi Liuyun. No matter the opponent, I will never let you fall before me, just as when facing the flame rabbit. Even knowing she was outmatched, Yu Shulan had charged forward without hesitation. Once she committed, she never regretted it. All right, if you have time, teach me some close combat martial arts. Yi Liuyun realized that although he possessed the wind bow for ranged attacks, his melee skills were somewhat crude, more of a wild fist style, relying on luck rather than technique. Very well. Family martial arts are usually closely guarded secrets, but for you, I will make an exception. Without hesitation, Yu Shulan agreed to his request. I want to learn too. Tan Qianqian chimed in beside them, this time, unable to help. She hoped that next time she would not merely be a bystander, but able to assist in some way. Unlike Yi Liuyun, who possessed the sleepless one's abilities, both women still required sleep. However, since the night lasted 16 hours, not all of it was spent resting. The remainder could be devoted to study. Tan Qianqian chose to learn archery, lacking any foundation in melee combat, making immediate training in martial arts somewhat unrealistic. By contrast, archery promised a quicker path to improving her prowess. Fortunately, Liuyun had no shortage of arrows, and with the longbow obtained from previous equipment, she could practice steadily. As for Yushulan, besides spear techniques, my family martial arts include a sword style. Which would you prefer to learn? Facing Liuyun, Yushulan showed no reservation, willing to teach whatever he desired. Swordsmanship, Liuyun pondered briefly. Both sound impressive. I'll learn them both, as a way to strengthen my body. That works. Yushulan made no objection. As long as Liuyun wished, she would instruct him. Regarding the long swords, they could be forged directly through the forge. Though not ideal for combat, they sufficed for practice. Let me demonstrate first. With that, Yushulan brandished her longsword and performed her family's sword techniques before Liuyun. The sharp clang of the blade accompanied her movements, revealing genuine skill. Years of training had endowed Yushulan with remarkable flexibility. Her swordplay was fierce and precise. After finishing, a sheen of sweat appeared on her brow. How is it? She paused, looking toward Liuyun. Impressive. Liuyun readily praised. The swordsmanship is sharp, and the wielder is beautiful. Slightly bashful, he glanced toward Tan Xianqian, who was practicing archery nearby. Unexpectedly, Yushulan asked, between me and Tan Xianqian, who is prettier? Was this a hint of jealousy? Sorry. Yushulan realized her question was ill-advised and stumbled over her apology. Liuyun laughed and waved her off. Xianqian is very beautiful. Beyond her delicate youthful visage, her figure is truly unforgettable. Indeed, Xianqian was quite lovely. Nodding in agreement, a somewhat strained smile adorned her face. You are not lacking either. Noticing Yushulan's shift in mood, Liuyun spoke directly. With such grace and poise, few men can resist your allure. Is that so? Her expression transformed as if a mask had been lifted. Her earlier discontent dissipated almost instantly. Ahem. I shall practice that move you just demonstrated. With everyone present, Liuyun felt no urgency regarding certain matters. Moreover, there seemed to be no need for haste. All right. Yushulan softly responded, her heart racing noticeably. Experience points, 1. Experience points, 1. As anticipated, this too triggered a skill. Martial arts, LV, 1. Not swordsmanship, but martial arts? Initially, Liuyun had pondered whether utilizing various weapons might evoke different skills. However, it appeared that all were categorized under one umbrella. No matter. At least it was better than nothing. Upon triggering the skill, Liuyun promptly began to diligently level up. Skill upgrade. Martial arts, LV, 1. Martial arts, LV, 2. Strength, 1. Speed, 1. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 1. Yet another skill capable of enhancing all 4 attributes simultaneously. Indeed, the wisdom passed down from ancestors is undeniably valuable. After practicing swordplay for a while, Liuyun also took the time to learn some of Yushulan's spear techniques. Gaining experience from diverse practices was advantageous. Impressive. Yushulan's spirits had gradually lifted. Observing Liuyun's movements, which had evolved from novice clumsiness to remarkable proficiency, she couldn't help but utter a word of admiration. This must be what her grandfather referred to as a martial arts prodigy. Chapter 46, The Perpetual Motion Machine, Never Ceasing. So sore. After practicing archery for a while, Tan Xianqian realized her arms were beginning to ache and tingle. After all, she was merely of ordinary human constitution, unlike Yushulan, who had trained since childhood. Nevertheless, upon noticing Liuyun and Yushulan diligently honing their skills nearby, Tan Xianqian's resolve solidified. She picked up her arrows once more and resumed her practice. Everyone was working hard. She couldn't afford to fall behind. Skill upgrade. Martial arts, LV, 3. Martial arts, LV, 4. Strength, 1. Speed, 1. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 1. Time flew by. Liuyun had elevated his martial arts skill to level 4. However, reaching the maximum level would require significant time investment, and he felt no urgency. After pausing his movements, Liuyun observed that Yushulan and Tan Xianqian had long since stopped, their expressions weary, yet patiently awaiting him. They were not endowed with the extraordinary constitution he possessed. All right, it's about time. Let us head back to rest. Yushulan nodded in agreement, preparing to return. Meanwhile, Tan Xianqian sidled up to Liuyun. You've been training for quite a while. You must be tired. Would you like to wash up before sleeping? I can run the water for you. Unbeknownst to her, Liuyun required no sleep and remained invigorated. Sure, but I would prefer your company. As he spoke, Liuyun wrapped an arm around Tan Xianqian, drawing her closer. After all, one should balance work and rest. Experience points, 1. Experience points, 1. Inside the bathroom, the system's notifications continued to resonate. Evidently, after a day's passage, Tan Xianqian's physical condition had significantly improved. Skill upgrade. Athletics, LV, 4. Athletics, LV max. Strength, 1. Speed, 1. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 1. The cumulative experience from earlier, coupled with the current efforts, had propelled the athletic skill to its maximum level. Triggered ability, Perpetual Motion Machine. A new ability had been activated. Yet, at that moment, Liuyun had no time to contemplate it. Nightfall. Beside him, Tan Xianqian had succumbed to a deep slumber, utterly exhausted after such a long day, leaning against Liuyun. A blissful smile graced her face. The perpetual motion machine? Seizing the opportunity, Liuyun finally had a moment to examine the ability he had just triggered. Perpetual motion machine. Stamina is eternally unyielding. Never-ending stamina. Ahem. Truly, this ability was remarkable. One could say that while Liuyun previously could fight for an entire day, now he could engage for a whole year, no, a lifetime. Such was its terrifying potential. Naturally, Liuyun referred strictly to combat. What else could it pertain to? Mastery system. Host, Liuyun. Strength, 49. Average for humans is 10. Speed, 40. Constitution, 48. Spirit, 45. Skills, /LV max. Exercise, LV max. Endure hunger, LV max. Archery, LV max. Stay awake, LV max. Swimming, LV max. Throwing, LV max. Heat resistance, LV max. Endure beatings, LV max. Recovery, LV max. Tree climbing, LV max. Tilling, LV max. Planting, LV max. Taming, LV max. Horsemanship, LV max. Jumping, LV max. Poison resistance, LV max. Athletics, LV max. Martial arts, LV 4. Abilities, critical strike. Beast sense. Photosynthesis. Eagle eye. Sleepless. Fire immunity. Marking. Rapid recovery. Blocking. Muscle control. Rapid growth. Heavy strike. Biological affinity. Mental link. Low altitude flight. Immunity to all poisons. Perpetual motion machine. The character template had grown increasingly substantial. Reflecting on the current character template in contrast to its initial simplicity, Liuyun couldn't help but feel a tinge of awe. At this moment, all of Liuyun's attributes had thoroughly surpassed level 4. The following day, Liuyun finally understood why it was said that a gentle abode was a hero's tomb. After all, rising from such comfort was a daunting task. However, this sentiment lasted only a fleeting moment. In the next instant, Liuyun was up. He possessed sufficient self-discipline. After a modest breakfast, Liuyun departed the shelter alongside Shulan, Tanshantian, and the now-evolved fiery pattern lion, On. One must admit, the physicality of women can be rather perplexing. Last night, it was evident that Tanshantian was on the verge of collapse. However, after a night's rest, she remarkably recovered a great deal and chose to join them in the quest for treasure. I paired up with On, while Shulan and Chanshan were to team up. Given that Shulan already possessed considerable strength, the assistance of the water gun would further bolster her capabilities. Even if they encountered danger, she would be able to handle it. In contrast, Tanshantian still appeared somewhat fragile and required someone to accompany her. All right, understood. Both Shulan and Tanshantian nodded in agreement regarding Liuyun's arrangements without any objections. Let us set off. With only 6 hours of daylight available, there was no time to waste. After the assignments were completed, they embarked on their journey. Although Liuyun and On were acting independently, Liuyun's strength ensured that he had no issues venturing alone. As for On, even back when she was a one lion, she had no fear of humans appearing during the day. Now, as a fire one lion, her confidence had only grown. Meanwhile, on Tanshantian and Shulan's side, Sister Shulan, look, there's a treasure chest, Tanshantian exclaimed, having sensed something. They hurried over together to open the chest, revealing some decent loot. Let us continue searching. Tanshantian nodded, staying close to Shulan. However, after walking for a while, the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy, prompting Tanshantian to speak up first. I'm sorry, Sister Shulan. The sudden apology puzzled Shulan, who turned her head in curiosity. I truly didn't think much of it at first. Nor did I realize that you might develop feelings for Liuyun. It's hard for any woman to resist a man like that, especially in this perilous world. Not at all. Though somewhat melancholic, Shulan shook her head. I respect your choice. Everyone has the right to choose how they wish to live. I have no authority to judge you. Sister Shulan. Hearing Shulan's words deeply moved Tanshantian. After a moment of hesitation, she finally shared her thoughts. What if we were to be together? Together? Together for what? Shulan was a bit confused, but as she noticed the look in Tanshantian's eyes, realization dawned upon her, causing her cheeks to flush. What nonsense are you talking about? In Shulan's view, if Tanshantian wasn't just joking, she wouldn't have broached such a topic. I'm not joking. Tanshantian quickly waved her hands, feeling slightly embarrassed, but still expressing herself. I just can't bear it. What do you mean, can't bear it? As a young woman who had never even had a boyfriend, Shulan was genuinely at a loss. Oh dear, what can I do? I'm just as desperate. With no other option, she leaned closer to Shulan's ear and whispered her thoughts. Hiss. Upon hearing Tanshantian describe Liuyun, particularly his abilities, Shulan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Is he really that impressive? Even without direct experience. Shulan had consumed enough short videos before her transmigration to possess at least some understanding of such matters. It said that being able to last 10 minutes is already quite good. Indeed. Fearing that Shulan might not believe her, Tanshantian nodded vigorously. How could I deceive you, Sister Shulan? You've been training since childhood. Your physique must surely be better than mine. Stop. If you say any more, I might really start to feel something. Yu Shulan replied, not outright rejecting the idea, but indicating she needed some time to think. It was clear that her heart was already somewhat swayed. All right, take your time, Sister Shulan. Observing Yu Shulan's reaction, Tan Xianxian realized her approach was yielding results. Yet, some matters still required Yu Shulan to contemplate thoroughly. As night began to fall, an unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared outside Liuyun's shelter, gazing at the opulent refuge before them. The figure couldn't help but gasp in surprise and quickly turned to flee into the forest. This news must be relayed to the leader. Not long after the shadow vanished, Yi Luyun's group returned simultaneously. Roar, On, who usually leaped directly into the stone walls, seemed to sense something and abruptly sniffed around the iron gate. What is the matter? Yi Luyun inquired, puzzled. At that moment, On raised her head and let out a couple of calls towards Yi Luyun. Roar. Others might not comprehend On's meaning, but Yi Luyun, possessing a telepathic bond with her, could grasp her intentions to some extent. Curious, Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian looked on. Are you saying that an unfamiliar person has arrived? Roar. On nodded vigorously, affirming Yi Luyun's words. Others are here? Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian also reacted. This meant they might indeed be under the watchful eye of others. It was likely that another shelter wasn't far from Yi Luyun's, which explained why they had ventured so close during their exploration. Both women had faith in Yi Luyun's strength. However, during the day, we can't all leave. Someone must stay behind to guard. Nighttime was manageable, as the beasts lurking in the darkness instilled fear that kept them close to the shelter. Yet during the day, if they all went out searching for treasure and materials, they risked being robbed. It would be counterproductive to leave the shelter unguarded. Agreed. Yi Luyun nodded, not disputing Yu Shulan's reasoning. After pondering for a moment, he slowly raised his gaze to On. Once indifferent, On now felt a bit uncomfortable under Yi Luyun's scrutiny. No need to think. It's you who will stay behind as the guardian. Roar. On expressed her discontent, unhappy with the decision. After all, daytime excursions to gather resources were her chance to frolic and leap about. If she remained in the shelter, it would mean losing her opportunity to run free. I refuse. She pouted, bouncing around Yi Luyun in protest. Don't worry, once we capture those intruders, you won't have to stay in the shelter anymore. Keep it up. I believe in you. Roar. Though still somewhat displeased, On's spirits were slightly lifted. Should you choose to remain here dutifully, or shall I give you a beating, compelling you to stay? The intellect of On is undeniably high. The moment these words were uttered, silence enveloped the atmosphere. Was there truly any need for further options? Regardless, remaining was the only choice. What more was there to consider besides the possibility of being struck? With a resigned chuckle, the fire pattern lion nodded in acquiescence, readily agreeing to the terms. Observing the pitiful expression of the fire pattern lion, both Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Be good, On. Tonight, you shall feast on roasted meat. After spending considerable time together, the two women had long since shed any fear of the seemingly formidable fire pattern lion. On the contrary, they found themselves quite fond of this occasionally affectionate and gluttonous On. Indeed, as a true gourmand, any lingering discontent dissipated upon the mere mention of food, prompting him to leap with excitement. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. As night descended, Yi Luyun diligently engaged in the practice of countless skills within the courtyard. However, at this rate, it would likely take quite some time to reach the pinnacle of mastery. At that moment, the survival guide, which Yi Luyun had kept close at hand, suddenly vibrated twice. Is someone seeking me? Yi Luyun paused his training, taking a moment to rest and ascertain who was attempting to contact him. Private message. User 9090. You are indeed the first person here to elevate the shelter to level 4. User 9090. I am Park Jongchai. Park Jongchai. Concurrently, not far from Yi Luyun's shelter, a newly upgraded level 3 stone house stood. A robust man, exuding an air of arrogance, gazed at the survival guide in his hands, flanked by several subordinates who mirrored his haughty demeanor. This individual was none other than Park Jongchai, who was currently messaging Yi Luyun. Chapter 48. Truly, a mysterious confidence. User 0071. What do you want? Yi Luyun responded curtly, preparing to inquire about the reason for the man's contact. Meanwhile, Park Jongchai remained unfazed, boldly stating, User 9090. Let us collaborate. User 0071. What on earth is this fellow talking about? User 9090. You must recognize my prowess. Being the first to elevate the shelter to level 4 indicates some intellect on your part. User 9090. Your intellect, combined with my strength, will ensure our dominion overall. User 9090. Given your achievement in upgrading the shelter, you must be one of us from the Pickled Clan. Even without being present, one could sense the arrogance woven into the text. Pickled Clan? First, I encountered a little rascal, and now another little brat appears. Do you know Park Jongchai? Yi Luyun casually glanced at Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian in the courtyard. Park Jongchai? Tan Xianxian queried, displaying evident confusion, having never heard of him. I know a bit. Yu Shulan interjected. Park Jongchai is associated with the Pickled Clan. I've heard he even holds the title of their first bodyguard. Of course, whether that is true remains a mystery. The first bodyguard of the Pickled clan? I wonder if that title is self-proclaimed or otherwise. Is he truly that renowned? Liuyun mused, slightly taken aback. Not exactly famous. Yushulan shook her head. He previously introduced himself in the world chat, claiming to have recruited quite a number of followers. In the world chat, Park Jongchai had boldly proclaimed his identity, asserting himself as the first bodyguard of the Pickled clan, boasting formidable strength to entice many to join him. Furthermore, those from the Pickled clan tend to possess a peculiar confidence, always adopting a lofty demeanor. I see. Liuyun nodded in understanding. Until now, he had primarily focused on leveling up and resource gathering, only occasionally glancing at the world chat. Noticing Park Jongchai was hardly unexpected. What is the matter? Is he seeking you? Yushulan inquired, curiosity piqued. Yes. I didn't hide anything. I simply shrugged and replied. He just messaged me, expressing interest in recruiting me. Yushulan was at a loss for words regarding Park Jongchai's audacity. Recruit Liuyun? Are you out of your mind? Do you possess the capability for that? Buzz. At that moment, the survival guide in Liuyun's hand vibrated once more. It was Park Jongchai reaching out again. User 9090. So how about it? Collaborate with me, and I assure you greater safety. User 9090. I am your only choice. Only, one must admit, such ignorant arrogance is truly ingrained in his very being. Liuyun's response was decidedly straightforward. User 0071, get lost. On Park Jongchai's end, he awaited Liuyun's response with confidence. In his view, the other party had no valid reason to decline and could only choose to collaborate with him. However, upon seeing the simple word get lost on the private message screen, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Brat. Recovering from his shock, Park Jongchai's anger flared. He intended to respond further, but the message failed to send. He had been blocked. Clearly, the survival guide possessed a blocking feature. Brat, brat, brat. An irate Park Jongchai stood up, slamming his hand on the table, reluctant to discard the survival guide. The subordinates he had previously recruited looked on in trepidation at his outburst, their fear and apprehension evident. They yearned to distance themselves, wary of being caught in the crossfire of his wrath. Once Park Jongchai regained his composure, they cautiously approached. Brother Jongchai, what is wrong with you? It's that user 0071 brat. Not knowing Liuyun's name, they only recognized his number, 0071. After a brief description, the surrounding subordinates immediately rallied in righteous indignation. How dare he refuse Brother Jongchai? That brat truly lacks discernment. Does he not know that Brother Jongchai is the first bodyguard of the Pickled clan? What a foolish fellow. A chorus of little brats echoed around. Listening to their tirades, Park Jongchai felt his spirits lift considerably. Indeed, that Liuyun would not collaborate with him was only a matter of time before he was eliminated in this unknown world. Only he could survive until the end. Brother Jongchai, and at that moment a figure darted in perilously from the outside, narrowly escaping the clutches of the monstrous entities lurking in the shadows of the night. Fortune, it seemed, was decidedly on their side. What is it? Park Jongchul furrowed his brow. He recognized the individual as the one he had dispatched to explore the surroundings in search of other human beings. Clearly, Park Jongchul was also intent on broadening his horizons. Indeed, Brother Jongchul, although the prolonged running has left me weary, I dare not hesitate, the person replied, quickly rising to their feet. After all, the last individual who defied Park Jongchul's orders was summarily used as an example, cast into the dark night to be devoured by those vile creatures. In such circumstances, it was no wonder that all his subordinates held Park Jongchul in such dread. On my way back, I stumbled upon a shelter, an immense one. Immense? How immense? Park Jongchul inquired, his interest piqued. It truly is vast. When I first laid eyes upon it, I was stunned, even questioning whether I was dreaming or had misperceived it. The towering walls stand over 3 meters high, and through the iron gate, I could see that there were even trebuchets surrounding the perimeter. Trebuchets? At this revelation, Park Jongchul could no longer remain seated. Did you ascertain whose shelter it is? If it could be claimed as our own, that would indeed be quite advantageous. I did not see any inhabitants. It seems the people within the shelter are out scavenging for supplies during the day and return only at night. Excellent. Park Jongchul exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. He slammed his palm on the table. Let us wait until daybreak to seize their shelter. When they return at night, we shall employ their own trebuchets against them. Soon enough, this shelter will be mine. Ha. Chapter 49, fearful to move, utterly paralyzed. The following day, Liuyun, accompanied by Yushulan and Tan Xianqian, departed from the stone house. The fire-patterned lion remained behind in the courtyard to guard the premises. The fire-patterned lion whimpered as it saw Liuyun preparing to leave, clearly expressing a desire to accompany them on their adventure. All right. Liuyun chuckled, waving his hand in resignation. Since they had managed to locate him, it was likely that the attackers would strike either today or tomorrow. This was not mere confidence. It was the palpable sense of security that his shelter exuded. Should it come to the attention of others, it was inevitable that they would harbor intentions against it. Thus, Liuyun surmised that the adversaries would likely take action within the next couple of days. Once those individuals were dealt with, he would be free to emerge. With no other options, the fire-patterned lion could only nod obediently, indicating its understanding. Seeing that the fire-patterned lion had settled down, Liuyun turned to Yushulan and Tanxianqian. Let us be on our way. Soon, outside Liyun's shelter, stood Park Yung-chul and his subordinates. Guided by the individual who had fortuitously discovered the location the previous day. Having only heard a vague description from his subordinate, Park Yung-chul had merely entertained a conjecture. However, upon witnessing the shelter with his own eyes, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Brother Yung-chul, there really are trebuchets, and several of them. Although obscured by the walls, glimpses of their formidable presence could still be discerned through the iron gate. Let me take a look. With no time to waste, Park Yung-chul approached the iron gate. Through careful observation, he could see the imposing trebuchets, their grandeur evident even from this distance. Due to the angle, he could not spot the fire-patterned lion, which had been dozing lazily within its enclosure. Yet, sensing something amiss, the lion raised its head to peer toward the iron gate. Brother Yung-chul, not only Park Yung-chul, but his subordinates also felt a surge of eagerness. If they could seize this shelter, with such an arsenal of trebuchets at their disposal, they would have nothing to fear from the creatures of the night. To truly plunder the shelter, they first needed to eliminate its rightful owners. The thought brought forth an uncontrollable laughter from Park Yung-chul, his excitement palpable. Hurry, smash this iron gate open. He commanded his subordinates to breach the entrance. Eager to test the capabilities of the trebuchets. Yes, his subordinates, without a hint of hesitation, began to batter the gate, kicking and striking it with all their might. Bang! 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 The iron gate remained steadfast, showing no signs of yielding. Inside the courtyard, the fire-patterned lion regarded the commotion with bemusement, questioning the sanity of these humans. Brother Yung-chul, this iron gate is remarkably sturdy. After laboring for a considerable time with no visible progress, several of his subordinates looked breathlessly at Park Yung-chul. Useless. Park Yung-chul scolded them sharply. A bunch of worthless fools, unable to open a single iron gate. Stand aside. Let me handle it. Upon hearing this, his subordinates quickly stepped back, allowing Park Yung-chul to take center stage. Naturally, he did not intend to use his fists against the door. Instead, he drew a long sword from his waist, a finely crafted medieval knight-esque sword, originally acquired by one of his subordinates through sheer luck from a treasure chest. It had scarcely warmed in the hands of its previous owner before being snatched away by Park Yung-chul. Armed with such a quality weapon, he felt confident. After a brief warm-up of his wrist, he swung the sword toward the iron gate. Indeed, the gate, impervious to brute force, could not withstand the might of a weapon of such caliber. Witnessing this, Park Yung-chul's exhilaration intensified. In a matter of moments, he had cleaved the gate open. Truly impressive, Brother Yung-chul. His subordinates praised him, their admiration unfeigned, even if it was the sword's quality that had achieved the feat. Relishing their praises, Park Yung-chul felt his spirits soar. After sheathing the sword, he waved his hand grandly, leading all his subordinates into the courtyard. His heart raced with fervor. Soon, this splendid shelter would belong to him, and he would inevitably ascend as the king of all humanity. However, the very moment he stepped into the courtyard, a thunderous roar erupted, the fiery roar of the flame-marked lion, echoing like a sudden clap of thunder across the plains. Accompanying this deafening bellow was a towering blaze that surged into the sky. Liuyun, Yushulan, and Tanxianqian had returned earlier than usual, before dusk had even fallen. Observing the shattered iron gate, Liuyun raised an eyebrow slightly, though he felt no real concern. With the forge at his disposal, he could craft as many gates as needed. What truly troubled him was the implication that, since the iron gate had been broken, those who had targeted his sanctuary had already arrived. Liuyun, Yushulan, and Tanxianqian, sharing the same realization, simultaneously turned to look at him. Have you underestimated On too much? Liuyun smiled gently in response to their gazes. Admittedly, there had been a hint of worry clouding his mind. Yet, once calm was restored, he recognized the presence of the flame-marked lion. If any humans had indeed trespassed, there was no need to fret over the sanctuary itself. The real concern would be for those intruders. Let us go inside and have a look, Liuyun uttered simply, stepping forward toward his residence. After exchanging a glance, Yushulan and Tanxianqian promptly followed suit. Within the courtyard, the flame-marked lion paced restlessly. Occasionally, it unleashed a fiery blast upon the ground, causing the earth to shatter instantly. This was no mere act of boredom. Before the lion knelt a line of trembling individuals, the very same Park Jong-chai and his subordinates, cowering in fear. Though the flames exploded upon the earth, each eruption startled them anew, leaving their spirits nearly broken. Chapter 50. He lives, you die, or vice versa. Oh my heavens, what kind of monster is this? It breathes fire. And aren't such creatures supposed to appear only at night? Why is it here in broad daylight? As Park Jong-chai and his men knelt in terrified silence, A human voice suddenly interrupted, causing them all to freeze momentarily. In the next instant, the flame-marked lion, once regarded by them as a demon, suddenly brightened with joy. Bounding over in several leaps, it circled excitedly around Liuyun. Though unable to speak, the lion communicated through gestures, raising a paw to indicate the kneeling intruders, then pointing to itself with a look of triumph, as if to say, "Behold, I have captured all these trespassers. Well done." Liuyun did not withhold his praise. Patting the lion affectionately, the beast responded with joyful barks, hopping gleefully in place. Meanwhile, Liuyun turned his gaze toward Park Jonchai and his cohorts. Despite his arrogance and misplaced confidence, Park Jonchai was no fool. Even without confirmation, he could surmise that Liuyun was the master of this sanctuary, and the lion was his loyal companion. To him, it was a bewildering sight. This man had tamed a devilish beast into obedience. In Park Jonchai's eyes, Liuyun himself was the true enigma. Sorry, I merely came because I saw there was a sanctuary here and wanted to pay a visit. Nothing more. The acknowledgement of defeat was stark and immediate. Is that so? And your way of greeting was to chop down my iron gate? Quite the unique approach. Liuyun remarked with a wry smile. Park Jonchai's men hung their heads low, too intimidated to utter a word. No, it wasn't me. For my own survival. I swear it was them, my men. They broke your gate, not I. Park Jonchai quickly shifted blame onto his subordinates. Surprisingly, it was not Liuyun who was most astonished, but rather Park Jonchai's own men. They had toiled under his command, loyal and diligent, willing to endure anything just to survive. Yet now, they openly accused their leader. No, it was him. We couldn't break it ourselves. It was the sword at his waist. The men's defiance was unexpected. Damn it, are you seeking death? The flame-marked lion roared, silencing Park Jonchai instantly. It was clear that Park Jonchai's anger had flared, but was swiftly quelled. A sword? At this moment, Liuyun noticed the knightly long sword hanging at Park Jonchai's side, and took it from him without hesitation. Ah, so blatant. Park Jonchai had always cherished this sword, never permitting anyone to touch it. Yet now, as Liuyun seized it before his eyes, he dared not protest. Item identification, item, Knight's longsword durability, 147-150 effect, a robust and exceedingly sharp longsword. Despite 3 points of wear, its durability remained impressive, a weapon of fine quality. Its design evoked the medieval era. Liuyun swung it a few times in his hand, quite satisfactory and perfectly suited for swordsmanship. What a stroke of fortune, to have a fitting melee weapon handed to him so effortlessly. You're right, it's quite good. Yushulan nodded in approval after observing briefly. As for Park Jonchai's protests, who would lend them any heed? Hey, my most treasured weapon has been taken away. If I don't speak up now, I might never leave this place. Park Jonchai declared. I am Park Jonchai. You may have heard of me. I am the foremost bodyguard of the Kimchi clan. I can serve as your subordinate. I am quite formidable. Park Jonchai? Liuyun was slightly surprised. You know me? His reaction delighted Park Jonchai, who believed that recognition of his name implied acknowledgement of his strength, thus sparing him from harm. Of course, Liuyun smiled. After all, you contacted me just last night. Didn't you? At these words, the hopeful smile on Park Jonchai's face gradually stiffened. Last night, Park Jonchai is not foolish. Upon hearing those words, he quickly realized the identity of the person before him. You are the one who first upgraded the building, designated as 0071, are you not? Liuyun did not deny it. Naturally, referring to me by my number is rather cumbersome. You may simply call me Liuyun. Reflecting on the conversation from the previous night, it had indeed been somewhat unfriendly. At that time, I had believed that this Liuyun was simply unappreciative. Yet, in retrospect, the configuration of such a sanctuary is unparalleled by any other survivor, I dare say. It is utterly absurd. Enough. Liuyun had no intention of wasting further time. With a languid gesture, he tossed a dagger directly at Park Jonchai and his subordinates. Amidst their bewildered gazes, Liuyun calmly proclaimed, if you kill him, you shall live. Conversely, should he remain alive, you shall perish. Do you comprehend? His indifferent gaze merely swept over Park Jonchai's subordinates before he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing with detachment. The atmosphere around them instantly grew eerily quiet. The group exchanged glances, each lost in their thoughts. Jonchai, what should we do now? One subordinate cautiously inquired, intending to suggest that they seize the dagger and attempt an escape. However, before the words could fully escape his lips, swish. Park Jonchai reacted swiftly, retrieving the dagger and striking with precision. The subordinate who had been speaking collapsed to the ground before he even had time to react. It must be noted that the title of first bodyguard may have been self-bestowed by Park Jonchai, yet it is evident that he possesses some degree of combat skill. Chapter 51. Previously there were no conflicts, but now there are. Jonchai. The sudden turn of events caused several of his subordinates to panic, retreating hastily. You shall all die? As long as I survive, nothing else matters. With that, Park Jonchai charged forward, dagger in hand. Such a scenario compelled Tan Shanqian to instinctively hide behind Liuyun. On the contrary, Yushulan, though somewhat unsettled, remained steadfastly observant. Moments passed, and it must be said that Park Jong-chai indeed possessed some skill. There was a reason why those individuals could only serve as his subordinates. In the end, one subordinate, seemingly driven to madness, screamed and bolted from the courtyard. As for Park Jong-chai, he wished to pursue, but one of his legs had become incapacitated. Clearly, he had paid a significant price to contend with these individuals. All of his other subordinates now lay lifeless on the ground. Turning his gaze towards Liuyun, he exclaimed, I have won. I have triumphed. If I have won, then I shall surely survive. Meeting Park Jong-chai's gaze, Liuyun smiled. One has already fled. Has he not? He was unconcerned about the one who had escaped, nor did he harbor any desire to pursue. Park Jong-chai's eyes widened in realization. From the very beginning, this Liuyun had no intention of allowing him to leave. Alwyn, roar. Without hesitation, a pillar of fire erupted forth. You shall only earn respect in death. This Park Jong-chai possesses some talent, but it is precisely because of this talent that he must not be allowed to live. As the flames gradually subsided, what remained of Park Jong-chai was reduced to a pile of ashes. Liuyun turned to face Tan Xianxian. Do you perceive me as cruel? Liuyun was uncertain whether this disposition was innate to him or a result of prolonged exposure to this world. He felt himself growing increasingly indifferent. No, after all, before his transmigration, he was merely an ordinary girl. Tan Xianxian felt fear, but did not believe Liuyun had done anything wrong. In this new world, there exist new ways to survive. You are not at fault. Never will you be. As she spoke, Tan Xianxian clung to Liuyun in reliance. Regardless of Liuyun's actions, she believed wholeheartedly that he was always right. There could be no mistake. Hearing Tan Xianxian's words, Liuyun couldn't help but chuckle, the coldness within him dissipating somewhat. Indeed, having someone to communicate with is rather pleasant. Noticing Yu Shulan, who still seemed somewhat dazed, Liuyun playfully teased, Are you frightened? Coming back to her senses, Yu Shulan caught the teasing glint in Liuyun's eyes and rolled her own in response. How could that be? I merely wished to acclimatize myself. After all, Yu Shulan understood that one day, she would inevitably have to confront others, so it was prudent to adapt in advance. No rush. Liuyun merely smiled, gently stopping Tan Xianxian. Let us be off. Night is approaching, and we must first replace the door. Yes. Yu Shulan nodded. Following in Liuyun's footsteps. Alwyn, ensure the ground is cleared. As for the fire-patterned lion, the power of its flames is quite effective for clearing away debris. Everything should be incinerated to ash. Roar. Why must a creature of combat also be tasked with cleaning? Never mind. Shaking his head, the fire-patterned lion lowered its head to commence the task. As night fell, Liuyun continued in the courtyard, wielding his sword, honing his martial skills. The events concerning Park Jong-chai had not left any psychological impact on Liuyun or his companions. Meanwhile, in another section of the forest, within a level 4 sanctuary, Zhao Hu squinted at the figure who had fled towards him. Liuyun, is it? This marked Zhao Hu's first encounter with the name of his adversary. Before Zhao Hu knelt a quaking survivor, the very individual who had fled in terror from Liuyun not long ago. One could only say, what remarkable fortune. Having escaped the perils of the night, he had found his way to Zhao Hu. Truly, I speak only the truth. That individual named Liuyun has a vast courtyard, complete with a catapult and a lion taller than a house that can breathe fire. It truly can breathe fire. While kneeling, he passionately recounted the events he had just experienced. However, such claims left Zhao Hu's subordinates with puzzled expressions. Unable to contain themselves, they addressed Zhao Hu, brother. Surely you are not so foolish as to be rendered speechless by fear and spouting nonsense? Indeed, how could any human tame such a beast? It is only natural that those who have not witnessed such a phenomenon would be skeptical. Even Zhao Hu, upon initially hearing these accounts, was filled with confusion and disbelief. Yet, I assure you, I speak only the truth. Trust me, I am not deceiving you. Observed the survivor, weeping and pleading for their belief. Zhao Hu slightly closed his eyes. You just mentioned that within Liuyun's sanctuary, there are 2 women? Do you know what they look like? Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Yes. Though he was unaware of why Zhao Hu would concern himself with such matters. The individual nodded repeatedly, affirming his knowledge, and proceeded to provide a brief description. Upon hearing this account, Zhao Hu's subordinates began to react. Aren't these the 2 charming beauties who escaped from us earlier? Who would have thought they would end up in Liuyun's sanctuary? What a pity. After all, such beauties are rare. Few men can remain indifferent after merely gazing upon them. Initially, they believed that Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian had perished at the hands of the nocturnal monsters, yet by a twist of fate, they had sought refuge in Liuyun's sanctuary. Big brother, we have no conflicts with Liuyun. This matter has nothing to do with us, right? We had no conflicts before, but now we certainly do. Zhao Hu was no fool. Previously, there was no animosity between him and Liuyun. But if Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian had become his subordinates, the conflict would inevitably arise. Realizing this, his younger brothers remained somewhat unconvinced. What does it matter? We are not afraid of him. With so many of us here, why should we fear him? I can't believe he alone could take us all on. Chapter 52. The Terrifying Instinct for Battle. Zhao Hu remained silent. In the past, he too believed that with sheer numbers, there was nothing to fear. However, now he pondered the existence of a fire-breathing lion. His subordinates were skeptical, yet Zhao Hu began to entertain the notion. The mere thought of such an adversary unsettled him greatly. Faced with this situation, one could either eliminate the threat or forge an alliance. If the description proved accurate, and Liuyun truly possessed such formidable prowess, only a miracle could eliminate him. With this contemplation, Zhao Hu's expression narrowed as he began to deliberate. The atmosphere around them grew noticeably quieter, as his subordinates fell into a tacit understanding of silence. Unlike Park Zhengkai, who relied solely on brute force to command obedience, Zhao Hu maintained a semblance of brotherly authority, refraining from excessively pressuring his subordinates. This garnered him their respect. Prepare yourselves. Soon, Zhao Hu had devised a plan. He lifted his gaze towards everyone within the sanctuary. Tomorrow, we shall pay a visit to Liuyun and ascertain what manner of individual he truly is. Seeing is believing. It is imperative to understand who he is before determining how to approach him. To seek out Liuyun? I refuse. I won't go. The reaction from the man who had just fled was immediate and intense, as if he were resolutely against the idea of going. Rest assured, you shall not perish. As long as you obediently guide the way, I guarantee your survival through this night. Of course, that assurance applied only to the present night. Yet, given the poor mental state of the individual, he evidently failed to grasp the underlying implications of Zhao Hu's words. Conversely, if you refuse to lead, you shall meet your demise this very moment. The choice is yours. Another dilemma? This was rather taxing. Why, you're certain I won't die? He cautiously inquired. Fear not. I am a man of my word. Then, very well. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Zhao Hu flashed a grin and gestured for his companions to escort the individual to rest, ensuring his safety. At the very least, they needed to secure him for tonight. Big brother, do we truly intend to seek out Liuyun? It was not that they believed in the existence of a fire-breathing lion. Rather, the fact that he had consistently upgraded his sanctuary at an unprecedented pace suggested he possessed considerable skills. It would be unwise to disregard potential unforeseen circumstances. Haha. Understanding my younger brother's concerns, Zhao Hu chuckled as he clapped the man's shoulder. Who says I am bound to seek trouble? A simple greeting. A pursuit of collaboration. This is splendid too. Zhao Hu did not declare that his visit to Liuyun was inherently a quest for conflict. He remained rational, avoiding impulsive actions. Furthermore, should any misfortune arise, he would certainly ensure he perished before any of them. Regardless of Zhao Hu's inner thoughts, once those words left his lips, his subordinate's original trepidation dissipated instantly, replaced by earnest declarations. Big brother, what are you saying? We could never allow you to perish first. Indeed, even if we cannot prevail, our actions will surely allow Big brother to escape unscathed. As long as you survive, there will always be hope. The disparity between Zhao Hu and Park Zhengkai became starkly evident. All right, enough. Everyone, rest now. Conserve your energy for tomorrow's endeavors. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to take their leave. Yes, big brother. They nodded in unison, departing without further comment. As for Zhao Hu, he did not immediately rest, but instead retrieved his survival guidelines. It was essential to extend a gesture of courtesy before resorting to force. Meanwhile, on Liuyun's side, the notifications continuously chimed. Experience points, 1. Experience points, 1. As the alerts persisted, the experience points for his martial arts skills neared their zenith. Finally, skill upgrade. Martial arts, LV, 4. Martial arts, LV max. Strength, 1. Speed, 1. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 1. Through Liuyun's diligent efforts, his martial arts skill had at last reached its maximum level. Taking a moment to breathe, he paused his swordplay. The activation prompt for a new ability followed suit. Triggered ability, Combat Intuition. The ability triggered by martial arts was naturally combat-related. Combat Intuition, an instinct akin to a reflex during combat. After a brief trial, Liuyun comprehended its essence. In essence, it provided an astonishing instinct for close-range combat. After all, it was often said that in such encounters, victory and defeat could hinge on a mere instant. There are times when one scarcely realizes what is happening, and before one knows it, comrades may have fallen. Yet, combat intuition afforded one the ability to act even before one's brain had fully registered the need to respond. However, your physique has already adapted to executing the corresponding combat maneuvers. With such direct combat capabilities, one can significantly enhance their prowess in close-quarters combat. Excellent, excellent. A nod of satisfaction followed, indicating that Liuyun was indeed pleased with this ability. Let us take a moment to rest. At that moment, Tan Xianqian approached, holding a towel. Although Tan Xianqian also diligently practiced her archery skills daily, her stamina was limited, unlike Liuyun, who could persist indefinitely. I have grilled the meat. Let us eat some first. While Liuyun was training, Tan Xianqian had prepared food in advance. All right. Faced with such a considerate and understanding Tan Xianqian, Liuyun did not decline. He glanced towards the courtyard, where Yushulan was still wielding the water lance, acclimating to its power. Let us take a break and have something to eat. Coming. Upon hearing Liuyun's call, Yushulan halted her movements. The water lance, after all, could unleash supernatural forces, which were somewhat incongruous with her previous gun techniques. Thus, Yushulan had made slight adjustments to her shooting style in order to maximize the water lance's potential. Noticing the towel in Liuyun's hand, she took it without concern and wiped the fine beads of sweat from her body. After spending so much time together, she had grown accustomed to it. Tan Qianqian, witnessing this scene, felt no jealousy. Instead, she was quite delighted, sensing that soon she would have someone to share the burdens with. My boyfriend is truly remarkable, though sometimes it can be a bit overwhelming. You all wait here. I will bring over the grilled meat. Chapter 53. With me here, fear not. Buzz. At that moment, the survival codex on Yi Liuyun's person suddenly vibrated. Yi Liuyun, puzzled, took it out. A message arrived from Zhao Hu. User number 0006. User 0006. You are Yi Liuyun, correct? I am Zhao Hu. Had he mentioned his name? Yi Liuyun raised an eyebrow, slightly perplexed, but deemed it inconsequential. User 0071. What is it? User 0006. Just now, someone came to me, claiming to be under the command of Park Zhongchai. I would like to deliver him personally. What do you think? Such a polite request. Yi Liuyun recalled that indeed one had escaped earlier, though he and paid it much mind. Just a minor character, whether alive or dead, made little difference to Yi Liuyun. User 0071. That is acceptable. Someone wishes to seek him out? Naturally, Yi Liuyun would not refuse. He was curious to see what the individual intended. Certainly not to seek revenge on behalf of Park Zhongchai. User 0006. Very well, I shall come by tomorrow during the day. Seeing Yi Liuyun's agreement, Zhao Hu hastily replied, concerned that the other party might change their mind. Tomorrow during the day? Closing the survival codex, Yi Liuyun pondered. Is someone looking for you? Yushulan, who had remained silent, observed Yi Liuyun's demeanor closely. She had noticed everything. Someone was undoubtedly seeking Yi Liuyun. What is the matter? At that moment, Tan Qianqian, approaching with the grilled meat, wore a puzzled expression. It's nothing. Yi Liuyun waved his hand dismissively. It is Zhao Hu, who wishes to meet with me. Such matters held no need for concealment. Zhao Hu. The name resonated with both Yushulan and Tan Qianqian, as they had previously lost their shelter because of him. It was indeed a complicated history. How did he find this place? Could it be? Yushulan, with her keen intellect, immediately surmised that it must have been due to the subordinate of Park Zhongchai, who had fled earlier. One could only say that luck was on their side. Wandering aimlessly to Zhao Hu's territory. Do you wish to meet him? Although there were grievances with Zhao Hu, Yushulan prioritized Yi Liuyun's feelings above all. Since he had expressed willingness, why not meet? Yi Liuyun smiled. We need not venture out tomorrow. We shall await his arrival. He is coming tomorrow? Noticing the serious demeanor of the two women, Yi Liuyun added with a smile, rest assured, with me here, whatever transpires, you have nothing to fear. This confidence was something Yi Liuyun possessed. Now, let us enjoy the grilled meat. Seeing Yi Liuyun's unwavering confidence, Yushulan felt a sense of relief wash over her, appreciating the comfort of having someone to rely upon. By the way, where is An? Yi Liuyun, picking up a piece of grilled meat, expressed his confusion. Usually, at this hour, An would be eagerly approaching. Yet today, that glutton had shown no enthusiasm during mealtime. Looking into the pet enclosure, An was nowhere to be seen. Yi Liuyun had been too engrossed in leveling up his martial arts skills to notice what An had been up to. An has gone out. Yushulan explained upon hearing Yi Liuyun's query. At night, An occasionally steps out for a while. I see. Understanding dawned upon him. It was hardly surprising. Previously, An refrained from venturing out at night due to insufficient strength and the inability to navigate the darkness freely. However, the situation was markedly different now. With enhanced power, An had evolved into a flame-patterned lion, experiencing a significant surge in strength. Even if not invincible, escaping from troublesome monsters was certainly within reach. I knew it. This glutton has never been so aloof when it comes to food. Roar. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the roar of the flame-patterned lion echoed from beyond the walls. Suddenly, a figure engulfed in flames, exuding an imposing presence, leaped over the wall. As the flames subsided, it was none other than Yi Liuyun's pet, the flame-patterned lion. Roar. Upon returning, the flame-patterned lion, spotting the grilled meat in Yi Liuyun's hand, had its eyes gleaming with excitement. After a couple of low growls, it nimbly approached Yi Liuyun. The pleading look in its eyes was unmistakable. You glutton, I have not seen you so enthusiastic about anything else, Yi Liuyun remarked. Yet he still tossed a piece of grilled meat to the flame-patterned lion. Roar. The flame-patterned lion, clutching the meat, appeared even more exhilarated. Watching this harmonious scene, Yushulan and Tan Qianqian couldn't help but smile. How I wish life could remain this tranquil forever. The following day, Yi Liuyun emerged from his room early, engaging in some physical activity in the courtyard. Roar. Noticing the excited fire-patterned lion, Yi Liuyun directly addressed it. Cease your fantasies. We have guests today, so we shan't venture out. He had not forgotten Zhao Hu's mention of a visit the previous day. Upon hearing Yi Luyun's words, the exuberant fire-pattern lion's eyes widened, and it immediately lost its spirited demeanor, becoming lethargic. This playful creature showed no restraint whatsoever. All right. Yi Luyun waved his hand in exasperation. Later, let Qian prepare some extra meat for you, and we shall play outside in the evening. Indeed, for a playful glutton, while the prospect of not being able to frolic was disappointing, the thought of feasting was quite pleasing. Roar, instantly revitalized. The lion bounded around Yi Luyun in joyous circles. You rascal, I must see if there's an opportunity to train a more docile pet in the future. Clearly, Yi Luyun had no intention of solely training the fire-pattern lion. The previous flame rabbit had been a troublesome creature, rather than invest time in taming it. He would have preferred to end its life. Upon discovering that crystals could merge with ordinary monsters, Yi Luyun pondered whether he should casually tame another creature. Even if its strength fell short, he could always bolster its power through crystal fusion. Chapter 54. The mindless are doomed to a short life. Zzz. While Yi Luyun contemplated his future path, inside the house, Tan Qian yawned repeatedly while skillfully roasting meat. Did you not sleep well? At that moment, Yu Shu Lan emerged from her room, stretching her limbs and observing the yawning Tan Qian with a puzzled expression. It's not that I didn't sleep well. I hardly slept at all. What do you mean? Yu Shu Lan's confusion deepened at this revelation. What else could it be? It's simply because Yi Luyun is an indefatigable force, like a perpetual motion machine. He never ceases. In the presence of Yu Shu Lan, Tan Qian candidly divulged the truth. Oh, I was expecting something else. The reason left Tan Qian momentarily speechless. Just as Yu Shu Lan's cheeks flushed and she hesitated on how to respond, Tan Qian, still tending to the meat, immediately turned her attention to Yi Luyun. Under Yu Shu Lan's bewildered gaze, Tan Qian directly stated, when will you make a decision? I desperately need you to help me share this burden. If she were to handle everything alone, she could hardly endure for much longer. Let me think it over a bit more. Was this a straightforward refusal? Not really. Rather, Yu Shu Lan was reluctant to decline. However, she felt that a catalyst was still needed to solidify her resolve. Time passed slowly. Staying by Yi Luyun's side, Tan Qian couldn't help but yawn again. Why not return and rest for a while? Yi Luyun glanced over. Clearly aware of why Tan Qian was yawning incessantly, it was all due to his own doing. No need. Despite her fatigue, Tan Qian shook her head, smiling at Yi Luyun. It's just one night. It's no big deal. I'll accompany you for now. One sleepless night is nothing to fret over. I can always make up for it later. However, at this moment, Tan Qian wished to remain by Yi Luyun's side. All right, since this is your wish, I shall not impede you. Yi Luyun nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, not far from Yi Luyun's shelter, Zhao Hu and his entourage had arrived. Under Zhao Hu's command were about a dozen capable individuals. Once we pass through this grove, you shall see it. I have already guided you. Now let me return. The one leading them was none other than the underling of Pu Zhongkai, who had fled from Yi Luyun's place the previous day. The thought of Yi Luyun instilled a psychological shadow in this man. It was quite commendable that he had brought them this far. Approaching any closer was beyond his courage. In that case, your mission is complete. Zhao Hu nodded at the trees ahead. Aye. The man was about to express his desire to return, but in the next moment, whoosh, a dagger pierced through him from behind. It was one of Zhao Hu's subordinates who had struck. You. The man turned around, bewildered, met with the cold grin of his assailant, utterly unprepared for death. Let alone in such a manner. He could only turn to Zhao Hu. You promised to spare me. No. Zhao Hu shook his head. What I promised was to ensure your survival through last night, but I never stated I would allow you to live indefinitely. Zhao Hu made it clear. He was a man of his word, and he would ensure that the man lived through the previous night. Execute him. Without further ado, Zhao Hu waved his hand, coldly instructing his men. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding subordinates immediately followed suit. In this scenario, there was no possibility of survival whatsoever. Take him away. Let us depart. Zhao Hu observed the scene with unchanging eyes. Though he spoke of benevolence and integrity, his position as the leader was secured by his formidable strength. One could only say that without ruthlessness, one could not stand firm. Boss. This. Soon, after passing through the grove, the group beheld Yi Luyun's shelter. Its imposing and sturdy walls evoking a sense of trepidation. It truly exists. The individual from yesterday had described the shelter's features, the walls, the catapults, and the fire-breathing lions. At the time, everyone might have had their doubts, but the reality unfolding before them left no room for disbelief. Knock on the door. Although equally astonished, Zhao Hu strove to maintain his composure. In such moments, one must not show weakness. He calmly instructed his subordinates. All right. The younger men nodded vigorously and hurried over. They dared not crash the door. Instead, they proceeded to knock respectfully. Meanwhile, within the courtyard, upon hearing the commotion, Yi Luyun glanced over. They've arrived. As Zhao Hu and his companions stepped inside, their gazes fell upon the meticulously arranged trebuchets lining the perimeter walls. A palpable sense of humility washed over them. Yet, There remained an undercurrent of discontent among some. The eldest brother could not help but glance at Zhao Hu, his eyes clearly conveying a desire. If they could seize these contraptions, it would undoubtedly provide them with significant assistance. Silence. Zhao Hu rebuked sharply in response to such longing. Fool, do you truly believe I am unaware of such a simple truth? We do not even comprehend the enemy's true strength yet. So what folly is this to think of plunder? I presume you are Yi Liuyun, Mr. Yi? Zhao Hu spoke courteously once he formally approached Yi Liuyun. He was somewhat taken aback, for he had not anticipated Yi Liuyun to be so young. Beside him, Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian regarded him with watchful eyes. Zhao Hu's expression remained unchanged, clearly indicating that he was not surprised by such a reaction. You are Zhao Hu. As Zhao Hu observed Yi Liuyun, the latter was equally scrutinizing him. In stark contrast to the brash and unthinking Pu Zhengkai from yesterday, Zhao Hu exuded a sense of rationality and intelligence. I am indeed Zhao Hu, he replied politely with a nod, while his accompanying subordinates remained silent, not uttering a word. It appears that one of Pu Zhengkai's subordinates came here yesterday, having fled from Mr. Yi. I have long held Mr. Yi in high regard and learned of his offense. Thus, I returned him to you. Chapter 55, Thunder Crystal? Still insufficient. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Hu gestured to his subordinates. The corpse of Pu Zhengkai's subordinate was unceremoniously discarded on the ground. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I had to eliminate him. I hope, Mr. You will not hold it against me. Quite the ruthless fellow. Yi Liuyun remarked with a nonchalant smile upon observing the lifeless body. It matters not. He was merely a lowly pawn. Leaving the corpse here only takes up space. It would be best to dispose of it. Upon hearing Yi Liuyun's words, Zhao Hu was about to offer assistance in the matter when suddenly, came a calm call. The figure of the fire-patterned lion leapt swiftly from behind the stone dwelling, landing heavily upon the ground. Boom. The fire-patterned lion's sudden appearance caused Zhao Hu and his companions to instinctively recoil several steps. Indeed, it was rather intimidating. Only Zhao Hu, with his steady demeanor, managed to maintain his composure first. Dispose of it. Yi Liuyun simply pointed to the ground. Roar. The fire-patterned lion nodded obediently, and then, boom. A torrent of scorching flames erupted forth. Under the searing blaze, any material would be reduced to mere ash, leaving nothing behind. This spectacle instilled an immense sense of trepidation in Zhao Hu's eyes. Good heavens, it was indeed real. The walls, the trebuchets, and even the most outrageous of all, a fire-breathing lion, all existed in truth. Who exactly is Yi Liuyun? Mr. Ye's prowess is truly admirable, Zhao Hu expressed, his praise sincere and devoid of flattery. The display of power commanded his respect. It must be said, there are occasions when one must demonstrate their strength, otherwise, the oblivious ants may naively believe they can act without consequence. And I must thank you for bringing this individual here. Although Yi Liuyun was indifferent to the lowly pawn, he was intrigued. What is it that you seek from me? With a smile, he directed his attention back to Zhao Hu. Yi Liuyun did not believe that the other's intentions were merely to return a corpse. Initially, Zhao Hu had aimed to confirm Yi Liuyun's strength. Should the latter prove inadequate, he had intended to seize everything. However, upon discerning Yi Liuyun's capabilities, the notion of plunder was now far beyond Zhao Hu's contemplation. Collaboration. I seek to establish a partnership, Zhao Hu declared without hesitation. I am confident that with Mr. Ye's strength, there is nothing you cannot handle. However, it would be unreasonable to burden you with every trivial matter. If you do not mind, I am willing to assist you with those insignificant troubles. In simpler terms, he proposed to be a black glove, dedicated to dealing with the dirty and laborious tasks. Then, what do you wish to gain from me? Yi Liuyun inquired, not outright rejecting the proposition. Friendship. If possible, I wish to earn Mr. Yi's friendship, Zhao Hu expressed. While he could have sought something more valuable, he chose to prioritize a stable friendship in their current circumstances. An astute individual indeed. Not only does he possess strength, but he also has considerable depth of character. Such a person would undoubtedly be a formidable figure in ancient times, and no wonder he has risen to such prominence. Without providing an immediate response, Yi Liuyun merely smiled silently. Sensing understanding, Zhao Hu continued, recently, by fortuitous chance, I acquired a thunder crystal. I have heard that Mr. Yi is in need of such an item, and thus I present it to you. This thunder crystal was something Zhao Hu had stumbled upon in a treasure chest. Although he was unaware of its precise utility, he sensed that it was a valuable material. Previously, upon observing discussions in the world chat, he had learned of Yi Liuyun's intent to collect such materials, prompting him to prepare in advance. Thunder crystal? Yi Liuyun responded with mild surprise. Even Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian, positioned beside him, appeared equally astonished. Indeed, observing their reactions, Zhao Hu realized that Yi Liuyun was evidently aware of the significance of this crystal. With that thought in mind, he produced a purple stone. Identification. Item, thunder crystal. Effect, a stone imbued with certain electrical power. Indeed, it is a thunder crystal. I wish to exchange this thunder crystal for Mr. Ye's friendship. Although this crystal might be of considerable merit, Zhao Hu still hoped to secure Yi Liuyun's camaraderie. Yi Liuyun remained contemplative in silence. Meanwhile, Yu Shulan quietly tugged at Yi Liuyun's sleeve. Having witnessed the effects of the crystal, she understood its importance even more clearly. The power of thunder and lightning has always been a formidable force in nature. If Yi Liuyun could wield it with ease, it would undoubtedly prove advantageous. With a sidelong glance, Yi Liuyun was acutely aware of Yu Shulan's thoughts. However, it was still insufficient. He turned his gaze back to Zhao Hu. What does Mr. You desire? The lack of a direct refusal was, in itself, a positive sign. Zhao Hu promptly inquired. If I am not mistaken, there should be some past grievances between our people. Certain matters need not be stated explicitly. Upon hearing Yi Liuyun's words, Zhao Hu immediately grasped the implication. Was it for Yu Shulan and Tan Qianqian? Without further ado, he performed a deep 90-degree bow, earnestly addressing both ladies. I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident that may have offended you. I assure you, I will return the previously borrowed items shortly. Such humility. Yu Shulan and Tan Qianqian fell into a contemplative silence. Yu Shulan's gaze flickered towards Yi Liuyun, initially anticipating that he sought something of greater value. To her surprise, it was merely this. Did he truly remember her capabilities? Sometimes, what a woman requires is not something tangible. Rather, a respectful attitude can outweigh any material possession. Of course, such women are destined to remain a rarity. With a composed demeanor, Yu Shulan turned her attention to Zhao Hu. I expect every single one of my belongings to be returned. This was not for any other reason, but because she believed her previous possessions could aid Yi Liuyun. That rationale sufficed. No problem. Zhao Hu readily consented, as he currently lacked no such materials. Then, Zhao Hu's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he looked at Yi Liuyun. With a playful smile, Yi Liuyun took the thunder crystal from Zhao Hu's hands. Thus, our transaction is complete. You have gained my friendship. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Hu felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. Chapter 56, Sword of Thunder, the Ferocious Might of Lightning. Boss, are we truly returning everything? On the way back to the shelter, one of Zhao Hu's subordinates could no longer restrain himself and posed the question. Let us refrain from such trivialities in the future. Zhao Hu was resolute in his choice, yet felt the need to articulate some pleasantries in front of his underlings. You might think that today has brought me, your elder brother, shame. But rest assured, I do not regret my decisions. Brother. Upon hearing this, several subordinates felt compelled to console Zhao Hu, for not everyone is brash. Some possess wisdom. They understood full well that Yi Liuyun's power was formidable. Should conflict arise, the only outcome would be their demise. Zhao Hu's decision had indeed been the wisest at that moment. Listen to me. Before his subordinates could voice their thoughts, Zhao Hu waved his hand, cutting them off. With a calm tone, he stated, in terms of skill, we must acknowledge our shortcomings. Today, we are inferior to Yi Liuyun, and thus it is our place to be humble. However, I refuse to believe that our strength will remain feeble forever. Zhao Hu was confident that, one day, they would regain their rightful prowess. Rest assured, as long as you stand with me, Zhao Hu, I shall protect you from any grievances, even at the cost of my own life. Brother. Upon hearing these words, his subordinates were visibly moved. Even those who had previously harbored resentment now wore expressions of guilt, realizing their own insecurities. Let us depart. Zhao Hu spoke no further, gesturing grandly as he took the lead, followed closely by his subordinates. Thank you for earlier. In the courtyard, Yi Liuyun was inspecting the thunder crystal when Yu Shulan's voice suddenly reached him. He turned to face her, noticing that while she appeared somewhat bashful, her gaze remained earnest. Thank you. Do we still need to say thank you between us? Yi Liuyun replied with a smile. Yu Shulan lowered her head, feeling a bit shy and lost in thought. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Yu Shulan's reaction, Tan Qianqian seemed to understand something and immediately broke into a cheerful smile. Is this the thunder crystal? Leaning against Yi Liuyun, she looked curiously at the crystal in his grasp. Once her emotions settled, Yu Shulan joined in the observation. Have you decided how to utilize it? I've been considering it for quite some time. Yi Liuyun responded, excited by the prospect of harnessing the formidable power of nature's most fierce calamity. As he spoke, he drew forth his knight's long sword. Having mastered close combat skills, it would be a shame not to equip himself with a fitting weapon. Merge. In the next moment, the thunder crystal began to draw near to the knight's long sword, gradually fusing together. Crackle, crackle. Simultaneously, intricate lightning patterns emerged on the blade of the knight's sword, with currents of electricity flickering along its edge. Identification. Item, Sword of Thunder. Durability, 1000. Effect, sharp blade, sturdy material, capable of harnessing the power of lightning. Hiss. As Yi Liuyun admired the Sword of Thunder, he suddenly felt a jolt of electricity course through his hand, causing the sword to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. He was taken aback. Are you all right? Both Yu Shulan and Tan Qianqian looked on with concern at this turn of events. All is well. He shook his head slightly. The power of lightning was volatile and challenging to control. Yu Shulan had already deduced part of the issue, recognizing that lightning was not like flowing water. Gentle and easily tamed, it was a ferocious force. If one could not withstand the might of lightning, it could easily backfire. What shall we do? Tan Qianqian's expression turned anxious. They had just acquired this artifact, and it couldn't possibly be unusable, could it? Well, Yu Shulan's face reflected her distress. Uncertain of a solution. Fear not. Noticing both women wore troubled expressions, Yi Liuyun couldn't help but chuckle. This was merely the beginning, for he had just received a system notification. Experience points 1. At that moment, a new skill appeared. Electrocution, LV1. Yi Liuyun felt no trepidation regarding wielding the Sword of Thunder. This was just the initial phase. With time, he would undoubtedly adapt. For it was a divine weapon that required a period of acclimatization. Is that so? I still feel somewhat apprehensive. At this moment, Yi Liuyun picked up the Sword of Thunder once more. Crackle. The residual electricity still coursed through it, though thankfully, it was not overwhelmingly powerful. This time, prepared for the sensation, he managed to hold onto the sword without letting it slip from his grip. Crackle. He could see faint arcs of lightning traveling along the hilt, reaching him. In that instant, experience points 1. Experience points 1. His experience points surged rapidly. Soon. Skill upgrade. Electric Shock, LV1. Electric Shock, LV1. Strength 1, Speed 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Lately, it seems that the skills I have awakened predominantly enhance my 4 primary attributes. Nonetheless, this is undoubtedly a favorable situation. A robust set of attributes, while not granting outright immunity to the forces of lightning, certainly allows me to withstand them without issue. You see, I am managing quite well. Aren't I? With further adaptation, I will wield it freely. Brandishing the Sword of Thunder, I performed a simple motion. The blade sliced through the air towards the distance. In the next moment, whoosh, a surge of electricity shot forth, cleaving a nearby towering tree in half. Indeed, the power of lightning is remarkably formidable. This is splendid. Seeing that Yi Liuyun was unharmed, Yu Shulan felt considerably relieved. All right, let us head back. So long as I hold the Sword of Thunder, the experience for the electric shock skill will continuously accumulate. Thus, Yi Liuyun need not feel rushed. That night, Liuyun, I really can't take it anymore. Leaning against Yi Liuyun, Tan Qianqian expressed her exasperation. No worries, we shall rest for the night. Yi Liuyun was not oblivious to the need to care for a girl's well-being. Hee. Even though I can't take it, it's still all right. Tan Qianqian suddenly burst into laughter. What does this mean? With a beaming smile, she said. If you go to Sister Shulan's room now, there will be a surprise for you. Surprise? Hiss. Is that true? Chapter 57. A choice I shall not regret. Upon hearing this, Yi Liuyun visibly became more expectant. That night, observing Tan Qianqian, who had swiftly fallen into a deep slumber, Yi Liuyun chose not to disturb her. Instead, he quietly closed the door and descended the staircase. To his surprise, as he reached the bottom, he found Yu Shulan seated on the living room sofa. A somewhat dazed Yu Shulan quickly stood upon hearing Yi Liuyun's voice. Am I that frightening? Observing the hesitation in Yu Shulan's demeanor, Yi Liuyun couldn't help but chuckle. Not at all. As her emotions gradually eased, she confessed, I am uncertain if what I am doing is correct. During the day, when faced with the crucial material known as Thunder Crystal, Yi Liuyun had still managed to think of himself. This deeply touched Yu Shulan and clarified her own heart. Perhaps, as Tan Qianqian suggested, this is an entirely new world, naturally accompanied by a novel way of existence. However, it still feels rather unsettling. Yi Liuyun was not naive. He had already gathered certain insights from Tan Qianqian. Now, upon hearing Yu Shulan's words, he immediately grasped her meaning. Rather than becoming entangled in the rightness of her actions, it would be wiser to reflect on whether she truly desires to pursue them. Some choices must ultimately be made by Yu Shulan herself. Soon, after a moment of silence, Yu Shulan raised her head, looking earnestly at Yi Liuyun. I love you. I love you too. What about Sister Shulan? The following morning, having rested well, Tan Qianqian descended from upstairs, glancing around the living room with a hint of confusion. Typically, Yu Shulan would rise early and rarely oversleep. She must be utterly exhausted and is still resting. Yi Liuyun, retrieving a few fruits from the refrigerator for breakfast, casually remarked. Utterly exhausted? Just waking up. Her little head was still somewhat dazed. Initially, she was a bit slow to comprehend, but upon hearing this, she more or less understood. Hee. Got it. Understood. Nodding like a little hamster, she realized how impressive it was. Even someone with Yu Shulan's superior physical prowess could hardly endure. All right. Yi Liuyun paid little heed to it. After consuming a light meal, he directly gestured to Tan Qianqian, saying, You stay at home to care for Shulan. I can handle the exploration on my own. Understood. Aware of her own limitations and strength, Tan Qianqian earnestly nodded. Subsequently, Yi Liuyun quickly organized his equipment and prepared to leave with the fire pattern lion. As he passed by the pet enclosure, he noticed the fire pattern lion sprawled on the ground, still sleeping. There was no need to guess. It had undoubtedly been out playing all night. Bang! Yi Liuyun kicked the enclosure, watching as the drowsy fire pattern lion lifted its head in a daze, grumbling, Get up and prepare for work, after staying up all night. Be careful not to turn into a balding lion. Roar. Even after a night of revelry, it was unlikely to become a balding lion. The fire pattern lion growled in discontent, but obediently followed in Yi Liuyun's footsteps. Sister Shulan. On Tan Qianqian's side, Regaining some energy, she quickly jogged to Yu Shulan's door. Gently knocking, she opened the door a crack, peering inside. It's Yu Chanqian. Yu Shulan clearly sensed something. Upon seeing Tan Chanqian, she felt at ease. Hee. With Yu Shulan already awake, Tan Chanqian entered with a cheerful smile. How about that? I told you, Liuyun is truly remarkable. What is merely spoken and what is realized in practice are two entirely different matters. Yu Shulan felt somewhat exasperated. Although she had mentally prepared herself after hearing Tan Chanqian's words, she had not anticipated just how extraordinary Yi Liuyun truly was. Indeed, it was somewhat exaggerated. Just tell me how it went. Yu Shulan reminisced, unable to suppress a smile. Very well. At this moment, Yi Liuyun remained oblivious to the extent of the exaggerated conversation between Yu Shulan and Tan Chanqian. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. While searching for treasure and supplies, Yi Liuyun was also accruing experience for his new skills. The evolved Sword of Thunder, sheathed in its scabbard, hung at Yi Liuyun's waist. With one hand resting on the hilt, he scoured the woods. Although it was secured in its sheath, electrical currents occasionally coursed from the hilt to Yi Liuyun's hand. These currents were instrumental in enhancing his electric shock skills experience. Soon, skill upgrade. Electric Shock, LV, 3. Electric Shock, LV, 4. Strength 1, Speed 1. Constitution 1, Spirit 1. The continuous accumulation of experience has successfully elevated the electric shock skill from level 3 to level 4. Remarkably, it has reached level 4. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Liuyun released his grip and gently moved his wrist. Although the voltage of the electric current was not excessively high, and his constitution already surpassed that of an ordinary human by several times, maintaining a state of electric shock for an extended period still left his arm feeling somewhat numb. Just one more level, and he would attain maximum proficiency. After shaking his hand and loosening his wrist, Yi Liuyun resumed his grasp on the sword's hilt, and the sensation of electric shock surged once more. Experience point 1. Experience point 1. The notification of experience gain echoed in the air. However, the thought of this skill's potential once it reached maximum level, which might enable Yi Liuyun to fully master the Sword of Thunder, filled him with motivation, making the endeavor feel exceptionally effortless. Without further contemplation, he redirected his focus toward the pursuit of treasure chests. An electric heater? That night, Yi Liuyun had returned to his sanctuary. The search during the day had yielded predominantly ordinary supplies, with the most unique find being the electric heater. Nonetheless, given the current temperature, what purpose would an electric heater serve? Tan Chanqian couldn't help but scratch her head. They already had a fireplace at home, and when it was lit, the problems inside the house multiplied instantly. Adding an electric heater to the mix would transform the house into a miniature oven. Chapter 58, Insulation. Complete immunity. Yi Liuyun had previously triggered a heat-resistant skill that allowed him to disregard this temperature. Yet, it was evident that Tan Chanqian and Yu Shulan could not withstand it. Should they discard it? Yi Liuyun was indifferent to the idea. Yu Shulan, who had regained her strength and was able to walk again, shook her head slightly after hearing Yi Liuyun's suggestion. Regardless, it was something you had worked hard to retrieve. We should install it first, and if it proves unnecessary, we can always leave it unused. That sounds reasonable. Yi Liuyun had no objections to this. After all, just because the electric heater was installed in the house did not mean it had to be used. You must be exhausted after a long day, Liuyun. I'll prepare dinner. Tan Chanqian chimed in, turning to start cooking. Yi Liuyun remained silent, glancing at Yu Shulan. How do you feel? Is it still painful? Her petite face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, but she shook her head in response. It doesn't hurt much anymore. After all, having practiced martial arts since childhood, her constitution indeed surpassed that of an average girl. So what about tonight? Yi Liuyun smiled, raising an eyebrow in a suggestive manner. Yu Shulan, understanding his implication, appeared even more bashful. She was certainly thinking along those lines, but you must not forget about Chanqian. Yu Shulan did not wish for Yi Liuyun to neglect Tan Chanqian while focusing on her. Rest assured, Yi Liuyun waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for concern. With the ability of a perpetual motion machine at his disposal, facing two opponents was child's play. Skill upgrade. Electric Shock, LV, 4. Electric Shock, LV, Max. Strength, 1. Speed 1. Constitution 1. Spirit 1. At long last, after finishing dinner and continuing to grind for experience, the electric shock skill reached its maximum level. Phew. Finally, he could officially release the sword's hilt. Maintaining a state of electric shock had become increasingly uncomfortable. Filled with anticipation, he wondered what abilities this skill could trigger. Triggered ability, Insulation. The ability triggered by the electric shock skill was naturally related to this aspect. Insulation. In simple terms, it allowed Yi Liuyun's body to transform into an insulator, rendering him immune to the effects of electric shock caused by lightning. Quite impressive. This meant that no matter how high the voltage, it would be utterly ineffective against his insulated self. However, it was essential to remember that the impact of lightning was not solely limited to electric shock. It also involved the searing heat. This was something insulation could not mitigate. Yet, let us not forget that Yi Liuyun had previously triggered the ability of fire immunity, which significantly reduced the effects of high temperatures and burns. With the combination of insulation and fire immunity, the effect was far more potent than a simple addition of 1 and 1. In other words, I am now entirely unafraid of the effects of lightning. With this thought in mind, Liuyun smoothly drew the sword of thunder from its sheath. Grasping it in his hand, crackle, electric currents danced like lightning serpents along the blade and hilt of the sword of thunder. Previously, Liuyun would have been affected by such currents, but now, holding the sword of thunder, he felt no sensation of electric shock whatsoever. It was as if he were merely holding an ordinary longsword. Excellent, excellent. Feeling the effects of his new skill, Liuyun was undeniably more pleased than ever. Proficiency system. Host, Liuyun. Strength, 54. The average for ordinary humans is 10. Speed, 45. Constitution, 53. Spirit, 50. Skills, /LV max. Exercise, LV max. Endure hunger, LV max. Archery, LV max. Stay up late, LV max. Swimming, LV max. Throwing, LV max. Heat resistance, LV max. Endure beatings, LV max. Recovery, LV max. Climbing, LV max. Tilling, LV max. Planting, LV max. Animal taming, LV max. Horsemanship, LV max. Jumping, LV max. Poison resistance, LV max. Athletics, LV max. Martial arts, LV max. Electric shock, LV max. Abilities, critical hit. Beast perception. Photosynthesis. Eagle eye. Insomniac. Fire immunity. Marking. Super recovery. Blocking. Muscle control. Rapid growth. Heavy strike. Biological affinity. Telepathy. Low altitude flight. Immune to all poisons. Perpetual motion machine. Combat intuition. Insulation. It had been a while since he last checked his attribute template. To his surprise, all attributes except for speed had surpassed 50, reaching levels 5 times that of an ordinary human. Clenching his fist, the sensation of possessing such strength brought immense joy to Liuyun. Truly remarkable. In this perilous and unknown world, only formidable power serves as the true foundation for survival. In the following 2 to 3 days, Liuyun's life became increasingly leisurely. After all, he could spend time with Yushulan one moment and with Tan Shanqian the next. This idyllic existence was something Liuyun would never trade for anything. Of course, although these days are leisurely and joyful, Liuyun has not forgotten the looming crisis before him. The day of eternal silence at the end of the month draws ever closer. Have we not yet uncovered any information regarding the Black Iron Stone? In the sanctuary at night, faced with Liuyun's inquiry, both Yushulan and Tan Shanqian could only shrug in resignation. We are merely 10 Black Iron Stones short for the upgrade. Yet, after so many days, not only have we not seen any Black Iron Stones, but even materials similar to them have eluded us. We are beginning to doubt whether such materials truly exist in this world. Otherwise, there would be no reason for us to still be unable to find them. Perhaps we should venture further afield tomorrow in our search. Yushulan is aware that being the first to upgrade the sanctuary will yield certain rewards. Moreover, enhancing the sanctuary will provide them with significant security. Since there is nothing to be found in the vicinity, it would be wise to explore more distant lands. No need for that. Liuyun waved his hand dismissively. He was indifferent, but he remained concerned about the safety of Yushulan and Tan Shanqian. Taking a deep breath to adjust his mindset, Liuyun spoke directly. It matters not. It is merely an upgrade of the sanctuary. I believe that even without the upgrade, we can survive the day of eternal silence. The survival guideline states that on the day of eternal silence, all creatures of the night will be plunged into a state of frenzy and excitement. However, the specifics remain unknown. Chapter 59, Black Iron Stone? Is this material truly rare? Liuyun. Upon hearing this, both Tan Shanqian and Yushulan turned to him with serious expressions. We believe in you. As long as Liuyun is present, the two women would never harbor any worries. All right, it's getting late. Let us prepare dinner. I'll take care of it. Upon hearing Liuyun mention dinner, Tan Shanqian sprang to her feet to begin preparations. I will assist as well. Yushulan also stood up to join her. This harmonious scene brought a smile to Liuyun's face. It must be said that a man's ability to satisfy women is closely tied to his own capabilities. If both sides are well fed, harmony ensues. The perpetual motion machine simply cannot be halted. In Liuyun's view, among all the abilities he had activated, this one was the most remarkable. Buzz. Just as Liuyun was tidying his mood and preparing to join them, the survival guideline on him suddenly vibrated. Is someone seeking me at this moment? A bit perplexed, he took out the survival guideline and opened it to check. Wu Feng, big brother. Yidago. Are you still there? The sender was Wu Feng, a person he had not been in contact with for quite some time. After all, he had often sought Liuyun in the past, trading iron or for food, so Liuyun naturally remembered him. Moreover, if memory serves, this individual is quite the glutton. Having not been in contact for so long, he must have thought Liuyun was gone. Unconcerned, Liuyun replied straightforwardly. Liuyun, the price of food remains the same as before. If you wish to trade, feel free to do so. In Liuyun's estimation, the only reason for Wu Feng to reach out was to exchange food. Wu Feng, big brother, you're alive. Yi Liuyun's response brought an overwhelming sense of joy to Wu Feng on the other end. Wu Feng, I hadn't seen you to saying anything in the world chat for so many days, I thought. I feel a bit embarrassed saying this. I thought you were gone. Although Wu Feng did not articulate it directly, Yi Liuyun could discern his meaning. He did not take offense, for although they had never met, they had traded numerous times, and Wu Feng had always been honest, eliciting no ill feelings from Yi Liuyun. Yi Liuyun, it's nothing. I've just been searching for a special material. Wu Feng, what kind of material? This fellow is quite the curious one. However, it wouldn't hurt to share. Yi Liuyun, it's nothing significant, just black iron stone. Yi Liuyun surmised that Wu Feng might not even know what a black iron stone was. Never mind. Shaking his head, Yi Liuyun decided against elaborating further. However, Wu Feng, black iron stone? Is this material truly rare? What does that mean? Just as Yi Liuyun was about to close the survival guideline, Wu Feng's message caused him to pause momentarily. Yi Liuyun, do you possess this material? Wu Feng, indeed. The response came with surprising nonchalance. Yet, Yi Liuyun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Goodness, was it really this effortless? What had he been searching for all this time? Yi Liuyun, don't tell me there's a black iron stone vein next to your sanctuary? Yi Liuyun distinctly recalled that this fortunate individual had an iron or vein right beside his sanctuary, allowing him to acquire as many iron blocks as he wished. But surely he wouldn't have a black iron stone vein as well. Wu Feng, not quite. Wu Feng, I merely came across some black iron stone material while entering the iron mine. Out of curiosity, I extracted a bit. Wu Feng, however, since it didn't seem particularly useful, I only extracted 20 units of black iron stone and didn't continue. Is this material truly rare? A soul-searching question. Is it very rare? Perhaps. Maybe. It could indeed be very rare. Never mind. Yi Liuyun, I'll take all 20 units of black iron stone. What do you desire in return? Although upgrading a building only required 10 units of black iron stone, stockpiling such rare materials could only be beneficial. Better safe than sorry. In fact, Yi Liuyun was prepared for Wu Feng to demand a high price. After all, he was the sole possessor of this material at present, and Yi Liuyun genuinely needed it. However, Wu Feng, if big brother needs it, then just give me some fruit and meat, and that will suffice. What does this mean? Yi Liuyun, don't you want anything else? Wu Feng, I don't really lack anything at present. Meanwhile, within his sanctuary, Wu Feng scratched his head in a silly manner. After contemplating for a long time, he couldn't think of anything he truly needed. Wu Feng, I just think you're quite impressive, and if there's anything in the future, could you take care of your little brother a bit more? It's uncertain whether Wu Feng was genuinely naive or cunning, seeking not material goods, but rather this intangible condition. Nevertheless, such an appeal can sometimes hold more significance than any physical resource. Yi Liuyun fell silent for a moment. Yi Liuyun, all right, I agree. Firstly, Yi Liuyun held no ill will towards Wu Feng. Moreover, the other party's demeanor was truly commendable, demonstrating exceptional social grace, leaving Yi Liuyun with no reason to refuse. Wu Feng chuckled softly. Thank you, big brother. Receiving Yi Liuyun's affirmative response, Wu Feng appeared even more delighted. Next, it was time to proceed with the design on the World Trade Platform. Soon enough, after exchanging some fruits and meat, 20 units of black iron stone materialized before Yi Liuyun. Wu Feng said earnestly, big brother, if you ever need any materials in the future, just let me know. Even if I don't have them, I can help you find them. Yi Liuyun replied, all right. Wu Feng then respectfully excused himself, quietly withdrawing. Folding the survival manual, Yi Liuyun gazed at the black iron stone before him, uncertain whether to feel joy or disbelief. After searching so many days for black iron stone, he had obtained it in such an unexpected manner. Truly, life is full of undulating twists and turns. Liuyun? At that moment, Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian emerged from the room, having prepared dinner and calling Yi Liuyun over. However, upon seeing the 20 units of this rare material before Yi Liuyun, both women were puzzled. What is this material? Without the aid of identification techniques, neither could recognize it. This is black iron stone. Black iron stone? Chapter 60, Building Upgrade. Detection Technique. Ultra-rare material. Both Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian understood that black iron stone was a crucial material for upgrading structures. They had searched extensively without finding any trace of it. So why was there now such a quantity before Yi Liuyun? In truth, there was nothing to hide. Yi Liuyun recounted the recent trade with Wu Feng to the two women. For a moment, they exchanged amused and incredulous glances. None had expected that the elusive material would be obtained through such a means. Life indeed is bewilderingly unpredictable. Nevertheless, the materials had been secured. At this juncture, Tan Xianxian's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Does this mean our building can now be upgraded again? Even during dinner, their attention was wholly captivated by this prospect. They eagerly awaited Yi Liuyun's enhancement of the structure to level 5. Yes, Yi Liuyun shared their anticipation, curious about the benefits a level 5 building would confer. Stand behind me, he instructed, retrieving the long-kept upgrade blueprint. Addressing Tan Xianxian and Yu Shulan, he said, and without hesitation, the two obediently positioned themselves behind him. Upgrade commenced. As the various materials were consumed, the level 5 steel fortress blueprint in Liuyun's hands transformed into shimmering points of light, drifting towards the building before them. Boom. Boom. In the next instant, the entire house began to tremble violently. Roar. The fire pattern lion, previously napping within the enclosure, awoke and anxiously watched the shaking building. Stay calm, Liuyun commanded, and the fire pattern lion obediently settled down. Though unaware of the changes underway, its trust in Liuyun quelled its restlessness. Boom. Boom. The tremors did not last long. Soon, the transformation of the structure gradually ceased. The former two-story stone house had been completely altered. From the exterior, it appeared as a sleek, pitch-black edifice. Clang. Liuyun wrapped his hand against the surface. Though it resembled steel, the tactile sensation was not quite that of iron. But nonetheless, it was impressively sturdy. Is this the level 5 building? Yu Shulan and Tan Shanqian's gazes filled with curiosity. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, Liuyun's survival manual began to vibrate incessantly. It was unmistakably a notification. Upon checking, the message read, "Congratulations, number 0071. The first to successfully upgrade the building to level 5. Being the first to upgrade a building invariably caused a stir. However, witnessing the familiar number, the world chat participants were momentarily speechless. Number 0770. I knew it. It's this big shot again. Number 8991. If it's ever not this big shot who upgrades first, that would be surprising. Number 4909. Big shot. Please take me under your wing. Number 7535. Anyone up for collaboration? Come to my shelter. Number 4693. Stop trying to fool people. Everyone knows that going to another S shelter means signing a master servant contract. Number 2209. Exactly, no more fooling around. It was evident that everyone had grown accustomed to Liuyun's number. Moreover, the notion that visiting another S shelter entailed a master servant contract was widely understood. Nonetheless, many still attempted to entice others to their shelters. Truly impressive, Zhao remarked, watching Liuyun upgrade first once again, shaking his head in admiration. Upon realizing the disparity between himself and Liuyun, Zhao comprehended that sometimes the gap between people is even greater than that between humans and dogs. Zhao's own building was also a level 4 two-story stone house. 2 days prior, he had procured the level 5 steel fortress blueprint. Yet, he remained perplexed by the black iron stone. Scratching his head, he mused, iron blocks are manageable, I can gather those gradually. Although I haven't found any earth crystal stones myself, having previously discovered thunder crystal stones, I suppose I can eventually find earth crystals too. But these 10 units of black iron stone are truly baffling. I've never even heard of this material, despite having so many underlings searching for days. We haven't found the slightest trace of black iron stone. Well, I'll just keep looking. Sooner or later, I'll find it. Beyond that, Zhao could conceive no other method to acquire black iron stone. Wow, our home seems bigger now. The decorations inside the new shelter remained unchanged, still consisting of the familiar items. It was the area that had expanded considerably. Fortunately, Liuyun had originally designed the surrounding walls to be sufficiently spacious, so there was no cause for concern. By the way, did we receive any rewards for upgrading the building this time? Yu Shulan's curious gaze turned to Liuyun. The first to upgrade a building always received a reward. Surely this time would be no exception. I haven't checked yet. Liuyun, too, was eager to discover what rewards accompanied the upgrade and promptly began to examine the details. Acquisition, level 6 building upgrade blueprint. Holy fire crystal. Exploration technique. First and foremost, the next building upgrade blueprint is indeed unsurprising. Item, level 6 building upgrade blueprint. Effect, enables the elevation of a level 5 building to level 6. Required materials, 200 black iron stones, 2 earth crystals, 1 gold crystal, a staggering 200 units of black iron stones, along with 2 earth crystals and a previously unseen gold crystal. Quite a considerable quantity of materials, indeed. Gathering these items will demand a significant investment of time. Though there is no pressing need for haste, this can only be collected gradually. Yushalin, who also beheld this upgrade blueprint, shook her head in resignation. Are there any other items? Acquired a skill, exploration technique? A skill? If it is indeed a skill, it must possess some uniqueness. Liuyun examined its effects. Exploration technique allows one to detect the presence of treasure chests within a radius of 100 meters and marks their locations. Can it only reveal treasure chests? That is somewhat acceptable. Liuyun gave it a try. Nothing appeared. He had forgotten that treasure chests only refresh during the day. There are no treasure chests appearing at night. Shaking his head, he did not dwell on such matters. However, there is still another material. Identification. Item, holy fire crystal. Effect, an exceedingly rare material, a stone imbued with formidable fiery power. Chapter 61. Fusion of supernatural powers, control of fire. Exceedingly rare material? This implies that it is a collection of scarce and precious resources. Are there other rare items? With such thoughts, Liuyun held the holy fire crystal in his hand. Its exterior resembled that of an ordinary fire crystal, albeit with a slightly deeper hue. Beyond that, it was difficult to discern any distinct differences. An exceedingly rare material? Does it possess any unique properties? Beside him, Yushilin and Tan Xianqian, after perusing the information regarding the holy fire crystal, exchanged curious glances with Liuyun. The specific effects could only be ascertained through experimentation. Just how exceptional it is would become clear after first-hand experience. Liuyun pondered what kind of material could be fused with this holy fire crystal. At that moment, the term exceedingly rare material sparked a sudden epiphany in Yushilin's mind, as if she had conceived an idea. She could not help but gaze at Liuyun. Previously, it was mentioned that ordinary fire crystals could not integrate with the human body due to their low quality. But what if this exceedingly rare holy fire crystal could? Such speculation momentarily left Liuyun in a daze. He had not considered this before. Upon further reflection, it seemed feasible. Should he give it a try? In an instant, Yushilin and Tan Xianqian's eyes brimmed with anticipation, fixated on the holy fire crystal in Liuyun's grasp. Fusion. Liuyun employed the fusion technique, attempting to merge the holy fire crystal with himself. The next moment, a special prompt appeared. Fusion commencing. No longer was it a matter of material quality being too low, nor was it an impossibility to fuse. The prompt signaled that fusion was in progress. It truly can be done. Supernatural power? Does this mean he could possess supernatural abilities? The holy fire crystal, resting in the palm of his hand, began to merge into his skin at a visibly discernible rate, until it completely vanished. How does it feel? Is there any discomfort? While he was eager to possess formidable supernatural powers, he also harbored concerns about potential adverse effects. I now feel. He clenched his fist. He could sense a new kind of power emerging within his body. A very unique and wondrous force. Quite remarkable. Boom. Raising his palm, an instant later, searing flames erupted in Liuyun's hand, burning fiercely. Moreover, he felt no hint of abnormality. Experience points, 1. Experience points, 1. Another prompt? Upon hearing such a notification, Liuyun realized he had likely triggered a new skill. Control of fire, LV, 1. Indeed. The utilization of this supernatural ability could also activate a skill. Yushilin and Tan Xianqian, unaware of Liuyun's inner thoughts, simply gazed in astonishment at the flames igniting in his palm. How impressive. The power to control fire. Presently, not only humans, but even many beasts in the nocturnal world would not stand a chance against Liuyun. At this juncture, their gazes toward Liuyun shimmered with admiration. Haha. One can only say that joyous occasions uplift the spirit. Liuyun felt a delightful buoyancy in his mood. However, to truly master and adeptly wield this newfound power, he would require time to acclimate. Additionally, he needed to accumulate experience for the new skill. Let us eat first. We can test it after dinner. All right. The exuberantly cheerful Liuyun did not decline such a suggestion. Observing his happiness, both women felt elated as well. Proficiency 1. Proficiency 1. That night, after finishing dinner, Liuyun did not rush to rest. Instead, he remained in the courtyard, continually harnessing the power of flames to accumulate experience. Skill upgrade. Control of fire, LV, 1. Control of fire, LV, 2. Strength, 1. Speed, 1. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 1. Once again, with each upgrade, all 4 attributes could be enhanced. Splendid. Most importantly, Liuyun was eager to discover what abilities this supernatural power would unlock once it reached its zenith. With each successive use, he found himself increasingly adept at wielding fire. Fire gun. Forming a single-handed gesture akin to a pistol, he then exclaimed, bang. Flames shot forth from Liuyun's fingertips like bullets, striking with considerable force and piercing through several large trees. It felt reminiscent of the many fire techniques he had seen in anime before his transmigration, and now he could emulate them seamlessly. Death. On the second night, even though Liuyun's courtyard was protected by tall walls, it was evident that it could not guarantee absolute defense. Some creatures with remarkable leaping abilities or towering forms could still vault over the walls and into the courtyard. Wielding a water gun, Yushilin appeared valiant, reminiscent of an ancient female general, exuding an aura of heroism. In her grasp, the water gun danced under Yushilin's skilled maneuvering, unleashing torrents of water that pierced through the monstrous form. Fire fist. On the other side, Liuyun observed the 2 night wolves that had leapt into the courtyard. Seizing the moment to strike, a searing flame erupted from his fist, transforming into a towering column of fire that hurtled toward the wild wolves. Boom, boom, boom. The intense heat radiating from the flames, combined with Liuyun's formidable 4-dimensional strength, rendered the wild wolves utterly defenseless. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. Concurrently, the sound of experience being gained echoed continuously. While dispatching monsters, he was simultaneously accruing experience, an excellent outcome indeed. Decompose. Though these wild wolves were of the lowest tier, Liuyun did not overlook them. Such creatures could yield valuable materials in the world trade, saving him the hassle of gathering resources himself. Liuyun. At that moment, having dealt with her monsters, Yushiwan approached. It seems the monsters are increasing in number lately. It's odd. I don't recall there being so many just a few days ago. Perhaps it's because we are nearing the end of the month. She recalled the survival guidelines that had cautioned them. Only a few days remained until the monthly period of eternal silence. The thought of that day rendered Yushulan's expression considerably more somber. Chapter 62. A New Monster, the Floral Spirit Deer. Liuyun, Sister Shulan. At this juncture, Tan Qianqian, armed with a standard longbow, emerged. During the recent battle, she had intermittently loosed arrows as support. However, her mediocre melee skills necessitated a more rearward position. You are also impressive. Her gaze dimmed slightly. Both Yi Liuyun and Yu Shulan possessed remarkable strength, making her feel somewhat ordinary in comparison. At this point, Yu Shulan's expression also grew more subdued. Do not fret. We are all comrades here, Yi Liuyun reassured her, ensuring that no one would be favored over another. Yu Shulan's martial training from a young age had endowed her with a strong foundation, whereas Tan Qianqian had only recently begun her basic training, rendering her considerably weaker by comparison. She would have to start from scratch, little by little. You should first practice with this ordinary longbow. Once you are accustomed to it, the wind bow will be yours. Currently, Yi Liuyun wielded the thunder sword for melee combat and possessed the supernatural ability to control fire for ranged attacks. While the wind bow had previously aided him significantly, it was now evident that it could no longer keep pace with his burgeoning strength. Rather than letting it collect dust in the house, it was better suited for Tan Qianqian's use. Yet, given her lack of foundational skills, even the ordinary longbow would prove somewhat challenging for her. In such circumstances, one could hardly expect her to wield the wind bow effectively. She might struggle just to draw it. Is that truly possible? Upon hearing Yi Liuyun's words, Tan Qianqian's eyes lit up with excitement. She understood that the wind bow was Yi Liuyun's first supernatural weapon. Not only powerful, but also imbued with special significance. This aspect was what resonated deeply with her. Of course, Yi Liuyun chuckled, finding no issue with it. Even if he did not allow Tan Qianqian to use it, the wind bow would merely gather dust on his wall. It was a simple truth. Those who could not keep up with his pace of growth would inevitably be left behind. I will strive hard. After receiving Yi Liuyun's affirmative response, Tan Qianqian nodded earnestly. To her, being entrusted with the wind bow was a form of validation, and she was determined not to disappoint Yi Liuyun's faith in her. She would endeavor to improve. With the monsters within the courtyard now vanquished, a portion of the decomposed meat was set aside for future trade, while the remainder was reserved for their own consumption. Sizzling sounds filled the air as Tan Qianqian expertly grilled the meat, while Yi Liuyun reclined comfortably nearby, and Yu Shulan diligently maintained their weapons. Whether it was the water gun or the wind bow, she regularly polished them. As for the thunder sword, it was beyond her reach due to the inherent electrical charge. It was simply too dangerous for her to handle. Initially, she had hoped to adapt to it like Yi Liuyun, but after only a few minutes, she had surrendered to the overwhelming sensation, nearly losing her composure. That silly creature, could it possibly have encountered a lioness? Through the window, Yi Liuyun observed the empty pet enclosure and couldn't help but shake his head. Lately, the fire-patterned lion had been elusive, rarely seen in the evenings and spending its days roaming about. It seemed to have gone completely wild. If only we could find a lioness for it. That would be splendid. Yu Shulan chimed in with a chuckle. Indeed, if only that were the case, he mused, but upon picturing the lion's goofy face, he reconsidered. It likely lacked the wits for such an endeavor. Surviving to return is commendable enough. He shook his head, choosing not to dwell further on it. At that moment, Tan Qianqian approached with the freshly grilled meat. Suddenly, a roar erupted from within the courtyard. Roar. That must be On returning. I'll bring it a piece of meat. Everyone was familiar with the distinctive sound of the fire-patterned lion. Recognizing the roar, Tan Qianqian picked up a piece of grilled meat and stepped outside. What impeccable timing. The meat is just ready, and it returns at the perfect moment. Yi Liuyun thought to himself, reminiscing about how he once found the lion's antics charming. Eager to tame it, Yu Shulan, he began, amused by the scene. But before he could continue, Tan Qianqian's voice suddenly called from outside. Come see. Quick. Simultaneously, an unusual cry from another monster pierced the air. Realizing something was amiss, Yi Liuyun immediately took Yu Shulan by the hand and exited the room. What is this? The sight that greeted them in the courtyard momentarily stunned both Yi Liuyun and Yu Shulan. In addition to the fire-patterned lion, there stood a new creature, a deer. Slightly smaller than the lion, curiously observing the scene before it. A magnificent pair of antlers adorned the creature, reflecting a glimmering emerald light against the backdrop of the night. Flowing clouds, Tan Qianqian hurried to the side of Yi Liuyun. It was only upon witnessing the appearance of this majestic deer that she had momentarily lost her composure. Exclaiming in surprise, "Eek!" The deer, seemingly startled, took refuge behind the fire-patterned lion, its demeanor appearing timid. However, was that truly the sound a deer makes? Yi Liuyun admitted that she had little knowledge of such matters previously. Meanwhile, Yu Shulan appeared somewhat exasperated. Shouldn't the focus be on why this deer had appeared here, rather than its call? Nonetheless, it was possible that in this world, all deer communicated in such a manner. She offered an explanation, acknowledging that this was an entirely new and unfamiliar realm. Although the creatures might appear similar, they were merely superficial resemblances. The sounds they produced were undoubtedly distinct. I see. Liuyun nodded in understanding. Subsequently, identification. Target, floral spirit deer. Abilities, agility and movement, adept at evasion, and a pair of antlers that harbor special natural energy. Capable of healing wounds. Healing wounds? This meant that the species known as the floral spirit deer could serve as a healer. L1, do elaborate. Chapter 63, the divine deer with healing powers. Tamed. After all, the way it sought refuge behind the fire-patterned lion clearly indicated its companionship with it. While the healing ability was commendable, the task at hand seemed rather modest. Roar. Perceiving the confusion in Liuyun's gaze, the fire-patterned lion wasted no time in growling in explanation. It raised a paw, gesturing towards its abdomen, then pointed at the floral spirit deer's antlers. Roar. For other humans, comprehending the fire-patterned lion's message might pose a challenge. However, for Liuyun, who possessed a telepathic bond, grasping its meaning was not a concern. Ah, I see. Observing the lion's elaborate gestures, Liuyun nodded in comprehension. Huh, did Alan say anything? In contrast, Yushulan and Tan Shanqian, standing nearby, appeared utterly perplexed. They had failed to decipher the fire-patterned lion's intentions. Quite simple. Shrugging, Liuyun naturally explained. Awan encountered other creatures during its nighttime ventures and sustained injuries to its abdomen. It made sense. Although it had evolved into the fire-patterned lion, that did not imply invincibility. It was entirely plausible for formidable creatures lurking in the darkness to challenge even the fire-patterned lion. Following that encounter, Awan met this floral spirit deer, which utilized its healing abilities to mend Awan's wounds, and thus the situation unfolded. Concluding her explanation, Liuyun shrugged nonchalantly. Who would have guessed that this clumsy, gluttonous creature could procure such a healer? Although she possessed extraordinary self-healing abilities and did not require external restoration, Yushulan and Tan Shanqian lacked such powers. For them, sustaining injuries could be quite troublesome. Well done. With this thought in mind, Liuyun readily praised the fire-patterned lion, nodding in its direction. Roar. Upon hearing Liuyun's commendation, the fire-patterned lion puffed up with pride, bouncing in place twice. See, I am indeed formidable. As for the floral spirit deer, it emitted a timid call, peering curiously from behind the fire-patterned lion, evidently unaware of its newfound status as a companion. All right. Observing the exuberant fire-patterned lion before her, Liuyun waved her hand dismissively. After this incident, let's see if you dare to roam about recklessly at night again. Roar. The once proud fire-patterned lion, upon hearing this, immediately drooped its head. Having just evolved and acquired new powers, it was only natural for it to feel elated. If not for the healing abilities of the floral spirit deer, the fire-patterned lion might have found itself in peril. It was evident that during the ensuing period, the fire-patterned lion would likely adopt a more subdued demeanor. All right, as your master, I shall avenge you. Seeing the fire-patterned lion in this state, Liuyun smiled and remarked. Even when disciplining a pet, one must consider its owner. Though the fire-patterned lion was rather naive and gluttonous, it was her first tamed creature. Regardless, avenging her pet was a matter of principle. Roar. I have my own backing after all. Hearing Liuyun's words, the fire-patterned lion's spirits were lifted once more. Resuming its energetic hopping, Liuyun paid it no mind, merely gesturing for the fire-patterned lion to settle down. She then turned her attention to the timid floral spirit deer. Raising a hand, she inquired, So, would you like to become my pet? Regardless of the circumstances, the healing abilities of the floral spirit deer would prove invaluable in this treacherous, unknown world. Should it willingly join her, it would undoubtedly be a boon. Eek. Initially, upon seeing Liuyun raise her hand, the floral spirit deer instinctively took a step back, clearly intimidated. However, upon hearing Liuyun's voice, it seemed to comprehend. Gazing back with curiosity, at this moment, both Yushulan and Tan Shanqian fell silent, clearly understanding Liuyun's intentions. They collectively refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to observe quietly. If their party could gain an additional healer, it would undeniably be a significant advantage. Eek. The floral spirit deer appeared to ponder whether to acquiesce. Meanwhile, a new status appeared on its profile, indicating it was currently being tamed, reminiscent of the situation when Awan was first subdued. Fear not. You won't have to engage in battle while with me. The floral spirit deer's timid nature was evident. It was clearly not a creature suited for combat. All you need to do is heal, and should danger arise, I shall protect you. As she spoke, a blazing inferno ignited within Liuyun's palm. Roar. The fire-patterned lion, witnessing this display, wore an expression of astonishment, clearly taken aback by Liuyun's newfound ability to wield fire. In response to the fire-patterned lion, Liuyun remained unperturbed, quietly observing the flower spirit deer. To tame such a creature, one must naturally exhibit a certain level of strength. Indeed, the flower spirit deer appeared to sense the formidable power emanating from Liuyun. With a soft bleat, it nodded in his direction, slowly lowering its head. Status, tamed. Haha. Witnessing this development, Liuyun nodded in satisfaction. With this, his team now boasted a healer among their ranks. Your name shall be Flower Spirit Deer, Henceforth, I shall call you Ahua. This was reminiscent of the time he named Ah1. As for the casual manner in which Liuyun assigned names, both Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian could only shake their heads in resignation. It did convey a certain simplicity and clarity. Nonetheless, the prospect of gaining an additional healer brought them joy. Thank you. At that moment, a voice echoed in Liuyun's ears. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, turning his gaze towards the flower spirit deer. The voice was gentle, reminiscent of a delicate woman. Noticing that Yu Shulan and the others did not react, it seemed that only Liuyun could hear it. Was it a telepathic connection? The taming skill had activated a telepathic ability, allowing Liuyun to communicate with the creatures he had tamed, understanding each other's intentions. Chapter 64, Triggered Ability, Explosion. But why could no one speak? Liuyun glanced at the fire pattern lying beside him. It seemed to sense his gaze, tilting its head curiously back at him. Truly a useless creature. In terms of combat prowess, the healing-oriented flower spirit deer was unlikely to rival the fire pattern lion. However, in terms of intelligence, it far surpassed the latter. With that in mind, to celebrate Ahua's addition, a hearty barbecue was in order tonight. Roar. Upon hearing Liuyun's proclamation, the fire pattern lion excitedly dashed around the courtyard, bouncing with glee. As a glutton, it was always thrilled when food was involved. Liuyun, unbothered by the recruitment of a healer, found his mood quite pleasant. The only peculiarity was that the flower spirit deer did not consume meat. Instead, it preferred vegetables and fruits. Yet, this posed no issue for Liuyun, as he was not lacking in such provisions. As night fell and it was time to rest, the fire pattern lion displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. Roar. Watching the flower spirit deer follow Liuyun into the house, the fire pattern lion wore a look of grievance. Why could it enter while he could not? Was there a double standard at play? Are you foolish? Liuyun shot an annoyed glare at the fire pattern lion. Given your size, can you even fit? Stay outside. Although the flower spirit deer was larger than an ordinary deer, it was nowhere near as exaggerated in size as the fire pattern lion. Bowing its neck, it could easily enter the house. This was also due to Liuyun having upgraded the building to level 5. Otherwise, even if it had entered, there would be no space for the flower spirit deer to stay. Roar. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the fire pattern lion gazed at him with a pitiful expression for a moment before obediently retreating to its pet enclosure. The little one felt wronged, but said nothing. This silly creature. Were the fire pattern lion not so oversized, Liuyun would not have minded. With such a large size, would he need to construct a special door just for the fire pattern lion? Following closely behind Liuyun, the flower spirit deer lowered its head and affectionately nuzzled him. Thank you. The ethereal and gentle voice resonated in Liuyun's mind. It was evident that while the flower spirit deer possessed considerable intelligence, its ability to communicate was still somewhat limited. Expressing gratitude with just 2 words was already impressive. Longer sentences were clearly beyond its capability. When dawn arrived, it would still need to remain in the pet enclosure. Otherwise, the house would not shield it from the sun's rays. Creatures of the night could not survive in sunlight unless they stayed within the pet enclosure. The fire pattern lion had also been sheltered within the enclosure to endure the sun's rays, allowing it to roam freely in daylight. Alright, again, that same ethereal voice. One must admit, such a voice was truly melodious. The following day, Liuyun set out with the flower spirit deer into the woods. Unlike the fire pattern lion, the flower spirit deer was not suited for combat, so it was best to keep it close. Having managed to acquire this healer, he certainly did not wish to lose it so easily. Boom. Seizing the opportunity, fireballs occasionally erupted from Liuyun's palm. This was part of his experience in honing his fire control skills. Experience points, 1. Experience points, 1. The distance to max level experience points was steadily decreasing. Eep. Trailing behind Liuyun, the flower spirit deer curiously observed the flames dancing from his hand. It was evidently puzzled, wondering why Liuyun was performing such a feat when there was no apparent reason to do so. How strange. Thanks to the presence of the scouting technique, Liuyun did not need to search specifically. He could discern the locations of treasure chests. There were no chests in the vicinity. Thus, he could only venture elsewhere. Eep. The flower spirit deer nodded in agreement, trailing along after Liuyun. Its gaze filled with curiosity as it took in its surroundings. This was its first time walking under the sun, and like the initial experience of A1, it was filled with wonder. However, the flower spirit deer was not as mischievous as the fire pattern lion and did not run about aimlessly. Throughout the day, skill upgrade. Fire control, LV, 4. Fire control, LV, max. Strength, 1. Speed, 1. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 1. After such extensive practice, the fire control skill finally reached its maximum level of 5. He was eager to see what capabilities this supernatural skill would unlock. Triggered ability, Explosion. Explosion? Explosion allows the flames to possess explosive properties. In simpler terms, Liuyun could now make the flames he conjured explode, delivering secondary damage and enhancing the fire's potency. Time to test it out. To ascertain the extent of its capabilities, one must put it to the test. With this thought in mind, Liuyun came to a halt. Boom. The searing flames ignited between Yi Liuyun's palms. The flower god deer, trailing behind Yi Liuyun, appeared intrigued by his actions. In an instant, Yi Liuyun hurled the fireball he held toward a distant tree. Boom! The sound of flames colliding with the wood resonated, and upon contact, the fire erupted violently. The entire tree was obliterated by the explosive force. This spectacle startled the flower god deer, its eyes widening in disbelief. One might argue that throwing fireballs could be categorized as projectile weaponry. Yi Liuyun recalled that during his training to enhance his throwing skills, he had acquired an ability named Mark upon reaching the maximum level. Within his line of sight, he could place a mark anywhere. The next projectile thrown, regardless of the method, would unerringly strike the marked target. It was akin to a principle of causality. Perhaps it would prove effective. These two abilities could be synergistically employed. Scanning his surroundings, Yi Liuyun swiftly selected a large tree. A mark, visible solely to him, appeared upon its trunk. Go. Once more, he summoned the fireball, casting it in the opposite direction. The fireball traced a semicircle through the air, accurately striking the marked trunk. Boom. Chapter 65, Potent Healing Abilities. Excellent. Excellent. The immense power satisfied Yi Liuyun, who nodded appreciatively. He realized that many of his skills could indeed be combined for greater effect, yielding results far beyond mere addition. The potency could be said to multiply exponentially. The flower god deer gazed up at Yi Liuyun with newfound admiration. Such prowess instilled a genuine sense of security. It's about time, let us move. After testing the strength of his abilities, Yi Liuyun resolved not to squander any more time. The 6 hours of daylight had passed swiftly. As twilight descended, he spoke to the flower god deer. Nodding, it followed closely beside him. What is going on? Upon returning to his sanctuary, Yi Liuyun's expression shifted suddenly. He beheld Yu Shulan seated in the courtyard, while Tan Qianqian tended to her, wrapping a bandage around her ankle. It appeared that Yu Shulan had suffered a sprain. Could it be that she encountered other humans? Yi Liuyun's demeanor shifted from casual to serious. Who dares to bully my people? They seek death. With his newfound strength, Yi Liuyun's mindset had also evolved. Yu Shulan was one of his own. If he could not protect his own, what significance did his power hold? The animals sensed the shift in his aura, and both the flower god deer and the fire pattern lion lowered their heads in response. I'm fine. Observing Yi Liuyun's concern, Yu Shulan smiled, unable to suppress a chuckle. Regardless, it was a display of care for her well-being. We didn't encounter any other survivors. I simply discovered a treasure chest in a tree and attempted to retrieve it. I ended up spraining my ankle while climbing down. A treasure chest in a tree? Not due to other survivors? Yi Liuyun's intensity gradually softened, yet he remained somewhat surprised. Goodness, treasure chests can appear in trees? Indeed. I found a crystal in a treasure chest within a river. Is that so? It seems that valuable treasure chests can manifest in the most unexpected places. It's all my fault. If I had climbed the tree instead, Sister Shulan wouldn't be in this predicament. Tan Qianqian, who was binding Yu Shulan's ankle, wore a look of guilt. Not at all. Yu Shulan chuckled, shaking her head. This incident has nothing to do with you. Besides, let us not forget that my physical constitution surpasses yours. If I sprain my ankle, who knows what might have happened if it were you climbing? That was indeed a valid point. If Tan Qianqian had attempted it, she might have suffered far worse consequences. Yet, she still felt a pang of guilt. All right. Yi Liuyun approached and gently patted Tan Qianqian's head, signaling her to dismiss her feelings of remorse. If you come across any more treasure chests in the future, either let me know or inform that foolish on. He can't just eat all day and do nothing. He shot a glare at the fire pattern lion. Ugh. The lion looked dejected. What does this have to do with me? However, under Yi Liuyun's gaze, it dared not protest, lowering its head in resignation. My medical skills are limited. Sister Shulan's ankle may take days to heal. Tan Qianqian expressed her concern. Her medical knowledge was only at the level of a school nurse, and there were no medications available here. The bandages were a fortunate discovery from a treasure chest, and their quantity was scarce. Upon hearing this, Yu Shulan's expression turned somewhat melancholic. Have you forgotten that we have a healer among us? Yi Liuyun remarked with a smile, observing the two women's reactions. They had recently acquired the flower god deer and had yet to benefit from its healing abilities. It was only natural that they would overlook it in the midst of an unexpected situation. At his words, both women turned their gaze to the flower god deer, their expressions brightening with surprise. Is it possible? They knew of its healing capabilities, but were uncertain of its effectiveness. Yay. The flower god deer nodded and approached. Leave it to me. Its gentle, ethereal voice resonated in Yi Liuyun's mind. Bowing slightly, a soft glow of green energy began to emanate from its antlers. This special green energy floated towards Yu Shulan's injured ankle, enveloping her entirely. So warm. Yu Shulan felt a soothing warmth envelop her, invigorating every cell within her body with a jubilant sensation. As the light gradually faded, she attempted to rise once more. Sister Shulan, your ankle is healed. Tan Qianqian exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing Yu Shulan's newfound ability to walk freely. Not only that, Yu Shulan realized that her entire body felt revitalized beyond just her ankle being healed. After a few jubilant hops, she sensed that the chronic injuries she had accumulated over the years had also been restored, although exercise could strengthen the body. However, similarly, years of rigorous training may inflict irreparable hidden injuries upon the body. These concealed afflictions typically remain dormant, yet they can significantly impact an individual's physical prowess and potential for growth. Yushulan was taken aback to discover that the healing powers of the flower spirit deer had completely remedied the hidden injuries she bore. How remarkable! Her gaze filled with awe. She couldn't help but direct her attention towards the flower spirit deer. The praised flower spirit deer appeared somewhat bashful in response. Oh, is it truly so miraculous? At the same time, Tan Xianxian also turned to observe. Without uttering a word, the flower spirit deer directed the same verdant energy towards Tan Xianxian. Oh, I was somewhat surprised. She was about to express that she was uninjured and did not require healing, yet the healing energy had already enveloped her. How warm! It felt just as it had for Yushulan. When the radiance dissipated, Tan Xianxian felt her body grow increasingly light. Not only that, my hand feels better. There is no pain in my wrist at all. Due to prolonged practice in archery, Tan Xianxian's wrist had persistently ached, and although it had improved significantly, it had never fully healed. To her astonishment, after being treated by the flower spirit deer, the negative effects had vanished entirely. Chapter 66. The Approaching Eternal Silence. How impressive! She gazed at the flower spirit deer with admiration. The flower spirit deer shook its head, signaling that it was of no consequence. It then turned its attention towards Liuyun, seemingly intending to extend its healing to him as well. Liuyun, however, did not resist this gesture. He merely smiled warmly. After a brief treatment, the flower spirit deer ceased its efforts and looked at Liuyun curiously. Why? There are no hidden injuries at all. The flower spirit deer sensed that Liuyun's physical condition was at its peak, with no areas requiring healing. Haha, my body is somewhat unique. Liuyun responded with a chuckle, offering no further explanation. After all, he possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities. Regardless of the nature of the injury, he could swiftly heal in a short time. Thus, hidden injuries simply did not exist for him. Is that so? Although the flower spirit deer found this somewhat peculiar, it said nothing further. After all, it had already witnessed Liuyun's extraordinary qualities before. That flame, was it something an ordinary human could possess? Quite absurd. By the way, at this juncture, Yushulan, recalling something, tossed a glowing green crystal to Liuyun. What is this? Liuyun caught it with surprise, raising an eyebrow. Identification. Item, wood crystal. Effect, a crystal imbued with the power of wood elements. Goodness, a wood crystal? Among the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, he had yet to encounter a metal crystal. Is this what you found in the treasure chest in the tree? The treasure chest in the water yielded a water crystal, while the one in the tree revealed a wood crystal. If one were to find a metal crystal, would it not require locating a gold mine first? Precisely. Yushulan did not deny this. Have you thought about what you wish to fuse it with? She looked on with curiosity. Such a wood crystal should possess some extraordinary effects as well. I haven't decided yet, but there is no rush. Liuyun shook his head and glanced at the flower spirit deer. Crystals of such caliber cannot be fused with humans, but they can be merged with monsters. The power of the wood element should resonate harmoniously with the healing abilities of the flower spirit deer, shouldn't it? Noticing Liuyun's gaze, the flower spirit deer looked back with curiosity, unable to comprehend his intentions. Never mind, no need to hurry. Liuyun refrained from making a hasty decision. After all, the flower spirit deer was rather timid and evidently not fond of combat. Perhaps a change could be made, or perhaps something even more suitable for the wood crystal might emerge. It would be best to set it aside for now. There is no urgency in utilizing it at this moment. Yushulan, understanding Liuyun's decision, nodded earnestly in agreement. Today has yielded good results. Let us prepare to eat. Liuyun possessed the ability of photosynthesis and did not require food to stave off hunger. However, the others still needed sustenance. The end of the month was drawing ever closer. Simultaneously, the discussions in the world chat revolved predominantly around the Day of Eternal Silence. User 7779, what do you think will happen on the Day of Eternal Silence? User 0882, isn't there an introduction? On that day, the sun will not rise, remaining in perpetual darkness, and the beasts will go berserk. Are you illiterate? User 7779, get lost. Is that really what I was asking about? User 6449, huh? Seeing everyone still so lively puts my mind at ease. User 0977, help. I just upgraded to a level 3 stone house, and I feel I won't survive the Day of Eternal Silence. User 3657, can someone save me? I want to go home. I want to go home. Although the phenomenon of transmigration had occurred quite some time ago, there remained many who could not discern reality and were prone to outbursts of panic and tears. In response to such situations, Liuyun merely skimmed through the messages, not overly concerned. After a while, he closed the survival guide he held. Will we be able to survive the Day of Eternal Silence? At that moment, Yushulan and Tan Xianxian sat on either side of Liuyun, leaning against him. and they too had noticed the sentiments expressed in the world chat. Tan Qianqian appeared somewhat anxious, with the day of eternal silence drawing ever closer. The sense of unease within the world chat was growing increasingly palpable. No matter what happens, I will fight to the end. Yu Shulan's expression was earnest. Regardless of what transpires on the day of eternal silence, she would absolutely not relinquish her resolve. Rest assured, observing the demeanor of the two young women, Liuyun was perhaps the only one who felt a sense of ease. Although he was uncertain of what would occur on the day of eternal silence, his formidable strength remained the foundation of his confidence. There was no need to fret over what might transpire. He could wait calmly, for as long as he was present. Nothing would go awry. Looking at Yi Liuyun in this manner, both Yu Shulan and Tan Qianqian nodded earnestly, their inner turmoil alleviated somewhat. I am merely curious about another matter. With that, Yi Liuyun leaned back against the sofa, gazing up at the ceiling. What matter? Tan Qianqian inquired, intrigued. What could be troubling Yi Liuyun's mind? What will happen after the day of eternal silence? The question left both women momentarily taken aback. The current discourse revolved around how to endure the day of eternal silence, with little regard for what might transpire thereafter. Could it be that this cycle simply repeats ad infinitum? Yu Shulan tentatively articulated her perspective, suggesting that after the eternal silence, the next month would follow, leading to yet another day of eternal silence. Yi Liuyun remained silent. After a brief pause, she subtly shook her head. I have an inkling that it cannot be this straightforward. The very act of inexplicably traversing realms is already astonishing in itself. Moreover, the fact that the entire world, all its inhabitants, have crossed over together is even more ludicrous. If it were merely a continuous loop, would it not render existence rather tedious? Or is it possible that new calamities await us after the eternal silence? It is perplexing. What if, after the eternal silence, we could return to our own world? Tan Qianqian exclaimed her hopeful conjecture. Perhaps, just perhaps, returning home after the eternal silence is a distinct possibility. Yi Liuyun and Yu Shulan remained noncommittal. Clearly, such speculation bore little likelihood. Tan Qianqian soon recognized her naivety. Chapter 67. The Siege Weapon, the Triple Bow Crossbow. Returning home? It is a sentiment held by any individual, regardless of their adaptation to this perilous world. Yet, if given the chance, who would not yearn for the safety of their former existence? Here, one is perpetually unaware of when death might strike. Realizing her own innocence, Tan Qianqian lowered her gaze, leaning against Yi Liuyun's side, enveloped in silence. Rest assured, Yi Liuyun said with a gentle smile, patting Tan Qianqian on the shoulder. I am here with you. This world is indeed fraught with danger. Nevertheless, I will survive. And I shall endure until the very end. Hom. Tan Qianqian nodded earnestly. Beside them, Yu Shulan's expression mirrored her seriousness. In the pursuit of survival, she vowed not to be a mere decorative burden. The subsequent days unfolded in a manner akin to the norm, with daylight dedicated to treasure hunting and exploration of the unknown. As night fell, training ensued. Compared to before, perhaps due to the impending day of eternal silence, Tan Qianqian became increasingly diligent in her exercises. Initially, drawing the wind bow was a formidable challenge, yet now she could manage it with some effort. Though she could not maintain consecutive usage, it was a commendable improvement. Moreover, with the healing abilities of the flower spirit deer, there was little concern for potential hidden injuries from prolonged training. With a swift release, an arrow pierced through several trees, prompting Tan Qianqian to exhale a breath of relief. She flexed her wrist and continued her attempts to draw the wind bow. Not far away, Yu Shulan wielded her water gun with fierce precision. Such dedication. Observing this scene, Yi Liuyun shook her head slightly, choosing to remain silent. In recent days, she too had been endeavoring to acquire new skills, yet the results were rather lackluster. It should suffice. Even without new abilities, her current prowess would likely be adequate. Wu Feng, brother, what do you think will happen on the day of eternal silence? The survival rules vibrated, indicating a private message from Wu Feng. Yi Liuyun, are you frightened? Wu Feng, in such circumstances, it's hard to find anyone who isn't afraid. He admitted with a resigned smile, openly acknowledging his trepidation. Indeed, fear was not merely his emotion. As the day of eternal silence drew nearer, few could claim to be entirely unafraid. Even the largest factions, like Zhao Hu's, were bracing themselves for what was to come. Yi Liuyun chuckled. She refrained from commenting further, let alone mock Wu Feng's fearfulness. After all, such emotions were the most genuine reactions. Wu Feng, brother, are you not worried? His curiosity was evident. Yi Liuyun, whether I am worried or not, the day of eternal silence will arrive regardless. Wu Feng, fair point. Ultimately, the day of eternal silence will not vanish. Wu Feng, brother, I believe you will surely survive. He could not fathom why he felt this way. Yet it was an undeniable sentiment. Yi Liuyun, perhaps, with a dismissive chuckle, she chose not to dwell on the matter further. In the time leading up to the end of the month, they managed to uncover some valuable items. As she observed the crafting blueprint retrieved by the fire pattern lion, Yi Liuyun found herself at a loss for words. Truly, such fortuitous luck. What is that? Yu Shulan and Tan Qianqian, equally curious, leaned in to see what the fire pattern lion had brought back. Item: triple bow crossbow crafting blueprint. Effect: allows the construction of a triple bow crossbow with immense attack power. Required materials: 10 wood, 2 iron blocks. Another formidable weapon, a triple bow crossbow. Upon seeing this, Yushulan momentarily froze before bursting into delight. Is it the kind of triple bow crossbow seen on television? Tan Xianqian, intrigued, also leaned in. Although she had never witnessed one firsthand, she had seen plenty of dramas and short videos. The triple bow crossbow held a status in ancient warfare akin to that of a trebuchet, serving as an essential siege weapon. Moreover, its attack range was significantly greater, with the most formidable models capable of reaching an impressive distance of around 1,500 meters. Let us give it a try. For Liuyun, the most effective way to ascertain the potency of an item was through direct experimentation. Instead of speculating, it was far more prudent to craft it and test its capabilities firsthand. Crafting. With the consumption of materials, a brand new triple bow crossbow soon materialized before their eyes. Its design featured 3 fixed bowstrings, which, when activated simultaneously, bestowed unparalleled attack power upon the weapon. Furthermore, the projectiles launched were not ordinary arrows, but rather long spears. Liuyun forged a pure iron spear at the smelting furnace and placed it atop the triple bow crossbow. Let us give it a shot. Yushulan prepared to draw back the bowstring of the triple bow crossbow. However, the force required was immense. She could hardly budge it. Even with the mechanism designed to facilitate easier drawing, after much effort, she could only manage to pull it back a slight distance. The formidable power of the triple bow crossbow is undeniably attributed to its tremendous force. Such potency could not exist without an equally impressive might behind it. Allow me to take charge. Since Yushulan can no longer pull it, it is needless to say that Tan Xianqian, standing nearby, is even less capable. Liuyun waved his hand, indicating that he would handle it. Very well. Yushulan, not wishing to overexert herself, acquiesced. Fortunately, Liuyun's attributes exceed those of an ordinary person by several multiples. Although the triple bow crossbow possesses immense strength, it posed little challenge for Liuyun to draw it back. Let us test its efficacy. Once the triple bow crossbow was set up, Liuyun adjusted its aim towards the outer wall. Then, with a thunderous bang, the tremendous force reverberated through the entire crossbow. The iron spear shot forth like a silver streak in the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. The initial contact with the tree trunk resulted in its immediate shattering, followed by the destruction of several large trees before it gradually came to rest. Quite impressive. Liuyun felt a deep sense of satisfaction with this display of power. Excellent. Yushulan, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed with joy. With such a weapon at our disposal, facing the Day of Eternal Silence will be significantly easier. Although the specifics of what the Day of Eternal Silence entails remain uncertain, it is prudent to prepare as much as possible. Chapter 68. The Arrival of Eternal Silence and the Frenzied Beasts. Well done. Speaking of which, the schematics for the catapult were also brought back by the fire-patterned lion, correct? Liuyun did not hesitate to shower his praise upon the lion, nodding in satisfaction. Roar. Upon hearing Liuyun's commendation, the fire-patterned lion appeared exceedingly pleased, frolicking around the courtyard for a while. Tonight, we feast. Roar. Similar to the previous catapult, Liuyun constructed a series of triple bow crossbows in the courtyard. It is better to be prepared. One never knows when they might be needed. Buzz. Buzz. That night, nearly everyone was sound asleep. After all, not everyone possesses the ability to forego sleep as Liuyun does. However, at that moment, every individual's survival rule began to tremble. What is happening? Most of the survivors were roused by the commotion. Initially puzzled, they soon became alert upon retrieving their survival rules, as the newly emerged content on the first page invigorated them. Congratulations to all. You have successfully survived to the last day. The Day of Eternal Silence is imminent. The day belonging to the monsters has arrived. Now, let us all strive to survive this day. Eternal silence has come. Even Liuyun narrowed his eyes slightly upon witnessing this alarming change in the message, his demeanor becoming significantly more serious. Number 0911. What should we do? Eternal silence has truly arrived. Number 9567. I can sense monsters destroying my buildings. What should I do? Number 2077. I do not want to die. I truly do not want to die. Number 6433. I must survive. It is imperative. Due to the announcement of eternal silence, the discussions in the world chat grew increasingly chaotic. Meanwhile, on Liuyun's side, roar, roar, moo. His acute senses enabled Liuyun to distinctly hear the cacophony of monstrous roars resonating in the darkness. All monsters would remain in an excited state on the Day of Eternal Silence. Such is the nature of the event. Liuyun. The door swung open to reveal Yushulan. Today, it was Tan Xianqian's turn, hence Liuyun was resting with her. Yushulan, undeterred by anything else, gazed earnestly at Liuyun. I am already aware. Nodding. Liuyun rose to his feet. What is the matter? Tan Xianqian, still somewhat dazed, had been oblivious to the changes in the survival rules due to her earlier fatigue. Eternal silence has arrived. Eternal silence? After a moment of confusion, Tan Qianqian quickly became alert. I shall assist as well. Realizing the implications of eternal silence, Tan Qianqian sprang into action, determined to contribute. Roar. In the courtyard, the fire-patterned lion was already trembling with anticipation, growling softly while remaining vigilant of its surroundings. Eep. In contrast, the flower spirit deer displayed considerably less courage, immediately retreating behind Yi Liuyun upon his emergence. As a healer, Yi Liuyun was unperturbed by this. Is this what eternal silence entails? Calculating the time, it should indeed be nearing dawn outside. However, the skies showed no sign of light. On the contrary, the moon hung in a blood-red hue, casting an ominous glow. Look, noticing something, Yu Shulan had readied her water spear. Outside the iron gate, the night wolves, typically mere fodder, now appeared exceptionally fierce, glaring menacingly at the courtyard. Their avaricious eyes fixated upon the scene. One could see drool cascading down from their bared teeth. On the day of eternal silence, all monsters would be in a state of frenzy. If even the night wolves were so, what of the others? Yu Shulan felt a twinge of concern. The night wolves are merely an appetizer. The truly fearsome monsters lie ahead. Beasts remain beasts, even in a state of frenzy. They are still just beasts. Yi Liuyun's gaze hardened with resolve. As always, if they wish for my demise, then none shall survive. Draw the bow. Prepare to load stones into the catapult. The triple bow crossbows and catapults, long prepared, are finally about to be put to use. Understood. Yu Shulan and Tan Qianqian immediately sprang into action. Although drawing the triple bow crossbow proved challenging, loading stones into the catapult was a simple task. Let us commence. Zzz. As he spoke, Yi Liuyun grasped the thunder sword, tightening his grip slightly. A faint current flickered across the blade. Simultaneously, his eyes seemed to ignite with fervor. On. Roar. Upon hearing Yi Liuyun's call, the ever-vigilant fire-patterned lion turned to face him. Let chaos reign. Roar. Understanding Yi Liuyun's intent, the fire-patterned lion's lips curled into a grin before it erupted into jubilant roars. Boom. Scorching flames ignited around the fire-patterned lion. Roar. Outside the walls, all the night wolves, seemingly spurred by some unseen force, charged madly towards the barrier. Release. Yi Liuyun refrained from taking immediate action. Eternal silence will persist for an entire day. What has transpired thus far is merely an appetizing prelude. There is no need for direct confrontation. Instead, I signal Yu Shulan and Tan Qianqian to activate the trebuchet and the triple crossbow. Understood. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A formidable array of iron spears, propelled by the immense force of the triple crossbow, emits a series of thunderous sounds as they slice through the air, hurtling towards the night wolves that have leapt over the walls. It is evident that this day of eternal silence will not merely rouse these nocturnal beasts. It will also amplify their strength. Otherwise, these night wolves could not possibly all vault over the 3-meter-high walls. Bang, bang, bang. The iron spears, imbued with tremendous power, pierce through the bodies of the night wolves. Roar. Except for a few that meet their demise instantly, many of the injured night wolves seem oblivious to their pain, still dragging the iron spears lodged in them as they continue to charge forward. Death. The sword of thunder in Yi Liuyun's hand is swung repeatedly, unleashing arcs of electricity at a rapid pace. Simultaneously, boom. The fire-woven lion, not idle, hurls scorching fireballs that erupt and incinerate the oncoming night wolves. Bang, bang, bang. The battlefield where Yi Liuyun stands is intensely fierce, and one can only imagine the chaos elsewhere. Chapter 69. The beast tide approaches. Beast, stay put. Break. The water spear is wielded, channeling supernatural aquatic power that pierces through the skull of a night wolf. Despite practicing martial arts from a young age, Yu Shulan's physical capabilities still fall within the realm of an ordinary person. Prolonged combat inevitably leaves her feeling fatigued. The night wolves can be regarded as mere cannon fodder. Although numerous, they are not particularly challenging to deal with. Has it ended? Upon dispatching the last night wolf, the atmosphere outside the walls suddenly falls silent, as if no monsters remain to attack. Buzz. At this moment, the survival protocol vibrates once more. Yi Liuyun promptly opens the survival protocol. The content on the first page shifts yet again. Congratulations, you have successfully survived the first wave of monster assaults. The first wave? Yi Liuyun paid little heed to the congratulatory words, instead furrowing his brow as he focused on the key phrase. With the mention of a first wave, there are surely second and third waves to anticipate. The content on the first page continues to update automatically, under the shroud of eternal silence. A day of revelry exclusive to monsters unfolds. Every 2 hours, a beast tide will form to besiege the shelter, and as time passes, the strength of the beast tide will grow increasingly formidable. A beast tide? Occurring every 2 hours means that, throughout this day of eternal silence, there will be a total of 12 beast tides, each more powerful than the last. The frenzied night wolves are merely an appetizer for the first wave of the beast tide. Liuyun. This alert draws the simultaneous gaze of Yu Shulan and Tan Qianqian towards Yi Liuyun. Even with ample preparation, the thought of successive beast tides inevitably breeds a sense of despair. It's nothing to be overly concerned about. Let the beast tides come. Instead of fretting, it would be wiser to contemplate how to confront the forthcoming beast tides. With some time remaining before the next beast tide, I will oil the stones for the trebuchet. This time, I intend to ensure those monsters have no opportunity to breach the walls. Understood. Yu Shulan reacts swiftly and decisively, immediately springing into action. I will assist as well. Though Tan Xianqian takes a moment longer to respond, she quickly joins Yu Shulan to lend her support. Eep. Meanwhile, the flower spirit deer appears somewhat dejected. I'm sorry. A gentle and soothing voice resonates within Yi Liuyun's mind. It seems she feels guilty for her lack of courage and inability to contribute. Observing the flower spirit deer in such a state, Yi Liuyun chuckles lightly, waving his hand dismissively. Did I not promise to protect you? You are essentially a healer. The most vital ability of the flower spirit deer lies in its healing prowess, rendering its participation in battle inconsequential. However, there are times when one must endeavor to grow, for those beasts are hardly deserving of fear. With that said, Yi Liuyun proceeds to prepare the triple crossbows for reloading. The flower spirit deer gazes vacantly at Yi Liuyun's retreating figure, lost in thought. The time has come. 2 hours pass swiftly, and the second wave of the beast tide arrives once more. Roar, roar. The monstrous growls resonate from all directions surrounding the shelter. Yi Liuyun takes several swift strides, utilizing his low-altitude flying ability akin to lightness skill, and ascends to the top of the wall, activating his eagle eye. His gaze sharpens considerably. In the darkness, beyond the night wolves, Yi Liuyun spots other creatures. Roar. The heavy rock boar. An old acquaintance. Spotting 2 or 3 heavy rock boars emerging, Yi Liuyun grins broadly and shouts down to Yu Shulan and Tan Xianqian below the wall. Release the trebuchet. Understood. Although they cannot see the situation outside, upon hearing Yi Liuyun's command, they immediately activate the trebuchet. Bang, bang, bang. Flaming stones, propelled by the power of the trebuchet, thunderously strike outward beyond the walls. The stones, soaked in oil and ablaze, serve as a form of enchantment, significantly enhancing their potency. Boom, boom. As the stones crash down, explosive sounds resonate. This level of force poses no challenge against the fortified night wolves. However, roar. Yi Liuyun notes that the heavy rock boar, resembling a small mountain in stature, merely stumbles slightly upon being struck, quickly regaining its footing. It appears that the trebuchet's power is insufficient to contend with such a heavy rock boar. Roar. Moreover, the already agitated heavy rock boar, incensed by the impact, begins stomping its feet, clearly preparing to charge forward. I have warned you, beasts. Do not even think about entering my shelter. Standing atop the wall, Yi Liuyun observes the heavy rock boar's actions with a slight grin. Then, Shulan. A call resonates. Though unspoken, the unbroken understanding developed over time allows Yu Shulan to comprehend immediately. In a swift motion, he seized a nearby ordinary iron spear and tossed it to Yi Liuyun. It's here. Yi Liuyun adeptly caught the spear, poised to throw, his gaze fixated on the looming, formidable boar. Mark. The very center of the boar's forehead was marked by Yi Liuyun. Then, with a thunderous boom, the flames surged from Yi Liuyun's palm, enveloping the entire spear in a fiery embrace. The ordinary iron spear blazed with intense flames, glowing a fiery red in Yi Liuyun's grip. Death. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned all his strength, launching the spear with tremendous force. Boom. The spear tore through the air, propelled by a strength several times greater than that of an ordinary human, producing a deafening sonic boom upon its release. With the power of the mark, aiming was rendered unnecessary. This was the guaranteed shot. Bang. Just as the boar charged, the spear hurtled towards it at breakneck speed. Roar. The searing pain compelled the boar to let out a furious cry. In the next instant, boom, Yi Liuyun's flames unleashed a devastating explosion. Under his command, the flames were primed to detonate, and the spear erupted violently. In essence, Yi Liuyun had transformed the spear into a single-use weapon of destruction. After all, such weapons could be easily crafted as long as there were sufficient iron resources. They were far from scarce. It was simply that magnificent. Chapter 70, Sword of Thunder. Show me your limits. Initially, Yi Liuyun had to expend a fire crystal to deal with such a boar, but now, it was no longer necessary. Boom, boom, boom. Employing the same method, Yi Liuyun swiftly dispatched the remaining boars. As for the night wolves, there was no cause for concern. The trebuchet was more than adequate. Even at close range, the 3 crossbows were sufficient, eliminating the need for Yi Liuyun to intervene further. Soon, the second wave of beast tides fell silent. Phew. As the presence of monsters dwindled, Yi Liuyun took a moment to steady his breathing and leapt down from the walls. There was no rush to gather the corpses of the beasts. After all, the day of eternal silence was far from over. Collecting them later would suffice. Are you all right? Upon seeing Yi Liuyun descend, Yu Shulan and Tan Xianqian hurried over. No worries. Yi Liuyun waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Such exertion was trivial for him, especially with the abilities of super recovery and perpetual motion at his disposal. Any injuries could be swiftly healed, and his stamina never waned. That's good. seeing Liuyun unharmed lifted a significant weight off the two women's shoulders. This was merely the second wave of beast tides, and it had already escalated to such heights. Yushulan couldn't help but exclaim, I fear that by the end of this night, few will remain alive, even with a stroke of luck. Surviving 1 or 2 waves was one thing. Enduring 12 waves was a different story altogether. Let us continue preparing. Liuyun simply shook his head, offering no further comments. Even they had not yet reached a point of complete relaxation. It was imperative to remain vigilant for the impending beast tides. Meanwhile, at Zhaohu's location, the group with the largest number of members in this area had a relative advantage in facing the beast tides. Yet, Zhaohu's 4th level stone shelter had completely collapsed, and he had lost several subordinates. They had managed to hold on. As the sounds of monsters gradually faded, Zhaohu and his companions felt a wave of relief wash over them. Regardless, they had successfully survived the second wave of beast tides. Although their sanctuary was utterly destroyed, Zhaohu had prudently constructed an underground shelter beneath it beforehand. Now, Zhaohu was leading the remaining subordinates to take refuge underground. This foresight had allowed them to weather the second wave of beast tides. Boss, with this shelter, are we finally safe? Despite the surrounding darkness, one of his subordinates excitedly remarked, with such an underground refuge, they might just endure the day of eternal silence. It's not time to relax yet. Zhaohu maintained his composure, fully aware that the more dire the situation, the less they could afford to let their guard down. Everyone, stay alert. Once we survive this day, we shall feast. Understood. Don't worry, boss. Upon hearing this, Zhaohu's subordinates echoed their agreement. It was evident that they held great respect for Zhaohu. Were it not for his foresight, they would not have had such a sanctuary to cling to for survival. As time ticked away, 2 hours were nearly upon them. Lacking a clock, they could only estimate roughly. However, it seemed that the second 2-hour mark had indeed passed. Roar. At that moment, the fire pattern lion seemed to sense something. It sniffed the ground before immediately adopting a defensive stance. Observing the fire pattern lion's reaction, Liuyun furrowed his brow in contemplation before an epiphany struck him. Beware. This time, the monsters are coming from underground. Underground? Yushulan and Tan Shanshan gasped in surprise. In the next moment, bang! The ground of the courtyard suddenly collapsed, and a creature resembling a large earth dog erupted from the earth. Identification. Target, big tooth rat. Abilities, agile movement, sharp fangs capable of easily burrowing through soil, free movement underground. A big tooth rat, a creature that could traverse underground with ease. No wonder it could break through the surface. Its appearance was akin to that of an earth dog, boasting a pair of enormous, razor-sharp teeth. And this was just the beginning. With the emergence of the first big tooth rat, a second, a third, and an ever-increasing number of big tooth rats surged forth from the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The big tooth rats moved with remarkable agility, their ability to navigate underground rendering them even more perilous. Sizzle. Witnessing the onslaught of big tooth rats, Liuyun plunged the sword of thunder into the ground. Then, bolts of electricity, like serpentine lightning, spread towards the position of the big tooth rats. No matter how swift the big tooth rats were, they could not outrun the speed of the unleashed thunder. Bang, bang. The nearest big tooth rats were instantly reduced to charred remains. Yet this number? The seemingly endless swarm of large-toothed mice appeared inexhaustible. On. With a call, the fiery patterned lion, understanding Liuyun's intent, suddenly let out a long, resonant roar towards the heavens. The echo of the lion's roar surged upwards, creating a powerful wave of sound that swept through the surroundings. The fiery patterned lion's prowess was not limited to flames. Its roaring served as a formidable means of attack, capable of intimidating nefarious foes. Sword of Thunder, let me witness your limits. Grasping the hilt of the Sword of Thunder with both hands, he thrust it forcefully into the ground and gestured for Yushulan and Tan Shanshan to retreat to the sanctuary. In the next moment, crackling sounds erupted. The roar of the fiery patterned lion caused all the large-toothed mice to momentarily freeze in confusion. During this brief interlude, arcs of lightning seemed to boil around the Sword of Thunder, spreading across the ground like living tendrils of electricity. Boom, boom, boom. The chain reaction of electric currents connected all the large-toothed mice. The courtyard transformed into a veritable ocean of lightning. At the center, Liuyun's gaze was icy, seemingly unperturbed by the surging electricity that enveloped him, unaffected by any adverse impact. Inside the sanctuary, through communication, the two women could observe the scene in the courtyard. At this moment, Liuyun resembled a deity of thunder descending upon the earth, instilling a sense of awe. After a brief moment of shock, Yushulan couldn't help but smile. He truly is my man. Chapter 71, The Terrifying Monster, the Diamond Ape. Time trickled by. After prolonged combat, even Liuyun felt the weight of fatigue. Though endowed with the abilities of a perpetual motion machine and extraordinary recovery, physical exhaustion was not his concern, yet. Mental fatigue could still drain one's strength. Fortunately, Liuyun quickly adjusted to this emotional state. How are you both holding up? He glanced at Yushulan and Tan Shanshan. Tan Shanshan, weary, had seated herself upon the ground. Though Yushulan remained standing, she leaned on her water spear for support, her hand trembling slightly from exertion. Not too bad. Yushulan concealed her fatigue, gazing earnestly at Liuyun. We're just one wave away from the end. Time flew by, and only a few hours remained until the cessation of the eternal silence. Just moments ago, Liuyun and the others had vanquished the 11th wave of beasts. Only one final onslaught of monsters remained before tranquility was restored. Ahwa's recovery ability can replenish some stamina, so there's no need to worry about me. After regaining her composure, Yushulan smiled at Liuyun, signaling that she was fine. I feel the same. Despite her unsteady grip on the wind bow, Tan Xianxian stood resolutely, unwilling to impede Liuyun. Meanwhile, the flower spirit deer appeared somewhat despondent. While capable of healing, it felt powerless to provide tangible assistance to Liuyun and his companions. Roar. At that moment, the fiery patterned lion let out a couple of roars, indicating its own resilience. However, the sound carried a hint of feigned bravado. The once blazing flames enveloping its body dimmed significantly, flickering as if they could be extinguished at any moment. Ahwa. Observing the lion's condition, Liuyun smiled and turned his attention to the flower spirit deer. Understanding Liuyun's intent, the flower spirit deer let out a few calls before nodding in acknowledgement. I understand. Subsequently, its antlers began to shimmer with a verdant glow. Under the deer's guidance, the luminescence drifted towards the fiery patterned lion. Roar. The lion's wounds began to heal, and its stamina surged, greatly enhancing its capabilities. This revitalization brought considerable relief to the fiery patterned lion. Ignoring the lion's contentment, Liuyun turned to Yushulan and Tan Xianxian. There's no need for concern. We only have one last wave to handle. Once we clear it, we will be done. In truth, such beast waves, while seemingly perilous, were manageable. For ordinary individuals, being besieged by numerous monsters would indeed be terrifying. However, for Liuyun, despite the overwhelming numbers, they were merely a multitude of trivial adversaries that could be dispatched with relative ease, albeit with some time investment. Tan Xianxian nodded earnestly, her expression radiating trust in Liuyun. Yushulan, however, maintained a cautious demeanor. Let's reload the catapults and triple crossbows. We cannot predict how the final beast wave will manifest. Agreed. Liuyun offered no further words, merely nodding as he raised his gaze to the blood moon hanging ominously in the sky, his eyes narrowing. The sentiment remained, regardless of what transpired. He must survive at all costs. Suddenly, after a brief respite, Liuyun sensed an impending change and abruptly opened his eyes, rising to his feet. The surrounding forest began to stir restlessly. Roar, roar. The low growls of monsters emanated from the ominous depths of the woods. All is well, though the scene appeared perilous. Liuyun felt a sense of ease within. After all, these were merely a horde of insignificant foes, regardless of their numbers. They merely required some extra time to deal with. On, prepare. Liuyun called out, intending for the fiery patterned lion to greet the approaching monsters with flames. But at that moment, boom, the ground trembled violently, as if a heavy object had crashed down. The earth shook beneath their feet. What is this? Liuyun quickly steadied himself, peering into the forest ahead. To his astonishment, the predatory monsters that had been lurking seemed to sense an ominous aura, lowering their heads and retreating to the sides. Clenching the hilt of the Sword of Thunder, Liuyun's expression grew grave. It was crucial to note that these monsters, empowered by the eternal silence, were in a state of frenzy. For them to exhibit fear indicated that something truly formidable was about to emerge. You all see that? Tan Xianxian exclaimed, her voice trembling as she pointed towards a direction not far off, as if she had uncovered something extraordinary. What is that? Immediately following, Yushulan also caught sight of it. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? The existence of such a monstrous being was utterly inconceivable. Liuyun turned to gaze as well. Although he refrained from exclaiming, the sight before him rendered his expression gravely serious. A colossal ape. This was no ordinary giant ape as conceived by human understanding. In the darkness, a gigantic ape, towering over 20 meters in height, approached with a slow, deliberate gait. Thud, thud. The heavy sounds were the unmistakable footsteps of the giant ape. Even a simple step upon the ground sent tremors rippling through the earth. The giant ape drew nearer, its golden fur glistening and its crimson eyes gleaming ominously. In the presence of such a creature, ordinary humans felt as insignificant as ants. Any common person would be overwhelmed by despair merely at the sight of it. This was a beast far beyond the capability of any ordinary human to confront. Identification. Target, diamond ape. Abilities, towering stature coupled with agile and nimble movements, immense strength, and skin impervious to blades and bullets. The diamond ape? It was clear that the reason these monsters trembled in fear was due to such a being's existence. Xianxian, hand me the bow of wind. Its skin impervious to weaponry indicated formidable defenses. However, the specifics must be tested in practice. All right, without a moment to spare, Tan Xianxian hastily handed the bow of wind to Liuyun. Whoosh, drawing the bowstring swiftly, he loosed an arrow imbued with the power of wind, which struck the body of the diamond ape with alarming speed. Crack! The arrow, initially unstoppable, detonated upon impact with the diamond ape. Chapter 72. The Evolution of the Flower Spirit Deer, Fire Fist. Not even capable of breaching its defenses? This was the first time Liuyun encountered a creature that could withstand the might of the bow of wind. Yet, he remained undeterred, aiming for the vulnerable spots of the creature's eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of arrows flew forth. For any beast, the eyes were a notably weak point. But, clang, clang, the arrows ricocheted off as if striking metal. Even the defenses of its eyes were so formidable. Roar. The diamond ape was clearly incensed by the provocation, unleashing a furious roar. In that instant, the winds it stirred up resembled the fury of a tempest. The next moment, boom, the diamond ape leapt into the air, targeting Liuyun's refuge. Get away from me. Witnessing this scene, Liuyun did not hesitate for an instant. He charged directly towards the direction of the oncoming diamond ape. Critical strike. Heavy hit. Every means of augmenting his strength was employed by Liuyun. Sword of Thunder. Despite his diminutive stature against the towering diamond ape, this disparity in size did not render Liuyun powerless. He plunged the Sword of Thunder deep into the ape's skin. Even the indestructible could be breached given sufficient force. The next second, boom, a blinding surge of lightning coursed along the Sword of Thunder, enveloping the diamond ape entirely. Roar. Although he was uncertain of its effectiveness, this strike evidently affected the diamond ape, inciting even greater fury. Despite its massive form, it moved with remarkable swiftness. A colossal fist came crashing towards Liuyun. There was no time to evade. In that case, I shall block. In midair, Liuyun crossed his arms, activating his defensive capabilities. Bang! His body was propelled like a bullet, sent hurtling away. He skidded along the ground for a distance, shattering a 3-layer thick stone wall in the process. Damn! After colliding forcefully with a tree, Liuyun came to a halt. That really hurt. Super recovery. His fractured bones began to mend rapidly. Liuyun, Yu Shulan and Tan Xianxian looked on with concern. I'm fine. Leaning against the tree trunk, Liuyun stood up again, waving his hand reassuringly to Yu Shulan and the others. How infuriating! Though relieved by Liuyun's condition, Yu Shulan's expression turned serious as she observed the diamond ape advancing towards him. The water spear in her hand twirled in a flourish, forming a blade of water that shot towards the diamond ape. Don't let it get close. While drawing the diamond ape's attention, she instructed Tan Xianxian. Go control the trebuchet and the triple crossbow. Prevent this beast from nearing Liuyun. Understood. Tan Xianxian nodded earnestly. At this moment, she felt she might not contribute much to the fight, but managing the trebuchet and the crossbow was well within her capabilities, and she dashed off to fulfill her task. Meanwhile, the flower spirit deer sprinted towards Liuyun, eager to provide healing. Seeing the dejected expression of the flower spirit deer, Liuyun suddenly smiled. Though timid, it proved unexpectedly useful at times. Are you ready to fight? Such a moment clearly called for the power of the flower spirit deer. As he spoke, Liuyun produced the wooden crystal he had previously acquired. Clearly understanding Liuyun's intent, the flower spirit deer regarded him earnestly and nodded. Its heart already resolved. In that case, observing the determined flower spirit deer, Liuyun grinned. Let us merge. As the fusion ability activated, the wooden crystal began to meld gradually with the flower spirit deer. Simultaneously, unique green patterns emerged upon the flower spirit deer's form, symbolizing the power of the wooden crystal. Identification. Target, flowerwood spirit deer. Abilities, agility and movement, special abilities bestowed by its antlers, and the capacity to manipulate a certain amount of trees. Status, tamed. The flower spirit deer evolved into the flowerwood spirit deer. Much like the previous fire pattern lion, after merging with the wooden crystal, it now possessed the power to control trees. The flowerwood spirit deer sensed a newfound strength coursing through it. After a couple of calls, it gazed earnestly at Liuyun. The ability of super recovery had fully healed Liuyun's wounds, and looking at the evolved flowerwood spirit deer before him, he broke into a smile. Let us go together. Boom, boom, boom. Even with the addition of fireballs to the stones and iron spears, it was futile to breach the defenses of the diamond ape. However, they served well enough to divert its attention. Roar. The diamond ape was successfully drawn towards Yushalin and her companions, bellowing in fury. Yushalin wielded her water spear, attacking with the flowing currents while nimbly evading. Bam! Unfortunately, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. With a stomp of its foot, the ground quaked, and Yushalin stumbled, her ankle twisting as she fell to her knees. Sister Shulan. Witnessing this scene, Tan Xianxian, who was controlling the 3 crossbows nearby, immediately grew anxious. Damn it! The sharp pain from her twisted ankle caused beads of cold sweat to form on Yushalin's forehead. Yet, as she beheld the diamond ape charging towards her, her gaze hardened. Gripping her water spear resolutely, deep down, she felt no regret. Liuyun, you will survive and ultimately rise above all. Yushalin firmly believed this. Therefore, Even if she were to perish, she would have no regrets. It was merely a pity that she wished she could have one last chance. Roar! The diamond ape was upon her, its raised arm towering higher than any ordinary skyscraper, crashing down towards Liuyun. Fire fist. At that moment, boom. A searing flame erupted as Liuyun swung her fist, barreling towards the diamond ape. With a blast. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive force caused all flames aimed at the diamond ape to erupt anew, engulfing it in a conflagration. By the time Liuyun regained her composure, she saw Liuyun's figure illuminated by the flames, smiling back at her. If she wished for another chance, once eternity passed, it would always be possible. Although Liuyun's final words reached Liuyun. Chapter 73. So, you are not truly invincible. Roar. The diamond ape's roar resounded, the flames engulfing its body instantly extinguished. It was evident that while its fur had suffered some impact, its overall integrity remained largely intact. Upon seeing Liuyun again, the diamond ape's rage intensified. Ahua! Faced with the furious glare of this monstrous creature, Liuyun's expression shifted. With a call, suddenly the surrounding trees appeared to possess a divine essence, springing to life. Like vines, they extended towards the diamond ape, ensnaring its limbs entirely. What is this? The unexpected turn of events left Liuyun and Tan Shanshan perplexed. They soon noticed the evolved flowerwood divine deer appearing behind Liuyun, its beastly eyes shimmering with unusual light. Clearly, these animated trees were summoned by the flowerwood divine deer. Roar! Despite having its limbs ensnared by the trees, the diamond ape was hardly deterred. It roared in fury, thrashing as it struggled against its bindings. Though the ability to control the trees was impressive, it depended on the opponent. Even as the flowerwood divine deer exerted its strength, the trees began to splinter under the diamond ape's might. Boom, boom, boom. This creature, if placed in a film, would be capable of wreaking havoc on a cataclysmic scale. On. Without hesitation, Liuyun called out as she witnessed the diamond ape's struggle. Roar. The figure of the fire pattern lion surged forth. Though it was fatigued, the fire pattern lion roared in fury, spewing searing flames towards the diamond ape. Roar. Clearly, the diamond ape was not entirely immune to the power of fire. Being continuously scorched would inevitably affect it. It had no choice but to abandon its struggle, raising its palm to shield itself from the flames of the fire pattern lion. I thought you were truly indestructible. Turns out, you are not. The diamond ape's defenses were formidable, yet not to the extent of being genuinely invulnerable. It could still be affected. Shulan, hand me the water spear and wind bow. Understanding the command, Liuyun acted without hesitation, tossing her water spear to Liuyun before swiftly retrieving the wind bow that lay nearby, presenting both to Liuyun. Roar. After using its palm to shield against the flames, the diamond ape unleashed a roar towards the fire pattern lion, as though intending to intimidate it into retreat. At that moment, hey! Liuyun's call captured the diamond ape's attention. Turning to look, she had already knocked an arrow. However, this time, she was not using an ordinary arrow but the water spear. The inherent water attributes, combined with the wind attributes of the wind bow, coalesced upon it. If not for the inherent incompatibility between water and fire, Liuyun would have been prepared to further merge her fire-controlling abilities. The spear tip began to whirl, conjuring a cyclone. Die, beast. Since you are not truly indestructible, then accept your fate. Roar. The enraged diamond ape glared fiercely at Liuyun. Whoosh. Like a meteor streaking across the night, the water spear soared through the air, striking the diamond ape squarely on the head. Clang. The familiar sound of metal clashing echoed once more. The impact shimmered with a golden radiance, momentarily halting the water spear's assault against the diamond ape. However, the water spear was not deflected entirely. The wind attributes kept it spinning rapidly, relentlessly attempting to breach the diamond ape's defenses. Now, witnessing this, Liuyun's expression turned grave. She casually discarded the wind bow, propelling herself towards the diamond ape with her low-altitude flight ability, leaping directly towards the water spear's position. Break for me. Upon reaching the water spear, Liuyun delivered a powerful kick to its shaft. Bam! The combined force of her own strength and Liuyun's assistance shattered the golden defense completely. The rapidly spinning water spear, now enveloped in fierce water blades, struck the diamond ape. Roar. The intense pain compelled the diamond ape to roar in agony. So, you do fear pain, even after enduring the profound stillness of the night. The fear of pain persists when the moment arrives. Liuyun flashed a grin, his steps becoming light and buoyant as he sought out the thunder sword that he had previously struck against the body of the diamond ape. It was over. Just as the diamond ape let out a tormented roar, Liuyun grasped the hilt of the thunder sword. Crackle! In the next instant, a dazzling bolt of lightning erupted once more. Yet this time, it was not merely a display of lightning. With the thunder sword now in hand, Liuyun directed his gaze toward the head of the diamond ape. Only at such close quarters could one truly appreciate the insignificance of humanity. Boom! Clenching his fist, a resounding force erupted from the blade of the thunder sword, where not only the brilliant lightning crackled, but also fierce flames ignited. This power emanated from Liuyun's mastery over fire. Perish! With a series of agile leaps, Liuyun dashed toward the head of the diamond ape. Since he was about to strike, he aimed for a decisive blow. The diamond ape, already in agony from the water spear, was utterly preoccupied and could scarcely acknowledge Liuyun's approach. Thunderfire slash. Critical hit. Heavy strike. Liuyun unleashed all manner of augmented powers. This force was something he had only envisioned in the past, never before executed. This marked his inaugural attempt. Yet, it unequivocally validated his conceptualization of his mightiest technique, proving itself sufficiently formidable. Boom, boom, boom. Flames intertwined with lightning soared into the sky, transforming the original darkness of night into a blinding day. The confluence of diverse powers struck directly at the diamond ape's neck. Clang, clang, clang. The diamond ape, undeterred in its defense, persisted. But, break for me. He could sense that this strike was more than capable of overcoming its guard. Flash, whoosh, like a celestial blade capable of cleaving the heavens. It sliced through the vast expanse,